In celebration of the Nintendo Switch, I would like to cover its best-selling game and probably give it more attention than is needed. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is obviously one of my favorite games. I would imagine that anybody that owns a Nintendo Switch would feel the same way. It might not rank at the top of everyone's list, but I gotta imagine it's gotta be up there for hours spent playing, considering almost half of the Switch's user base bought it. Rather than doing a typical retrospective, I think it would be fun to do something a little bit different. I could rank the courses, but I feel like that's been done a lot, and more often than not, it just feels like someone's throwing in one sentence per track and moving on to the next one just so they can fill up their video. Not that I think that's a bad thing, but I also like to usually have something unique in my videos. So in typical fashion, I'm going to probably get way too in-depth than I need to get, but at the same time, I'd like to make this a little bit more laid back than my usual videos, since Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is a fun party game and I'd like to address it as such. So rather than analyzing each track individually, I want to analyze the Grand Prix. I've developed my own rubric about how I want to go about that. Each Grand Prix will earn a single point for every track that I like. That's about as subjective as I get. There might not be an actual rubric for what I like. It'll probably be nothing more than when I'm done the race, be like, yeah, I like that one, so it'll get that point. I'm guessing most tracks will get that point. Basically, I'm putting this one in there because I didn't want to do minus points for the tracks that I really dislike. But we'll see how it goes. Next, I want to look at the actual diversity between the tracks in the Grand Prix. I'm going to try to categorize the tracks based off complexity. For example, if it's just a simple circuit, a figure eight, something a little bit more complex. And if I see that multiple tracks in the same Grand Prix tend to follow the same patterns, that would be a strike against the actual Grand Prix, because it would be too repetitive. But it's not just about the track layout, I will also look at the aesthetics and the visuals across the courses. If they all have the same art style, the same patterns, the same color scheme, or just all around it feels like there's not that drastic of a difference, that's also a strike against it. Basically, if I deem that all 4 courses are diverse, the Grand Prix will get 3 points. If 2 of the courses are diverse and then the other 2 are pretty similar, then that'll be 2 points. Anything less than that, and they get a big fat 0. My guess is that most of these Grand Prix will get either 3 or 2 points on this one. 3 points for fully diverse, 2 points for kind of diverse, and 0 points probably won't happen, but we'll see. Also, I'm going to throw an extra point in there if I feel the Grand Prix has a good difficulty curve, where the first track is the easiest, and it gets harder until it gets to the 4th track. And finally, there will be a handful of stages that completely blow me away. Like when I think of Mario Kart, those are my favorite stages, and I absolutely love them. And I think those are worth an extra 2 points. So for every one of those tracks in a specific Grand Prix, that Grand Prix will earn 2 points per track that I absolutely adore. Also, I will probably be using the words stage, track, and course interchangeably, and I'm sure that I've already done it, so just keep that in mind, they're all the same thing. And similarly, I'll be using the terms Grand Prix and Cups interchangeably as well. And speaking of cups, the first one is the Mushroom Cup, which makes full sense because the first power-up that Mario ever grabbed was a mushroom in level 1-1 of Super Mario Bros., so it's fitting. That's just a little bit of that famous trivia that I'm assuming you guys are subscribed to this channel for. Now, the Mushroom Cup itself is made up of Mario Kart Stadium, Water Park, Sweet Sweet Canyon, and Thwomp Ruins. Mario Kart Stadium is your typical introductory track. It's got a fun nighttime theme in a stadium full of observers all around. Plenty of fun advertisements all across the board, and all around just an enjoyable place to start the game off. There's that one sentence I was talking about per track. I think I've hit my quota. In any case, the actual map for this track is more or less a figure eight, but there is a little bump out to the side where they were able to flex their anti-gravity gimmicks. I like this stage, so let's give this Grand Prix its first point. I don't love this stage, so it's not going to get those extra 2 points, however. Next up, we have the Water Park. This one has a cool aesthetic to it, and you spend a lot of time underwater actually in this park. The Ferris wheel with a big W on it is probably the highlight of the stage for me, but in general the aesthetic here is enjoyable and the music is fun. The issue is, however, that while the aesthetic is different, the map is kind of another variation of a figure eight. When you're actually going through the race, it might not feel it's too similar to Mario Kart Stadium, but with the eye test, if you just look at the maps, yeah, it's a little bit more simple. So Water Park will be getting a point for being a stage that I like, but it will not be getting 2 points for not being a stage that I love. And already we can guarantee that this Grand Prix will not get 3 extra points for having 4 diverse courses. But the single point for the difficulty curve is still available because I do think that there is a slight uptick in difficulty between Water Park and Mario Kart Stadium so far. Sweet Sweet Canyon is a dessert paradise. Outside of a handful of set pieces in the Mario Party series, I don't think there are many stages that I play that I feel like I want to eat what's in the screen. This is a very unique stage, and I enjoy it more because of how unique it is. It's actually a stage that I would say that I love, so I think there's 2 points additional right there. It just all around gives me good vibes, and I have a major sweet tooth, so that could play a big role into this. I like that the track has a certain amount of unique elements, like when it splits off into multiple sections, or has a big cannon that flies overhead that lets you look at the fun set pieces below. The funny thing is, this map is almost a typical figure 8 if it wasn't for all of those divisions that happen in between, and then the blasting cannon section. But I won't be that harsh on it. I'll say that this is diverse enough compared to the first 2. Well, technically, it's 1 point for being a stage that I like, and then 2 bonus points for being a stage that I love. But yeah. And the full Grand Prix is on track for getting that extra bonus point for having a good difficulty curve, as well as 2 extra points for being somewhat diverse. Let's see how the last course looks. Thwomp Ruins. Do you guys call it Thwomp or Twomp? I've heard people call it Twomp, and I feel like that's wrong. I love the aesthetic here, by the way. It's got that rustic feel, and I mean, it's called Ruins, so it makes sense that it looks like this. The track itself does look like a giant loop, but there are a lot of turns throughout, a lot of divisions in the sections, and a lot of obstacles you gotta go around. I'd consider this a track that I like. I'd consider it the actual hardest track in this Grand Prix, and I would say that similar to Sweet Sweet Canyon, it is diverse enough and sticks out amongst the rest. I wouldn't say this is a track that I necessarily love, but it still gets the 1 point for being one that I like, an extra point for capping off the good difficulty curve in this Grand Prix, and an extra 2 points for being a kind of diverse Grand Prix, with really the only culprit here being those first 2 tracks kind of having a similar map. But I guess we can tally this up. Mario Kart Stadium got 1 point because I liked it. The Water Park got another point because I liked it. There were 3 points at Sweet Sweet Canyon because I loved it. 1 point for Thwomp Ruins because I liked it. 1 point for the whole Grand Prix for having a good difficulty curve. And 2 points for being kind of diverse. Which means if we tally it all up, that's 9 points. Our inaugural cup, the Mushroom Cup, got 9 points. If you're looking for that smart bit of did you know knowledge, the Flower Cup is the second cup in the game, because the Fire Flower was the second power-up we ever got in Super Mario Bros. I knew that without Googling it. The Flower Cup is made up of Mario Circuit, Toad Harbor, Twisted Mansion, and Shy Guy Falls. Mario Circuit feels a lot like Mario Kart Stadium, only the difference here is that Mario Kart Stadium is not actually a Mario track. Hear me out. The stadium is for Mario Kart. Mario Kart is the actual racing. Mario Circuit is Mario's personal track. So while it might appear that both of these first tracks in the first 2 cups are Mario tracks, in actuality one of them is a Mario Kart track and the other one is a Mario track. Yeah, that's about the best I can do to differentiate between these two, because in actuality they are both figure 8s, they're both very simple tracks, they both contain a lot of anti-gravity in similar sections actually. The big difference here is that Mario Circuit does not have that nighttime stadium feel to it that Mario Kart Stadium did. It's just a typical sunny outdoor circuit, and you do pass by Peach's castle and you get to see it from a few different angles, which is pretty cool. This stage is as simple as it gets. I definitely don't hate it, I like it, so it at least gets 1 point. But I don't necessarily love it. I'm not dying to play this stage anytime I open up the game. Next up is Toad Harbor. I've seen this track get a lot of hate for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. I mean, it is a pretty simple track, but it's got a fun coastal theme to it. Sun is shining, there's palm trees everywhere. What appears to be a Princess Peach Statue of Liberty thing out in the water. This stage gives me San Francisco vibes. I think that's what they're basing it off of. Also, funnily enough, it gives me Super Mario Sunshine Delfino Plaza vibes, but that could be because I just finished that game. So, yeah. Once again, I like the course. I don't necessarily love it. I almost want to give it a strike for being an outdoorsy, sunshiny place similar to the previous one, but I think that would be a bit harsh, so for now I'll say that the first 2 tracks are diverse enough. Especially because the map layout differs quite a bit from the previous track. And now we move on to the Spooky Twisted Mansion. I really like this one. I love how the way they implement the anti-gravity, I like the way that they implement the water, I love the aesthetic, the music, everything. They do a great job adding on to the long-running haunted theme in the Mario series, and by all account, the track layout and the actual obstacles in the track are all very unique. Honestly, I thought I was just going to give this track 1 point because it was a track that I liked, but now that I'm talking about it, it's definitely a 3-point track, so it's going to get the bonus points for me. The only thing is, I think this track might be a little bit more on the difficult end. It's not super terrible, but we'll have to keep that in mind when we look at the next track to see if it's more or less difficult and if the difficulty curve point still stands for this one. Shy Guy Falls is one of those tracks where I'll enjoy when it comes up, but I won't go out of my way to play it. It's a good track, it definitely earns that 1 point, but it's not enough for me to go and give it 3 points. In isolation, I'd say this is a pretty fun track to look at. But since I'm grouping it with the other tracks in the same cup, there are some issues that stick out to me. So first of all, it's another bright and sunny outdoor course. I'd say they do somewhat of a good job to differentiate between the 3 tracks in this cup that are outdoors. But if you took a little bit of one and stuck it in the other, would it really stick out that much? I'm not sure. I might have been able to forgive that, but the problem is when you look at the map, it's just another figure 8. Even if it is a bit more complicated and advanced, and again, in isolation, I could have forgiven that, but when you get that, mixed with the fact that it's outdoors, and that there are 2 more outdoor sunny stages with green grass and water everywhere, I'm pretty confident that I do not want to give it 3 points, but I will be generous and give it the 2 points for diversity, since the stages are kind of diverse, and the haunted theme really sticks out and carries a lot of the weight there. But speaking of that haunted theme, I think that track is more difficult than this last one, so the difficulty curve is a little off here. That haunted theme should have been the 4th track in my opinion, which means they are not going to get that extra point for the difficulty curve. So to tally it all up, that is 1 point because I like Mario Circuit, 1 point because I like Toad Harbor, 3 points because I love Twisted Mansion, 1 point for liking Shy Guy Falls, and 2 points for all of them being kind of diverse. Which means the Flower Cup falls just short of the Mushroom Cup and sits at 8 points. Honestly, it's probably a bit too soon to say this, but I'm pretty sure the Mushroom Cup and the Flower Cup are the 2 cups that I generally tend to revisit the least, and I'm pretty sure it's just because I've always viewed them as beginner Grand Prix. But it's also entirely possible that I just played them way too much when this game first came out. And seeing as how the game has been out for almost like a third of my life, I might have just gotten bored of it. Not sure. They're not bad, but it's just what I would introduce a younger family member to if we were first playing the game. Regardless, with the Mushroom Cup and the Flower Cup out of the way, next up is the Star Cup. Here's a pretty interesting tidbit. Every single Mario Kart game had the Star Cup as the 3rd cup, except Mario Kart Super Circuit on the Game Boy Advance, in which the Star Cup was the 4th cup. That's because they had the Lightning Cup as the 3rd cup. But aside from that, Super, 64, Double Dash, DS, Wii, 7, and 8 all consistently had the Star be the 3rd cup in their games. Which means the first 3 cups in Mario Kart are always based off of the 3 power-ups that we got in Super Mario Bros. Those being the Mushroom, the Fire Flower, and the Starman. In the case of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the 4 tracks include Sunshine Airport, Dolphin Shoals, Electrodome, and Mount Wario. Sunshine Airport actually is going to get 3 points from me. I'll tell you guys that right off the bat. First off, I got a whole ton of recency bias on it because I just finished playing Super Mario Sunshine and covering that on my channel. Check out my 15-part Mario Sunshine series if you're new. And second of all, in real life, I work in aviation, so this is dear to me. I will say that if this is inspired by the airstrip in Super Mario Sunshine, then damn did they take a lot of liberties with their imagination. This track is filled with Boeings and Airbuses and all of the big names. It looks way too real for a Mario title, but that's okay, and I think it's better for it. It's super unique and really fun to drive around in, whether you're in the terminal or out on the airfield. The map itself is one big loop with a bunch of turns coming in and out. Thankfully, after the first 2 cups in the game, they stopped doing figure 8s as much. I'm not sure if this has any backing, but my theory is that they wanted to push 4 or 5 figure 8 tracks in the first couple of cups just because this was the 8th game in the series. Regardless, I think this cup starts off strong and earns the first 3 points immediately. Beyond that, we move on to Dolphin Shoals. So I could be wrong here, but I think there's usually a lot of hate for underwater tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I'm assuming that's something that bothers competitive players more than just us simple folks. I like this track a lot, and if you've been following this channel since my Mario 64 series, you're probably surprised because I generally hate water stages, and not only that, the eel is here. Fortunately, however, it's not as terrifyingly looking as it was on Nintendo 64. I like the anti-gravity sections, I like the turns that offer you chances to drift. The part where you fly over the running water always sticks out to me. Funnily enough, my only complaint might be the fact that there are not enough dolphins in this one, just the one area where you're jumping through the rings. And the map is a little bit more different than anything we've played in the game so far, offering you a decent amount of drifting, different types of terrain, and chances to boost off of ramps. And this will be the first time that I'm giving 2 tracks in a single Grand Prix 3 points, because I really like this one. And I think it keeps getting better because following that is Electrodome. Where do I even begin with this one? The aesthetics? Phenomenal. The music theme? Great. The actual music? Nice. It seems like half the track is split up into 2 different routes and the other half is everybody all together. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing because sometimes you're trying to compete with somebody and they're not on the same route as you. But I like that it's unique, I like that the divided routes are more narrow, and I think there are plenty of racers in the track, so it doesn't really matter. Also, in regards to the map, seriously, in the previous 2 segments, I was genuinely concerned that the whole map eye test thing wasn't going to work for me, because I felt like every time I looked at the maps, they looked the same. But look at this, it looks like a squid or something, I don't even know. I actually rewatched my footage to see if I can find a blooper anywhere, because maybe that's what it was based on, but it's just coincidental. I'm giving this track 3 points, again. And that's despite the fact that on the footage you're watching, I got 10th place on this race, and it's still getting the 3 points. Oh man, this Grand Prix is about to sweep, isn't it? Next up is Mount Wario. I always felt like this was the spiritual successor to DK Summit, which funnily enough ended up coming to this game later. I love both of them a lot. The whole idea of racing your way down a snowy mountain, like this is some kind of go-karting ski trip. The single long linear route keeps the track fresh and unique. All the different paths that split off, the different chances to overtake an opponent, and they even include some indoor sections to really mix it up. The map is a long linear route, start to end. Pretty straightforward. And I always love the skid the racers do at the end when they get to the bottom. So now I'm getting kind of nervous because I don't know if the Star Cup is the best cup in the game or if I'm just being a little bit too nice to it. I guess we'll find out as I continue along. I genuinely didn't expect any of the Grand Prix to have 4 tracks that I love, and I'm kind of worried that this is going to be the only one, but we'll see. I will say this Grand Prix does lose a single point because I think Electrodome is more difficult than Mount Wario. So basically, the Star Cup ends up getting 3 points because I love Sunshine Airport, 3 points because I love Dolphin Shoals, 3 points because I love Electrodome, and 3 points because I love Mount Wario. It's kind of funny that I didn't even need to give Mount Wario a point bump because it's based off of my favorite character. I know I've been using Baby Rosalina for all of my footage, and that's because on 200cc, I cannot turn with Wario, and all the other baby characters were taken by my brother and cousins, so I stuck with Baby Rosalina. But she's kind of growing on me. Maybe one day she'll be Toddler Rosalina. Alright, so that's 12 points because I love all 4 tracks, and an extra 3 points because all 4 tracks are diverse. The Star Cup has earned itself 15 out of the possible 16 points that are available. This is going to be a hard one to beat. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to be my favorite Grand Prix at the end of all of this, but we'll see. I know I also enjoy the Special Cup quite a bit, so let's take that one on next and see what's up. What exactly is a Special Cup? I understand that the first 3 cups in the game were based off of power-ups from Super Mario Bros. So if they wanted to continue with that, they didn't really have another power-up to add. But I mean, this game came out after Super Mario World, and instead of having the feather as an item, they could have had the feather as one of the cups. Or they could have done what they did with the star and have it be an item that you can use and the name of one of the cups. In Super Mario Kart, the Special Cup didn't even have its own logo. It was just a mishmash of all three of the previous cups. In 64 and Super Circuit, they at least threw an S on this diamond background to make it somewhat relevant. But then by the time they got to Double Dash and until now, they just threw this crown on there. What is this crown? I could be wrong, but I don't think it's an item or a power-up or a character from any game. I did some minor Googling to verify it wasn't in one of the spin-offs. Well, I guess it is part of the spin-off since it's in Mario Kart, but you know what I mean. This is basically the only cup that not only is the name not really relevant to the current logo that it holds, but that logo is the only logo that doesn't have any relevance outside of what its sole purpose is, that being the logo for the special cup itself. I understand its origins to an extent. This was the unlockable cup in the early games in the series, it was the finale. In every game since Super Mario Kart, the fourth and final track of the game has been Rainbow Road, and it's always been at the end of the special cup. And starting from Super Circuit and onwards, the penultimate course has always been a Bowser track. It seems like by the time they got to the GameCube, they realized that the name Special Cup was not a good name for the cup, but at that point they should have just changed the name to the Crown Cup along with the logo. The only thing I can think of is that they wanted to keep everything consistent from the first game until now, but at that point, why did you even change it to a crown? I don't know. This bothers me way more than it should. The only other interesting tidbit here is that the Special Cup was the fourth cup in every game, except for Super Circuit because it was the final cup and they had 5 cups in that game. But to get back to the actual focus of this video, and to continue grading these Grand Prix the way I did in the previous 3 segments, in the case of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Special Cup consists of Cloud Top Cruise, Bone Dry Dunes, Bowser's Castle, and Rainbow Road. I really like the setting of Cloud Top Cruise. It's easy to take for granted because I'm frequently just racing somebody on here, but all of the details of the backgrounds of this track are so fun to look at. The airships, the random flying Koopas, the segment with the lightning over the boost pads always sticks out to me. I'd say this is a really good opening track for any Grand Prix, really. But I think the airship setting and taking place in the sky makes it a good opening for the Special Cup, considering this is the last Grand Prix for the Nitro tracks in the game. The map is a pretty simple loop, but there's a lot going on in the course itself that makes it a lot more enjoyable and more exciting to play through. I don't have too much to complain about this track. I really like the aesthetic, and I appreciate the course. I wouldn't say it's a 3-point course for me, though. It's more of a 1-point course. But I would understand if that upsets people and they think it's worth the 3 points. But for me, it's a race that I like, not necessarily one that I love. Moving on from there, we get to Bone Dry Dunes. So I've noticed over time that a lot of people tend to complain about deserts in this game, claiming that they're very bland and not as exciting. I don't know if Bone Dry Dunes gets the same criticism because it's a darker theme, and also because Dry Bones seems to have a cult following. What I will say is that I like how complex and varied this track is as you go through it, offering multiple split paths and obstacles so that you don't feel like you're just going straight through the track. I do find the jump in difficulty from the previous track to this one to be pretty steep, but we do have a Bowser track and a Rainbow Road coming up, so that might not matter. Once again, I'd consider this a good track, but not necessarily one that I love, so it's worth 1 point. Next up is Bowser Castle. In general, in pretty much every Mario spin-off game that I play, whether it's Mario Tennis, Mario Party, Mario Kart, I love Bowser-themed settings. Even in the mainline 3D Mario games, the more it looks like a traditional Bowser Castle, the more I enjoy it. And this Bowser track might be one of my favorites. It has a lot to offer, and it's fun to see how the track advances as you go through it. As soon as you start off, you enter into the castle itself, and you go through a long and eerie hallway with lasers shooting out at you. After that, you get into the anti-gravity sections where you have to dodge spike balls and flame wheels, and then the path splits off into 2 halves, and you got this giant Bowser magma monster that's just trying to punch down on you. Anyway, Bowser's Castle obviously gets itself 3 points, and some of you guys might not like this, but I am going to have to dock a point because if you put Bowser Castle and Bone Dry Dunes side by side, the theme all around just looks very similar. The Grand Prix is still going to get 2 points, but I can't give it 3 for this reason. Okay, so my view of this Rainbow Road in general is a bit complicated. When this game first came out, I thought it was really good. And that's partially because it was Rainbow Road with anti-gravity and all that fun stuff. What's interesting is, at some point, I think I saw people start to dislike this one, or it might have been the one from Mario Kart 7 that was disliked, I'm not sure. The issue I have is, Rainbow Road is supposed to be a finale, a spectacle. So in previous games, when they brought back the old Rainbow Roads, it still felt like the one that was in the Nitro Cup Special Cup finale was the best one. But they did such a good job implementing the retro tracks in this game, which I know I haven't covered any of them yet, that it's made this Rainbow Road feel inferior to almost every other one in the game for me. And part of that is because I feel like there isn't enough road in this Rainbow Road, if that makes any sense. Like, yeah, a majority of it is a Rainbow Road, but you have the section where you jump off into the rotating platform, followed by the cannon in the sky. And then there are all these like narrow tracks where you have these anti-gravity boosts that you bump into and they just fling you right off the track. And I swear, just to troll me, I seem to always get mushrooms in this course, and that just guarantees I'm going to fall off. Obviously, I've almost exclusively played 200cc in the past couple years, so that might be part of it. But I do not like this course, and it will be the first one in this retrospective series so far that gets a 0. This Grand Prix is actually doing much worse than I expected it would. Going into it, I didn't think that I would have this much to say about it, to be honest. But that's kind of the fun part of this project. I'm not just looking at whether I like a stage or dislike it, I'm also looking at how it compares to the tracks around it. And I'm going to take this a step further and say that the difficulty curve is not good here. I feel like the first track starts you off good, but then the jump to the second track is way too steep, and it just kind of stays really difficult until the end of the Grand Prix. In the context of the actual Nitro Cups themselves, I think the Special Cup being the most difficult cup is a good choice. But I think as you evolve through the tracks in this cup, it doesn't do a very good job. So to summarize, Cloud Top Cruise earned 1 point. Bone Dry Dunes earned 1 point. Bowser's Castle earned 3 points. Rainbow Road earned 0 points. The 4 tracks weren't fully diverse, they were more semi-diverse because of the 2 that were similar, so they only earned 2 points instead of 3. And the poor difficulty curve means that they don't earn that point. The Special Cup is unfortunately my lowest scoring Grand Prix. It comes in at 7 points. Next, we'll be looking at the retro tracks in the Shell Cup. Is it a stretch to say that Mario Kart might be the best series at nostalgia pandering? If you set aside the booster pass, the DLC, and all the deluxe stuff that came with Mario Kart 8, then DS, Wii, 7, and 8, basically half of the franchise, have all had half their games cater to retro tracks, which is basically just nostalgia pandering. And that's not even including all the extra cups that were in Mario Kart Super Circuit. So that's really 5 out of the 8 games that had all these retro tracks piled up onto it, basically taking up half of the game. But I might be alone in thinking this. It doesn't feel like nostalgia pandering. And I'm not even saying that because of how much care they put into the tracks to make them more fit for the game that they're being ported onto. Tracks that were good for 8 racers became good for 12 racers, became good for underwater sections, and became good for low gravity. But I'm not even talking about that. It's more along the lines of these games all feel so uniquely different that when the old track makes it over to the new game, it no longer feels like the old track anymore. It feels in some ways more like a tip of a hat or an homage. I mean, this isn't something that's completely unique to Mario Kart. It's been done all throughout the gaming community. But when you look at the full package of what you're getting in every Mario Kart game, all of the new stuff, like the characters, the items, not necessarily the game modes unless you're playing DS. The whole package feels new, regardless of how much old stuff there is in there. It's similar to Smash Brothers, for example. Or what I would most associate it with is like playing City Escape in Sonic Adventure 2 and then playing it in Sonic Generations. You get the feeling, but it's the modern feeling. Regarding the legacy tracks, I know a few of you were asking if I was going to tackle them in a different manner. Like, if the score was going to change based off of how well they remade it. I think the best answer I can give is maybe. I'm trying to grade all these stages based off of how they feel to play in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And I think it would be very difficult to put the retro tracks against the Nitro tracks if I was considering how well the retro tracks were remade. Maybe in the future I can make a whole different set of videos where I put the remakes head to head to see which one was remade the best, but that's not something I can even put on my radar right now. What I will say is that subjectively, I might end up liking a stage more or less depending on how it was remade. But I'll be completely honest with you guys, the only Mario Kart game I have been playing for the past decade is probably just this one, with the occasional visit to Mario Kart 64, but even then it's like once every 5 or 6 months. I mean, at most, you might just hear me be like, oh yeah, I remember playing this one on the Wii. I loved it. But that's about the extent of it. And I think that's for the best because, like I said, I'd really like to focus on the tracks that are in this game and how they compare with one another. And it would just get way too convoluted if I was comparing how well a remake track was doing compared to a new track. But anyway, starting from the Nintendo DS and onwards, we got introduced to 4 new cups in every game, starting with the Shell Cup. This is kind of neat because up until now, the cups were based off of power-ups that we got in the actual Mario games. Now, I know the mushroom and the star were also items throughout the Mario Kart series, but if we just focus on that, then I can't pull this whole discussion out of my ass. Also, seeing as how it was a mushroom, a fire flower, and a star, leads me to believe that it was not based off of that, since the fire flower was not an item in Super Mario Kart. Although Bowser's CPU did have that fireball, but that might be different. Not sure. We obviously also had the special cup, and that's because we're all special at the end of the day. So when they decided to start doing legacy tracks and they started making 4 new cups, they changed the game a little bit. Rather than basing it off of mainline game power-ups, they started to base it off of actual Mario Kart items. And I know what you're thinking. There was no leaf at the time. And you're right. I thought the same thing too. And then I realized that they were just pulling stuff out of thin air. But then, I actually opened up Wikipedia. Because even though I promised myself I wouldn't spend too much time on each of these scripts for unnecessary information, I felt that I can't tell myself what to do, and I'll do whatever I want. If you look at the actual lineup of items in DS, it starts to make sense, because really your choices are the triple mushroom, which they already have a mushroom cup, they don't want to do that. The golden mushroom, which they probably felt was too intense of an item and too similar to the mushroom, and I realized they added the golden dash cup later with booster pass, but you know, that's like way beyond when you have too many tracks. Fake item box didn't really make any sense for a cup name. Triple banana, triple green shell. The red and blue shell didn't really make any sense unless you were going to have a green shell cup, a red shell cup, and a blue shell cup. Basically, your only options left over are the Bomb, Blooper, Bullet Bill, and Boo, and those are all characters. With the final item being the lightning, which made the cut and was actually the 4th cup. So the way I see it is they wanted to make it based off of items, and they picked the 3 items that not only made the most sense, but were also really iconic. The green shell and the banana and the lightning were all pretty iconic for every game leading up to this point. And then when they ran out of things to add onto it, that's when they had to go back to the retro stuff. And with really nothing to pick from Super Mario Bros. 1 or 2, the leaf was the next logical item from Super Mario Bros. 3. And they just wrote it out for the next few games until we got to Mario Kart 8's DLC. Do I have any factual backing for any of this? No, I do not. Do I care? Also no. But if I'm going down a rabbit hole for these videos, I'm taking you all down with me. But that's enough fumbling around. Let's get into the actual topic of discussion and look at the tracks that were in the Shell Cup in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Starting off, we have the Wii's Moo Moo Meadows, the Game Boy Advance's Mario Circuit, the Nintendo DS's Cheep Cheep Beach, and the Nintendo 64's Toad's Turnpike. I'd say that once upon a time I thought that Moo Moo Meadows was pretty good, and that's largely because I just love the Wii era. But playing it now, I always feel like it's very underwhelming and kind of boring. It's a pretty empty track with really the only exciting thing there being the cows. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I love these cows, but they're just not doing it for me anymore. The one excuse that I could potentially make for this track is that it is the first retro track in the game, so it's meant to be something simple. But I mean, if you think about Mario Kart Stadium and how much of an impact that track had being the opening Nitro track in the game, I think they could have found something retro that would have fit the part better. The whole theme of the track is cute, I guess, but it's not really a track that I am willing to give a point to because I pretty much will never go out of my way to play this track unless it just randomly pops up. So the first retro track of the first retro kart in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe gets a big fat 0 points. Thankfully, I think the GBA's Mario Circuit can brighten the mood a little bit. I think the fact that they added the anti-gravity section to some of these retro tracks is very cool, and I think it's even more cool when they did it with Super and Super Circuit tracks. On the surface, Mario Circuit looks very boring, but once you actually get into it and you get all the little chances to drift and the little bits of oil to dodge, plus I like that they give you the option to get into the pit zone to grab the item box, forcing you to determine whether it's worth taking a chance on the item or not. I like this track, it's worth a point. It's not worth 3, that would be way overselling it. Honestly, I don't know why they didn't just start the Shell Cup with Mario Circuit. I feel like it would have been a much better introduction to the retro tracks than Moo Moo Meadows was. But that being said, I think the two tracks do just enough to differentiate themselves from one another between the aesthetic and the low gravity section and all the dirt bumps along the way in the Moo Meadows. So while I did contemplate punishing the two for being too similar, I'm thinking that would have been a little harsh. Next up, we have the DS's Cheap Cheap Beach. I think I have a bias for these tropical watery levels. Also, Mario Kart DS was awesome. I remember when I would play this track on the DS, I would think that it sucked because it wasn't Koopa Troopa Beach, but my mind has changed on that, thankfully. Now, I was able to look past the previous two tracks, both having the outdoorsy green grass theme on the outside, just because I felt like they differentiated themselves enough. The issue is with these simpler tracks that have loops that go all around, when you're looking at the actual way the track is played, it gets very repetitive if they're not complex. I had the same issue with the Mushroom Cup and the Flower Cup being intro tracks, where it started to feel like that they all had figure eights. And I had initially thought that I was being a little bit too hard on them until I got to the Lightning Cup and the Special Cup and saw how different all of these tracks can be once they start implementing all the little tricks and gimmicks and turns. So I think having 3 tracks in a row that all feel like introductory level simple loops is hard for me to ignore, and as such, this Grand Prix is not going to get the full 3 points for diversity, it's only going to get 2 out of the 3. But just like Mario Circuit, Koopa Beach is going to get the 1 point for being a course that I like, not a course that I love. Up next is Toad's Turnpike. I think this one tends to get hated by a lot of people, which might surprise you guys all when I say that I absolutely love it. I actually hated it on the Nintendo 64 because I always felt like I got my butt kicked on there. But with 1080p and 60 frames per second, it's no longer as frustrating. Also, I think it's the first true figure 8 track in the game so far. Although I don't know how true weaving around traffic is to a figure 8 race course. But I think the simple focus of dodging traffic or deciding whether to use the walls on the side or to grab items and risk and reward and all that fun stuff makes for a very interesting track, and I'm actually going to give this one 3 points. So to quickly recap, the Wii's Moo Moo Meadows got 0 points. Game Boy Advance's Mario Circuit got 1 point. The Nintendo DS's Cheap Cheap Beach also got a point. And the Nintendo 64's Toad's Turnpike got 3 points. The Grand Prix in total earns another 2 points for being kind of diverse. And I'd say there's actually a pretty good difficulty curve here. None of the stages are absurdly difficult, but there's definitely an upwards trajectory starting from the first one and making its way over to the fourth one. That means the Shell Cup has only managed to earn 8 points. Next time, we'll see how the Banana Cup does. I really need a pick-me-up here because I feel like the last 2 Grand Prix have drastically underperformed. With the shell being used as the first logical emblem of the Mario Kart retro tracks, it seems pretty logical that the next one they would use would be the banana. You might be able to argue that both the shell and the banana are both equally as iconic in the Mario Kart series. The difference between the shell and the banana is that the shell is iconic to Mario in general, and the banana is only iconic because of Mario Kart. Well, that and Donkey Kong, but yeah. So it would make sense that if you're going to put 2 of them, you would make the shell go first and the banana come second. The only issue I have with this, and really it's more of a preference thing than anything else, is that the emblems are a little too yellow. Star Cup, Special Cup, Banana Cup, and Lightning Cup. Nearly half of the now base 8 cups of the game are some variation of yellow or gold. It makes it feel a little bit dull, like there's no variety, but at the same time, I mean, these are tracks that you're racing for a cup, and cups are usually trophies that are gold, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Actually, let's talk about the Special Cup for one more minute. I still think that when they changed it to a crown emblem, they should have changed the name of the actual cup itself to a Crown Cup. But I've since realized that the crown does exist in Mario. In pretty much every 2D Mario game, when you max out your life counter, they replace the number of lives you have with a crown as a placeholder for I think one of the tens digits or hundreds digits depending on the game. And if I'm not mistaken, in the case of Super Mario Bros., that was if you had 10 or more lives. So your life counter would go up to 9, and then after that would be a crown. Which means when they made it over to the GameCube and decided to make the 4th cup a crown, that might have actually been a lot more brilliant than I thought it was, because the crown is basically the 4th object in that game that would actually be smart to implement as an emblem of a cup. Because your other choice would be what? A Buzzy Shell or a hammer from a Hammer Bros? The 1-Up Mushroom would be the other choice, but I think for similar reasons as why they didn't do the red shell, that's why they didn't do the green mushroom, basically. But back then they weren't basing cups off of objects that enemies had. So now that I think about it, the crown actually makes quite a bit of sense if you're looking at it from the angle of what was available in Super Mario Bros. And the name Special Cup, I can take it or leave it. I don't know if they specifically used to call the number of lives having a crown next to it special. Maybe that's why? I don't know. But as it stands, at least now I agree with the emblem a lot more, if not the name. In general, the Banana Cup is considered as difficult as the Flower Cup, where it's slightly more difficult than the first one, in this case being the Shell Cup. And while it's not always true, the Banana Cup has historically mostly taken traps from the Mushroom and the Flower Cups of the previous games. In the case of Mario Kart 8, however, this is the first time a Banana Cup does not have a single previous Flower Cup course. And not just that, this current iteration actually has 2 tracks from previous Special Cups. But that's enough banana talk. For the sake of not wasting your time anymore, I think we can get right into this analysis. The Mario Kart 8 Banana Cup consists of GameCube's Dry Desert, Nintendo 64's Royal Raceway, the SNES's Donut Plains 3, and the 3DS's DK Jungle. Before I even get started, I'm going to make a little bit of a guess that most people already don't like this one because it contains a Super Nintendo course and it contains a desert course, and those 2 things are usually set to the side as fast as people set the city's tracks to the side. So as I mentioned in previous segments, I don't often revisit these older games, and my memories are often blurred between the different tracks over the different games in the series. I thought Dry Desert was the same track as the one from the DS game. I just figured when I was playing it on DS, it was a remake of the GameCube one. But no, it turns out that was Desert Hills and I just mistook them. And now that I'm saying that out loud, maybe that's why nobody likes the desert levels. But anyway, while this track is simple, I mean it's the first track in the Grand Prix anyway, so it should be fairly simple, it also offers a ton of chances to drift, including the giant whirlpool of quicksand that you can drift around. There aren't too many long straight paths, and I think that makes a world of difference compared to the courses from the previous Grand Prix, for example. I'd say this track is worth a solid point. Not 3, but it's not 0. I don't know if this is a hot take, but Donut Plains 3 is an easy 3-pointer. I'll be honest, half the time when I'm playing the Super Nintendo courses, I don't know what they're called because a lot of them look the same. But when I'm in the actual course and playing, I know which ones I love and which ones I don't. And this is definitely one that I love. It feels like despite the fact that this is such a simple concept, taking these flat courses and making the walls around them and everything, they do so well to make it exhilarating. I mean, just looking at the map alone, you can tell this is a lot more complicated than the Mario circuit in the previous segment. Admittedly, that was on the Game Boy Advance and not the Super Nintendo, but they're very similar. Even the little things like the bridge over the water, the wet spots on the ground, just feels to me like it took a track that could have been considered very boring and made it a lot more fun to play. I like how unique this track feels compared to the first one too. And it's simple to understand. This is an example of having a good difficulty curve while also having diversity between the first 2 tracks in the game, both in regards to aesthetics and the map layout, but still being able to implement pretty basic courses all things considered. Next up is Nintendo 64's Royal Raceway. And I will say that this track basically takes everything that I wanted from Mario Circuit in the Flower Cup and makes it much better. The only cool thing about Mario Circuit compared to this one was the view you got of the castle while you're upside down on the Mobius Strip. But over here, the cherry blossom trees, even like the little swan paddle boat in the lake in the beginning, they gave this track so much love, and I already thought it was pretty good on the Nintendo 64 version. They did make it so that you can no longer drive up to the castle, but I understand that. The track layout is complex, the hot air balloons in the air, even the ramp leading up to the hot air balloons. It's all just such a fun level to play. I feel like if you were going to make a demo for Mario Kart to appeal to people that haven't played Mario Kart in a very long time, this would be the track to choose. It's another 3-pointer, but it's also an uptick in difficulty, and it checks off the diversity as compared to the previous 2. The Banana Cup is currently doing really well. And before I even start the actual analysis of DK Jungle, I will say that they earn a pat on the back because they were able to make the Donkey Kong track the finale of the Banana Cup. I appreciate the care they put into that, because no other Mario Kart game put anything DK related in the Banana Cup. The 3DS's DK Jungle is inspired by the Donkey Kong Country Returns series. You see some of the familiar faces from the Tiki-Tac tribes. You face a whole load of complex, tight, narrow spaces where you have to really be careful with your drifts. A few opportunities for pretty simple shortcuts that are actually harder to pull off than they appear. When you're driving through the actual jungle, it feels like you're driving in the Nintendo 64 DK stage, which has a nice little callback. Plus they have that giant rotating golden banana too. This is obviously another 3-pointer for me. I even love that the actual cup itself is not only a banana, it's a banana sitting on a barrel. Let's tally up the scores. This should be pretty easy because the banana cup almost got a perfect score, but it just fell a little bit too short. And that's primarily because the dry desert only got 1 point instead of the 3. But again, I don't hate the desert level, it's just not a level that I would go out of my way to play. So there's 1 point for that track, 3 points for Donut Plains, 3 points for Royal Raceway, and 3 points for DK Jungle. As far as diversity, all 4 tracks in this Grand Prix are daytime stages. If I'm not mistaken, it is the only cup in the game that has 4 daytime stages. And despite that, I consider this Grand Prix to be fully diverse. The jungle and Royal Raceway might come a little bit close, but I think the waterfalls and the general Donkey Kong Country aesthetic makes it so that it varies enough from the Royal Raceway. And I have 0 complaints about the difficulty curve. I think each track gets a little bit more difficult as you move along, which means they get the full 3 points for the diversity and the extra point for the difficulty curve. Adding it up, the Banana Cup has earned 14 points, which is just 1 shy of the Star Cup. But I think this is unintentionally a good example of why I weight things differently when I do the scores. There were 4 tracks that I loved in the Star Cup, and the only reason it lost 1 point was because I felt the difficulty curve wasn't perfectly implemented, whereas over here in the Banana Cup, I felt they had a great difficulty curve, but there were only 3 tracks that I absolutely loved. For all intents and purposes, these 2 Grand Prix both made 1 mistake, but one is more valuable of a mistake than the other. But still, these are 2 of my favorite Grand Prix, and they are probably going to be hard to beat. Next, we'll be tackling the Leaf Cup. I'm so excited to start talking about the Leaf Cup because I have a very big feeling it's going to be close to a perfect score. This might just be a me thing, but I always feel like Wario and Waluigi tend to get the best track themes in these games. Something about the absurdity of their tracks and the music and just what's going on all around it has always made me look forward to one of their races, starting from way back on the Nintendo 64 and until now. I feel like whenever the designers like to make something that's more wild and gimmicky, they automatically assume they should attach one of the Wario brothers to it. Which is kind of funny because Water Park technically has references to the Wario brothers in it. Like there's a big Ferris wheel with the W on it. I think there's a few other things that pop out as you race around the track. But it's not an official Wario or Waluigi named track. And my personal headcanon is that they did that because it was pretty tame. You know, when you think of Wario and Waluigi, you think of cannons, you think of explosions, you think of pinball, dirt roads, motorcycles, stadiums, all that fun stuff. Not a tame old water park that you take your grandma to. I feel like the only reason they added any of those references in there was because water starts with a W-A and so does Wario and Waluigi. But to get back to the Leaf Cup, I think I mentioned this a few segments ago when I talked about the Shell Cup, so I won't go as in-depth into it as I did last time. But as a quick summary, I'm of the opinion that when they decided to add the retro tracks to the game and they wanted to make 4 new cups for them, they decided to go the item route instead of the power-up route. But beyond the shell and the banana and the lightning, nothing else really checked the box for being a good item to use. So they decided to go back to the power-ups like they did for the Mushroom, Flower, and Starman. But since they no longer had any items to grab from Super Mario Bros. 1, and Super Mario Bros. 2 doesn't really have any power-ups, they ended up going into Super Mario Bros. 3, and really from that giant pool, the most obvious one to grab was the Leaf. At least this is all my opinion of how they determined that the Leaf Cup would be next. Still, they put it in the order before the Lightning Cup because I think the Lightning Cup just kind of had that oomph to be the final one. Here's an interesting tidbit. If you leave out the crown for the Special Cup, which I will because I've talked about that way too much in the previous segments, of the remaining 7 cups, the Super Leaf is the only one that's not included as an item in the game. Actually, it gets a little bit more interesting, if you find this stuff interesting. But of those 7 cups, again, not including the Special Cup because the crown wasn't ever an item, the Super Leaf only ever appeared in a single game. Meanwhile, the Mushroom, Starman, Banana, and Lightning have been in every single game. The Fire Flower also surprisingly has made very few appearances, only coming in Mario Kart 7 and 8. But at least there were fireballs in previous games. But even despite that, the leaf made it into the game and then was dropped on the immediate next one. And yet it still stands tall as one of the primary 8 cups in the game. But anyway, let's look at the Leaf Cup. It is the 7th Grand Prix in this game, and the 4 tracks include Wario Stadium from the Nintendo DS, Sherbert Land from the Nintendo GameCube, Music Park from the 3DS, and Yoshi's Valley from the Nintendo 64. I don't know if it's just me, but before I even get into the analysis, I feel like this is a very loaded cup. Not even thinking about the analysis, just thinking about how iconic each one of these tracks are. I feel like their originals are all some of the most memorable ones of the franchise. Maybe Sherbet Land is the one that sticks out the least, but I doubt that because usually the snow levels are remembered. But unfortunately for the Leaf Cup, I am not grading based off of how iconic the levels are. Fortunately, however, we start off with Wario Stadium. 3 points. I'm not even going to tiptoe around this one. I love this track. It checks off so many boxes for me. Wario theme, check. Came from the DS, check. And aside from that, I guess the track is good too. In all honesty, I think they actually drastically improved this compared to the DS version, and I already thought the DS version was really good. Which is a pretty common theme in this game, and something that I think Mario Kart 8 deserves a lot of credit for. Almost every track that it brought back was an improvement, at least off the top of my head they are. I know there are a few outliers in there. Rainbow Road from the Nintendo 64 comes to mind because a lot of people don't like that they made it only a single lap. But as far as track layouts, I personally feel like they were all improvements, and would actually love to hear people's thoughts otherwise in the comments. Because with all of the upcoming retro tracks as I go through this, that way I can give the ones that people thought were not an improvement a deeper look to figure out why exactly they failed. But anyway, in regards to Wario Stadium, I've always liked the heart in the middle of the map. Of course, if you rotate it just right, it becomes a W. Or maybe it's meant to be a profile of Wario's face, because the top part looks like his nose, and then it looks like there's the mustache to the right of it. The bottom could be his chin, and the heart could be his mouth. I can't find anything online to back this, but I swear they were trying to do something with Wario in this map. And the original DS version didn't even look like this. Anyway, I like the anti-gravity section that they added onto here. The underwater portion also adds a little bit of a fun, unique element to it. My favorite part is the little humps with the speed bursts over the mud. And that portion where you jump through the flame rings is always so awesome. Okay, I think I'm gushing too much. The final thing I'll mention is that I think it's hilarious how shafted the Nintendo 64 version of Wario Stadium has gotten ever since the DS version came out. Makes sense to me because I think it does everything better than the Nintendo 64 version. I didn't realize it back then. I was always kind of offended that they gave it the same name but not the same track. But no, it's clear to me why that one hasn't been brought back yet. It would need a complete overhaul. But that's enough of that. Easy 3 points. Let's move on. Sherbet Land is one of 8 snow tracks in the entire game. But even within the winter theme, there are different types of snow levels. I mean, just comparing this one to the one that I covered prior, Mount Wario, they're clearly 2 very different types of tracks, aesthetics and all. Mount Wario is something that I would compare to DK Summit, but Sherbet Land has always given me Frappe Snowland vibes from the Nintendo 64. So much so that when I took a long break from Mario Kart 8, somewhere around 2020 for a year or two, when I came back to it, I was pretty sure Frappe Snowland was in this game, and it's because of Sherbet Land. There's a lot I appreciate about this track. The divide to the underwater segment I think is pretty cool. The course takes place at night, you can see the northern lights in the background, you can see some fireworks, there's a cool cave section. The map is a pretty complex loop offering a bunch of chances to drift. And I don't know, for me it's always felt like a course that does nothing wrong and does a whole lot right. I definitely don't love this track the way I liked the previous one that I was talking about, or even a handful of the other 3-point tracks that I had discussed. But I know this is more than just a 1-point track. This could easily be one of the highest 1-point tracks or one of the lowest 3-point tracks. It could go either way. I'm going to round up and give it the 3 points in this instance because I really like the vibe of the stage in general. I don't know, something about the nighttime snow theme just makes me feel warm for some weird reason. I know this might not make sense, but I feel like my biggest justification to give this one 3 points is I gave Dolphin Shoals 3 points, and I feel almost the same about this one as I do on that one. But I will add that I think that they got the order wrong. I think Wario Stadium is actually a more difficult track than this one. So at the end of all this, I definitely won't be adding that single point for the difficulty curve. But the 3 diversity points are still up for grabs. Next up is Music Park. This is starting to get unfair. It's a music-themed track, so you know I'll eat that right up. You drive over a piano and all these different types of instruments. You get to boost off of a drum. And the part with the music notes bouncing up and down is so memorable to me. I mean, even the piranha plants are having a good time here. How could anybody not feel like this is a 3-point track? It's unique in its design, it's unique in its map layout. These are the types of Grand Prix I dream of, when everything is just so different, and nothing is completely boring. Like through this whole Grand Prix, the most boring one is probably Sherbet Land, and that's not even that boring. It's got the northern lights in the sky. Yoshi Valley, interestingly enough, is a track that I think was improved when it was added to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but I also like it less in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I feel like when you got to the section where the entire map gets tangled out, it used to be a lot more interesting in the Nintendo 64 version. Over here, it's not quite as enticing, but I'll tell you what, they still have the giant Yoshi egg, the aesthetics look amazing, the overall theming is fun. It's a track that I think many people started to like less because once everyone figured out the optimal route, they stopped caring as much about the whole maze aspect of it. But I think even if you know exactly what the fastest route is, it's still a pretty fun track with a lot of difficult turns to make. I mean, in my opinion, it was phenomenal on the Nintendo 64. Over here, it's still very good and one of the top tracks that I look forward to playing. But I will say that while Sherbet Land, I felt like I was rounding up by giving it the 3 points, Yoshi Valley getting the 3 points is just barely on the line. On a bad day, I could have dropped it all the way down, which means this is actually my second Grand Prix to sweep up all 12 points available for the tracks. I'm actually not surprised at all. I knew before I started when I looked at the names of the tracks that this was going to be a good one. I did surprise myself that when I started actually getting to the critical aspect of it, I started noticing some things that might bring it down. But when I put this next to the Star Cup, which is the other one that I gave 12 points to all the tracks for, it actually makes full sense to me. All 8 of these tracks are some of the best tracks in the game for me. These are all tracks that if I was scrolling through the list, I would pick them to play them. But to officially tally up the scores, we have Wario Stadium with 3 points, Sherbet Land with 3 points, Music Park with 3 points, and Yoshi Valley with 3 points. The Grand Prix gets an additional 3 points because I think every track does a great job being diverse, but similar to the Star Cup, I think the difficulty curve needed some work. I'd probably have gone Sherbet Land first, followed by Yoshi Valley, followed by Music Park, or Wario Stadium. Actually, those two can go either way, I'm not sure. But yeah, that means we're at 15 points, which, like I said, it ties the Star Cup. Still haven't managed to get one to get the full 16, but at least these two and the Banana Cup together have managed to get pretty close. 3 out of the first 7 Grand Prix scoring this well is not bad at all, and is actually better than I expected. But I do think it's funny that the 2 Grand Prix that I picked have a music theme, a Wario theme, and a snow theme. But let's see how the Lightning Cup does. I have high expectations of the final cup of the base game. Do you guys remember when the Lightning Cup was considered the finale? Who'd have thought that after all this time, the base game would only be a third of what the final product would look like? Although I guess there's a bit of a discrepancy of whether you consider Mario Kart 8 its own game compared to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Because if not, then the base game is 12 tracks, and seeing as how something like 85% of the entire Mario Kart 8 user base bought this game on Switch, then maybe it's time to stop referring to the Lightning Cup as the end of the base game, unless you're specifically talking about Wii U. There's probably a whole separate discussion we can have about how the Switch legitimized the Wii U, but I don't know if this is the time for it. Also, I feel like that was a popular topic on everybody's YouTube feed 3 or 4 years ago, so it might be a little bit outdated now considering how long the Switch has been out, and how much it's sold. But one final bit of trivia before I move on. If I'm not mistaken, Mario Kart 8 is the only game to be the best-selling game on 2 different consoles. The Lightning Cup is unique in that it's the only cup to make a shift from being a Nitro Cup to a Retro Cup. And that's because when Super Circuit came out on the Game Boy Advance, they decided that they wanted to have 5 cups. I'm assuming back then someone just figured the Lightning is the most powerful item in the game, so they might as well make that one of the cups. But I guess they figured the Star Cup was more climactic because they made that one 4th and slotted the Lightning Cup in 3rd. With obviously the Special Cup being the unlockable cup that comes out last. Then when they got to GameCube, they ditched the whole 5-cup setup, so the Lightning Cup was dropped. I do wonder if this was their chance to get rid of the Special Cup and they had thought about it. I mean, you can tell they were thinking about something because they switched the emblem to a crown. But they must have just decided to keep the Special Cup in there because if the Lightning Cup replaced the Special Cup, then that would be a whole other emblem you gotta think of for the 4 retro tracks. My guess is once again that it would have been Leaf and Feather Cup at that point, but maybe they just felt like the Feather did not have a commanding presence as much as Lightning did. But anyway, I am scoring them based off of this scoring system you see on the screen in front of you. Take a second to pause the video if you'd like to memorize it. I figure since we're effectively 1/3 of the way through the game, it's about time I actually start making a chart for this, so I'll share that on screen now. It seems like I'm already enjoying the retro stuff more than I was the nitro stuff. I'm not completely surprised by this. I think they decided to put some of the simpler stuff at the front of the game so that it would get more enjoyable as you go on. Obviously, there are exceptions and outliers, but that's just how it goes. And before actually getting into the analysis, I think similar to the Leaf Cup, when I look at the 4 tracks available for the Lightning Cup, in my mind, I'm already thinking it's going to be another sweep. Let's not jump too far ahead though. I'd like to give each one of these the respect that they deserve. And hey, maybe I might figure out that I don't like one of these as much as I thought I did. The Lightning Cup is made up of the Nintendo DS's Tick-Tock Clock, the Nintendo 3DS's Piranha Plant, the Nintendo Wii's Grumble Volcano, and the Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road. So right off the bat, this comes from the DS, which is a game that I held very dear to my heart, and then it's also based off of Tick-Tock Clock, which is actually one of my favorite stages in Super Mario 64. So it's very hard for me to remove my bias for this. But I will say that if you look at the track itself, I'm pretty sure this is the only clock-themed stage in the entire franchise, so that's already pretty unique in and of itself. There are obviously different things that have been used to some extent in other courses. The little wheels on the side right before the finish line that speed you up or slow you down, I'm pretty sure have existed elsewhere. The big circular hub in the middle of the track that you have to pass through is just a giant clock now, but it's not like there haven't been little hubs like this that existed throughout the game. But the track has 2 or 3 segments that really makes it stand out amongst the rest. The map even looks like a deformed 8, but manages to not even remotely feel like you're playing a figure 8 track. I don't think I need to spend a whole lot of time justifying my reason for giving this one 3 points. I'm pretty sure this is well loved throughout the fandom. In saying that, I'm assuming a few of you will share why you don't like it in the comments, and I look forward to reading that. I do think that there's a scenario where the novelty might have worn off for some people, but I think for the most part, this one is pretty loved. Following Tick-Tock Clock, we jump to the 3DS's Piranha Plant Slide. This track kind of takes the whole concept of running through a Mario stage and jumping into a pipe maze and going underground and runs with it. It gives me the same surreal feeling I got in Cloud Top Cruise when I realized we're all driving on that climbable vine. This wouldn't necessarily be the main track that I choose, but I think this would be one of the tracks that I'd pick to be an actual stage in a 3D Mario. The view from the starting line alone makes me want to play this theoretical 3D Mario game. Anyway, when the race starts off, you immediately enter the pipe, and then just mayhem ensues. I like how the track evolves a few times as you run through it. I like the various hazards and obstacles you have to avoid. The low ceiling really gives you that claustrophobic sewer vibe. And I love the view and angle of the underwater section followed by the part where it blasts you up to go end up outside again. Complete with the classic brown castle walls and the Goombas all over the track. This is another one of those tracks that could either be a high 1 or a low 3. Similar to Sherbetland, since it's a unique track, I'm going to round up to make it a 3. Next up is Grumble Volcano, and I always mix this one up with Bowser's Castle. Specifically the track in the Special Cup here in Mario Kart 8. Which I actually assumed was kind of intentional because now both the Special Cup and the Lightning Cup share similar final retro and nitro tracks for their final 2 courses. Because obviously they both close off with the Rainbow Road. For all intents and purposes, this has always felt to me like a Bowser's Castle stage, except it feels like things are a lot more in ruins. The track is even crumbling as you go through the laps. The magma volcano starts off in the distance, and then you eventually make your way towards it. The map layout itself is unique, the obstacles are unique, there's a lot of chances for drifting, a lot of hazards to avoid. I often feel like Mario Kart Wii tracks tend to get overhyped just because of the hype of the Wii itself, but I don't think this is one of those tracks that got overhyped. I can kind of understand why people might view this aesthetic as bland or samey. I guess in the same way people often criticize the desert tracks. But what can I say? Part of the reason I love this one is because it reminds me of Bowser's Castle, and likewise, it gets 3 points. Okay, so first and foremost, Rainbow Road for Nintendo 64 plays like an actual Rainbow Road should play, in my opinion. They made a few changes to the track, mostly for the better, and primarily to add bumps for speed bursts and anti-gravity sections. The visuals in the background are some of my favorite thing about this track, and I think it actually does a better job than the original Nintendo 64 did. Which might be blasphemous because I think a lot of people had nostalgia for it back in the day. But I think the main complaint most people tend to have is the fact that they shortened it from 3 laps to 1. The other complaint I usually find is that people can't cheese it with shortcuts anymore. but I feel like that's more of a discussion that occurs with the more competitive scene. In general, I'm okay with the shortening because I remember one of the biggest issues and complaints that people had with the Nintendo 64 version was that it was too long. I've seen people argue that there should be 2 laps in the race, but I don't know, 2 laps just feels awkward to me. You either fully commit and go for the 3, or you shorten it up and go for the 1. I think it's okay that this is only 1 lap long. Also, the big thing about a lot of these Rainbow Road tracks, specifically this one, is that it's a single long track. There are no divisions, no alternate routes. I feel like increasing the length of it with its lack of uniqueness in that regard would make it a lot more boring, actually. You have just enough in there to make it enticing for 1 lap, but for the most part this kind of gives me Final Destination vibes. Like if I ever Mario Karted 1v1 without items, I feel like this is the track that I would choose. But I've never 1v1'd in any Mario Kart, and I've never not used items. Partially because we only recently got to actually turn off items, but mainly because this is Mario Kart, not Forza Horizon. I appreciate how vibrant they made the rainbow on this track too. The darker contrast of the colors makes it easier to stick out so that you're not mistaking it with the other tracks. I mean, you also got the golden railings that are a good callback to the Nintendo 64 version, and the bouncing chain chops and the train in the sky. I don't know, I feel like there's just a lot to love here, and I feel like the more road of a rainbow that Rainbow Road has, the better of a Rainbow Road that it is. Which is why, not only do I think this is better than the Mario Kart 8 Rainbow Road, which got 0 points if I need to remind you, this is good enough to get the 3 points. I remember when I got Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U and had to 100% complete it, this was the last track I had to do. This felt more like a finale than the other one did. This felt more like a finale than any other track did. And if they were only going to give us 8 cups and they were never going to give us DLC, I'm glad they chose the Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road to be the finale of this game. Even if I'm frequently getting blue shelled at the last second and not having enough time to make it up for it because this track is so short. But let's quickly tally all this up. Nintendo DS's Tick-Tock Clock, 3DS's Piranha Plant Slide, Nintendo Wii's Grumble Volcano, and Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road all earned their 3 points. I'd say they've all also earned their 3 points for diversity, and that's talking both in the aesthetics and in the map layout. A couple of them did get close because they were a simple circuit, but the complexity and the amount of turns more than made up for it. So really the only thing left is to determine if this is going to be a perfect scoring Grand Prix, or figure out if it's going to fall 1 point short like the Star Cup and the Leaf Cup did. It all comes down to the difficulty curve. I think the narrowness of Rainbow Road makes it the hardest track, so that one is at least in the right spot, so we'll move that one out of the way. I initially thought that Tick-Tock Clock might be a little bit too hard to be the first track in the race, but after thinking about it again, while it is pretty difficult compared to a lot of the other tracks in the game, I think it's still simpler than the other ones that are in this Grand Prix. It's probably the most complex first track in any of the cups in the game, but it's still easier than what follows. So really it all comes down to whether or not I think Piranha Plant Slide is easier than Grumble Volcano. Piranha Plant Slide for the most part is not too crazy, but there is the part where you get underground inside the pipe that I always seem to fall down in at least once per lap. That segment in there alone makes the track more difficult than anything in Tick-Tock Clock, I think. Now, Grumble Volcano doesn't have anything as difficult as that one segment of Piranha Plant Slide either, but I noticed the Grumble Volcano puts you into this false sense of security, where you think that the track gives you a lot of space to move based off the visuals, but in actuality a lot of times you end up off the track on the side and you have to build your speed back up, making it pretty difficult to remain at top speed. In addition to that, it's a much larger track with many more split paths, so you have to be on your toes and know when to react appropriately. And finally, as you advance through the race and the different parts of the volcano crumble and the tracks just get narrower and narrower in certain segments, I think while it's close, this does actually increase the difficulty compared to the last track. Which means it took me 8 Grand Prix to get here, but I finally found a Grand Prix that I would consider pretty much flawless at this rate. Now, like if I was to rank every single track that I played in this game, I can't guarantee that any of these 4 tracks will make it into the top 5 even. But what I do know is that when you put them all together, in the order that they're in, this so far makes for the best Grand Prix in my opinion. And the only reason I say so far is because if we do have a tie between multiple Grand Prix by the time I get to the end of this, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Partially because I'm still not sure what the tiebreaker is going to be, but we'll figure it out. But hey, we officially reached the DLC. Next, we'll be covering the Egg Cup. The Egg Cup is the first Grand Prix of the next phase of this game, the DLC phase. Or I guess you can consider it the third phase of this game if you view the Nitro phase as phase 1 and the Retro phase as phase 2. Or I guess you can also consider this the 9th Grand Prix of the base game of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, since we haven't made it to the Booster Pass yet, which would be considered phase 2. You know what? This is just the Egg Cup. Here's a fun question. What came first, the Yoshi or the egg? No, I'm serious. Did they first decide they were bringing back Yoshi's track from GameCube, and then decided to make the egg the emblem? Or rather, did they decide to make the egg the emblem, and then figured, hey, we got another Yoshi track, let's bring that one in here? I really hope you guys have been enjoying my conspiracies regarding the emblems, and why specific ones were picked and when they were picked, because we are about to get on with that. Some of them are a little bit more obvious, specifically these DLC ones before we even get to the Booster Pass. But I think there are a few out there that have some interesting points that will be worth discussing. But we'll get to that when we get to that. After Mario Kart 8 Deluxe released, there were 2 different DLC sets that came out, actually within a year of release. I didn't realize they were that close to release for some reason. The first one dropped roughly 6 months later, and the second one dropped about 5 months after that. The biggest talking point was the inclusion of the Zelda stuff, as well as the Animal Crossing stuff, primarily tracks and characters. Also, I think this is where Tanuki Mario, Cat Peach, and Dry Bowser and a few other things came in, some accessories, some carts. And I'm pretty sure there was an update for the game at the end of all of the DLC, and that's when the 200cc was added to all the tracks. I don't know why I find it so bizarre that all of this stuff was added within a year of the launch of the game. But I guess when the Wii U's shelf life was only like 3 years, it makes sense. This is going to bother me a lot more than it should, but the Egg Cup is the only cup in the game that has a single retro track. The Booster Pass is more mixed. I think all of the Grand Prix there have at least 2 or 3 retro tracks. But what bugs me here is that the other 3 DLC cups all had 2 and 2. 2 retro tracks and 2 new tracks. I kinda wish they would have sacrificed one of the new tracks and just made it even, and they could have rearranged everything so that the Egg Cup and the Bell Cup could be considered retro cups, while the Triforce Cup and the Crossing Cup could be considered Nitro cups. But no, who cares if people like organization? Regardless, by the time we made it to the DLC, all the rules went out the window. They put an egg in there. You can argue they put in the egg because the last one that was added was the leaf from Super Mario Bros. 3, so they figured the Yoshi egg from Super Mario World would be the next edition. I feel like it should have been a feather, but, you know, then you couldn't put Yoshi's Circuit and be like, hey, this is the Egg Cup with Yoshi's Circuit. If I sound bitter, it's because I am. But let's move along. Up on the screen is the scoring system for how I'm going through all of these Grand Prix, as well as the current scores from the previous segments. In Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's Egg Cup, the opening track is the GameCube's Yoshi's Circuit. The second track is the brand new Excitebike Arena. The third track is the brand new Dragon Driftway. And the fourth track is the brand new Mute City from the F-Zero franchise. Starting with Yoshi's Circuit, I think it's really cool that the map is shaped like Yoshi himself. I know this was initially out on the GameCube, but still, I would take a figure Yoshi over a figure 8 any day of the week. I also like how the track takes place on the outer edges of the island that you're on. Also, I just realized this is an island shaped like Yoshi. This is Yoshi's Island. Or I guess Yoshi Island. And throughout the island, you drive through Yoshi's Tunnel. That one is actually named that. And you get a few different chances to overtake your opponents via either shortcuts, or boost panels, or ramps. I think this is overall a good track to start things off. It can get really competitive, at least it does with us, and I think it's because of all the turns that occur throughout. Much like many other Mario Kart tracks, if I'm not immediately in first place and being comfortable, I'm usually getting bombarded by a bunch of different items. A part of me wanted to give this one 3 points, strictly because it's shaped like Yoshi, but when I'm actually playing it, it just feels like a good track overall. Not a great one. I wouldn't say 3 points, I'm going to give it a 1 point. Next up is Excitebike. I don't know if there is more of a love it or hate it track in the game. Well, I guess Baby Park probably beats it, but aside from that one, this must be the most love it or hate it, and they're both for the same reason. I do think it's a bit unfair to group them together because Excitebike is a lot more elongated. You don't often find yourself lapping other players, and getting hit by an item doesn't automatically mean 4 other people are getting hit as well. Plus, I don't know, I feel like knowing how to time when to jump off of the ramps is pretty fun when you're playing in 200cc, especially because it's not always in your interest to fly off of there. You gotta know which one to skip sometimes. Also, I must have been playing this game for years until I realized that the ramps were actually randomized, And nobody that I was playing with knew either. Come to think of it, I think Excitebike comes up at least once every single time we play Mario Kart. We being me and my brother and cousins whenever we play this game. It's unanimously loved by all of us. I think it's clearly a 3-pointer for me. Also, this is not really relevant to the score itself, but I love that they took the classic Excitebike and turned it into a modern 3D racer. They don't need a sequel, just throw it into Mario Kart. Keep that thought in mind for later. Next up is Dragon Driftway. This track kind of reminds me of Snake Way from Dragon Ball Z actually, and that's because you're traveling on top of a dragon. Which I know is not a snake, but close enough. This is a massively difficult course to get used to, and newcomers will definitely suffer on this one. But it's just filled with so many turns, so much mayhem, so many opportunities to fall off. It's a track that's so obnoxious it makes me love it. Add on to that the phenomenal aesthetic and theming here, and it's easily a 3-point track. I don't always win when I play this one, but it's never a dull time. Remember how I said Excitebike did not need a sequel because you can simply just throw it into Mario Kart? Well, I guess this ain't no F-Zero 99, but it's something. Mute City feels like Rainbow Road, but without the aesthetic. I'm guessing how someone feels about Rainbow Road will largely determine how they feel about this one. When you're playing this track on 150cc, it feels like you're playing Mario Kart on an F-Zero track, and if you're not hitting every single one of the boost pads, you're not having fun. But on 200cc, oh man, this gets pretty close to how F-Zero feels. Or at least how I think it feels, because I haven't played F-Zero GX in a very long time. Plus, there are no items in that game, but you know what I mean. A part of me wants to say that if I could change one thing about this track, there would be more opportunities to fall off. Less walls around the sides, basically. But at the same time, I fall off a ton on this one, even with the walls that it has. I mean, the footage here specifically was terrible. This is one of my worst races so far. Which is why I'm even more surprised that I'm still going to give this one 3 points. But you know what? Sometimes it's not about how good you're doing, it's about how much fun you're having. And I know that anytime Mute City comes up, I'm having a lot of fun. I often hear people say that Mute City is not good because Big Blue is better. But I don't think one track being better means that this one can't be considered good too. It's entirely possible they're both top tier, just one is better than the other. As far as the diversity of the tracks are concerned, you have a map shaped like Yoshi, driving around on a road next to the coast. You have a yellow dirt bike track with basically just 2 turns on it. You have a literal dragon you're driving on with a whole load of turns all around. And then you have Mute City, which is unlike anything else in the Grand Prix. I think it's pretty obvious that this is a fully diverse Grand Prix. The difficulty curve might be a whole other discussion. So I'll say I know for a fact they're not going to get a point for this one. But just for fun, I actually want to lay them out in a manner of which I think a proper difficulty curve would be implemented. Because I think they might have all 4 of them in the wrong place. I understand why they chose to start off with Yoshi Circuit, because it's the Egg Cup. Their choices are either to have the Yoshi Circuit be the final track or the first track, and it didn't make sense to have it being the final track, since it gives more of an early track vibe. But I think Excitebike Arena is clearly the easiest one here. It has the simplest map layout. Even with all the jumps in there, it should be the easiest one for anybody to get through. Beyond that, I'd say Yoshi Circuit would be second at that point, but that's only because the other 2 are super complicated. In almost any other Grand Prix, Yoshi Circuit would easily be the 4th track in the game if we're going based off difficulty. Mute City and Dragon Driftway are not the same type of track, but they have a lot of similarities in that they're long and windy tracks. Again, if I had to compare it to anything, it would be the Rainbow Road style of track. And while I don't think Mute City is easy per se, especially as you approach abrupt turns if you don't slow down, Dragon Driftway just has all those different snaking moments that are so much easier to get knocked off. Which is why I think it's more difficult than Mute City at the end of the day. So if I was picking the order, it would be Excitebike, Yoshi Circuit, Mute City, and then Dragon Driftway. Which is why I'm not going to give the Grand Prix the difficulty curve point. But to quickly tally everything up, the Egg Cup of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's Yoshi Circuit from the Nintendo GameCube earns a single point. Excitebike earned 3 points. Dragon Driftway earns another 3 points. And Mute City earns another 3 points. And the tracks being fully diverse means they get an additional 3 points on top of that. Which means this is the first Grand Prix to come away with 13 points. It's not quite up there with the best of them, but also not so low that it hangs around the worst. Also, I kind of like that my lowest score still sits around the 7 mark, because at the moment I wouldn't consider any Grand Prix to be a failure. That might change later, but at minimum I like playing everything. It would be a bit unfair if I was ranking everything from a 1 through 8 and giving out all these 1s and 2s, because that would imply they were pretty bad. I think it's all a matter of perspective. Maybe this is kind of like a bell curve, so everything automatically gets that first, whatever, 7 or 8 points. And then the really bad ones that are going to be coming up, if they're coming up, will score lower than that. But there are still a lot of Grand Prix to cover. I'm not even halfway through this whole ordeal. But next time, we'll be covering the Hyrule-inspired Triforce Cup. This one isn't even from Mario. Okay, more conspiracy time. So the Triforce Cup makes sense. They wanted to add Link, they wanted to add Hyrule Circuit. Pick the Triforce Cup, boom. Now I'm starting to think that the reason they actually picked the Egg Cup is because they figured, hey, we can do Triforce and that can be for Link. But we need another symbol for somebody else and that could be for them. So in the last segment, I was thinking maybe they picked the egg because they wanted to bring something in from Super Mario World. Now I think they picked the egg because they wanted something to represent one of the characters in the game, but also be a power-up and an item and an object and etc, etc, etc. So they couldn't do a crown. Well, they've done a crown, but they couldn't do a crown cup now because they already have a crown for the special cup. And a cap cup didn't really make sense at the time, but watch this space because they will most certainly do a Cappy Cup in the next game, if Cappy is not one of the characters. Although if this Egg Cup is anything to go by, they might make him a character, an item, and an emblem. I don't even know, there's no rules anymore. Anyway, my point is that Yoshi is really the only logical thing here that counts as a power-up. So they're able to say Egg Cup, and it would still kind of be in line with everything else. And then they're like, well crap, now we gotta bring back a Yoshi track. And then instead of making 4 brand new tracks for us, they decided, scrap that, do 3 brand new tracks, and bring in Yoshi Circuit from GameCube. I'm sure you don't need me to connect any more dots for you. Basically, the only reason that the Egg Cup was not made up of 4 brand new tracks was because Link had to be in this game. But that's not the most important talking point here. A part of me wanted to make a point about how Hyrule Cup contained the first track that was from outside of the Mario franchise. Of course, this is with the caveat that you assume that Donkey Kong is part of the Mario franchise. But then I realized we just covered Mute City. That was the first one. Although technically they can both be the first one because they came in on the same DLC. Either way, this DLC really shook things up. We obviously have the whole situation with the emblems no longer making any sense. This weird mishmash of new tracks and old tracks together in the same Grand Prix. And then I realized this is the only cup that has Rainbow Road not as the final track. At first I was thinking it was clear it's because they wanted to end the Grand Prix with the Hyrule track, since that was the big hitter. But then I realized something else is that every single Grand Prix that contains retro and new courses in it, including the previous Egg Cup and everything that's coming in the Booster Pass, automatically has all of the old tracks in there first before they get to the new tracks. Which is why Rainbow Road comes second in this Grand Prix, because although it's only 2 tracks, it's the finale of the retro portion of it. I do wonder if that was a happy coincidence. That probably plays into the whole discussion of why Yoshi Circuit was first as well, and why Wario's Gold Mine and Rainbow Road come before the other 2 tracks in this cup. But whatever the case is, this DLC set a precedent where going forward, every single upcoming Grand Prix will always have the retro tracks first. But anyway, here's a current reminder of what I'm scoring and how I'm scoring it. Feel free to pause the video if you need to recap. I don't want to waste everybody's time recapping all that stuff. I only like wasting your times on theoretical emblem conspiracies. Anyway, the 10th cup of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that being the Triforce Cup, starts you off with Wario's Gold Mine from the Nintendo Wii, Rainbow Road from the Super Nintendo, the Ice Outpost, a brand new track, and Hyrule Circuit, also a brand new track from the Legend of Zelda series. Is Wii's Wario Gold Mine still popular as heck? I remember it was very popular back on the Wii days. I've played this version so much that I can't even remember how the layout of the Wii one was. But it adds on to what I've said in all the previous Wario tracks that I've covered so far. It's really dynamic, kind of crazy at times. It has a bunch of different shortcuts, even locations where you're going through a cave and being chased by bats. They added some good anti-gravity elements here to make it a little bit more enticing. The map layout is a simple circuit, but this track is not simple by any means. And as per usual, the fact that it's from the Wii and the fact that it's a Wario track is not even needed for my personal bias. I just love this track. I love how competitive it can get. I love the whole mine setting it has going, especially when you consider it's Wario, so obviously he's mining something. That something, of course, is gold. But whatever the case is, he has his shady system going over here. This is a 3-pointer. I don't know what to tell you. I think every single Wario track so far has gotten 3 points. But I do often find myself revisiting this one, and I'm never groaning at the thought of playing it. Okay, so I actually have a lot of thoughts about the Super Nintendo's Rainbow Road, but those thoughts might be about Rainbow Road in general. I think I've mentioned previously, but the more competitive a Rainbow Road is, the more I enjoy it. I just want a pure track where you're racing and there are minimal obstacles. I don't need it to be completely flat terrain with nothing exciting going on. This is Mario Kart after all. I'm not looking for a 1v1 Final Destination type battle. But I want to be tested, and I want to feel like if I do good, I'm going to win. Obviously not counting for blue shells. This is the 3rd Rainbow Road I've covered so far. I didn't feel that was the case with the first one, that being the Mario Kart 8 version. The Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road did a lot better, but it still had a little bit of wackiness to it. I don't know that I'll change my mind later when we get to the 3DS and the Wii versions of Rainbow Road, but I'm pretty sure the Super Nintendo version is my favorite. And I'm strictly saying that because I think this is the one I've played the most. The credit probably goes to my cousin. I think he tends to pick this one a lot because he thinks he's the best at it. And maybe he was at one point, but the more he's picked it, the better the rest of us have gotten at it. The track is all around very simple. Really, you gotta master the turns. They're all sharp turns with minor obstacles in the way, and little areas where you can potentially save a little bit of time by jumping around a tight turn. There's also thwomps on the track that don't feel entirely useless. You may easily hit one of those during the race, if not more than one. Something about this track just makes it feel like it's a pure race, a pure test of skill. Again, by Mario Kart standards, so there's still items and everything involved. But I know when this one comes up, I'm leaning forward, I'm focused, and I'm playing through and hoping that I can win. Because sometimes falling off the track once is what decides it on this one, but that's after hundreds of races. That being said, I'm obviously going to give this one 3 points. Next up is Ice Ice Outpost. I don't know why, I always thought this one was inspired by Ice Climbers. But now I'm realizing there's absolutely nothing to do with Ice Climbers in here. I mean, it's not something that I've obsessively thought about, but there was a few times where I was like, oh yeah, it's the Ice Climbers track. But then, no, there's nothing Ice Climbers related here. Does anybody know? Someone leave a comment. It is unique because it is an ice stage, and we usually only get 1 or 2 of those per game. But it is kind of cool that you don't actually spend that much time driving on ice or snow. Rather, you're spending your time on this split yellow and green anti-gravity track. I think it's cool how the 2 different tracks take turns changing elevations so that you can easily fall off of one and land on the other. It's a good way to keep things competitive so that players don't feel like they're completely distanced from somebody else. It also allows the driver to use some tactics to figure out which one is the more optimal route to take at which specific time. I don't usually find this one to be a crazy difficult track. If anything, it feels kind of simple. It seems like the main focus here is the fact that there are 2 halves of a track. Honestly, in a lot of ways, this is kind of boring. I don't think I would ever go out of my way to play it, and sometimes when it comes up, I'm like, oh, it's this one. Okay. The only reason I'm considering giving it a point instead of 0 points is because of the aesthetic and the uniqueness of the split tracks. But honestly, the way the split tracks are laid out, most players won't even have to think about the fact that they're on 2 different tracks until they get very good at the game. So in Hyrule Circuit, you start out in the fields of Hyrule. You go through a little bit of a windy path with minor bumps in the road, some rupees to collect, and a few ramps you can trick off of. Eventually, you get to glide into Hyrule Castle. Make your way around the narrow corridors using anti-gravity sections, take a roundabout around a Master Sword, get back out into Hyrule Village, and a few more windy paths take you back to the start of the race. Here's the map layout. The reason I'm actually going step by step through this track is because I think the only reason this one is loved is because of the setting and the theme of it. Having the Hyrule music, Hyrule Castle, the rupees. I understand it. I get it. I loved it too. And I still love that aspect of it. But at the end of the day, if I'm looking at this strictly from a gameplay perspective, there's nothing about this track that really entices me. I don't think it's a 0 track. That's out of the question. I don't hate it at all. But if you were to remove all of the Zelda stuff in here, it might be. It just feels like they leaned too much into the fact that this was a Zelda track rather than making it a phenomenal track. I personally started feeling this a few years ago because I always thought this was an amazing track, and then when I actually played through it, I'm like, it's kind of simple. Again, it's good enough. I'm not going to hate playing it, and I am going to enjoy the setting every time I play it, but I'm also not going to give this one 3 points. And while we're on the topic of discussion, I understand that they wanted to make it so that the retro tracks came before the newer tracks. But that also means that they put the 2 more difficult tracks prior to the 2 easier tracks. So I'm not going to give this Grand Prix the single point for the difficulty curve. And since I'm already kicking Epona while it's down on the floor, while I find the aesthetics of these stages to be pretty good at keeping themselves distinct and diverse, no matter which track I'm playing, I feel like I'm just going in a giant circle the entire time. And I know that many of you will argue that, in essence, when you're playing Mario Kart, you're just going in a circle racing. But I promise you, as somebody that's been scrutinizing every one of these Grand Prix, you eventually start to feel when one of them is more unique than another. I'm not prepared to give this 0 points, obviously, because that would be absurd. But instead of 3 points, I think 2 points for diversity fits in this instance. So let's quickly tally all of this up. The Wii's Wario Gold Mine earns itself 3 points. The Super Nintendo's Rainbow Road earns itself 3 points. The Ice Ice Outpost earned itself 1 point. And Hyrule Circuit earned itself 1 point. And the whole Grand Prix together gets 2 extra points for being kind of diverse, rather than fully diverse. There is no point for the difficulty curve, which means we are at 10 points. Not as bad as it sounded when I was going through it, but I guess that's because of the 2 retro tracks bringing up the average. Either way, this wraps up the tracks from the first DLC. Next, we'll be looking at the first Grand Prix from the second DLC, the Crossing Cup, based off of Animal Crossing. They really should have called this one the New Leaf Cup. The Crossing Cup was an addition to the second half of the DLC tracks that were added to Mario Kart 8 roughly a year after its release date. I feel like most people know this one as the Animal Crossing Cup, so Crossing Cup makes sense. But in the broader casual gaming sphere, I've heard people refer to this one as the Green Leaf Cup, the Other Leaf Cup, and of course some people just called it the Leaf Cup, leading to many a mix-up with the actual Leaf Cup. I'm not going to go out of my way to say that the Crossing Cup is a bad choice. I mean, it's based off of Animal Crossing. Why wouldn't you make it the Crossing Cup? But if you think about the fact that Nintendo at the time was really pushing the whole new thing for a few years between New Super Mario Bros., the new DS, new 3DS, etc., etc., the moniker for the Animal Crossing game that released in 2012 was Animal Crossing New Leaf. Feels like you could have just kept the Leaf Cup as a Leaf Cup and had this one be the New Leaf Cup. That way both of them kind of match with their emblem, and then some casuals would just think, oh yeah, it's Nintendo, this is the New Leaf. While others who know the series can be like, yeah, it's the New Leaf Cup based off of Animal Crossing. But I will admit that while the Triforce emblem kind of sticks out a little bit, maybe because it's more recognizable to me as something that's not from the Mario series, I feel like even if someone didn't know what Animal Crossing was and they saw the leaf emblem, they'd still think it was part of the Mario series. The villagers and the environments of Animal Crossing probably fit in with Mario better than the Zelda series does. I mean, Link is no New Donk City type human, but if you put him next to Mario and put the Animal Crossing characters next to Mario, you can kind of understand why one of them fits in better in my opinion. And likewise, the Crossing Leaf looks like it would be a power-up more than the Triforce does. Plus, it's green. At this point, I'll take anything that's not yellow or gold. Here's my quick housekeeping reminder that I am going through every single Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and I'm scoring them based off of this score sheet you see on the screen, and the chart below it has the scores for all of the previous Grand Prix. I don't really have too many interesting tidbits to talk about in regards to the actual legacy of the Crossing Cup, seeing as how this is a new cup, but I will say that it continues on from the previous DLC Cup and contains 2 retro courses as well as 2 brand new courses. And likewise, the order of the tracks will be the 2 retro ones first, and the 2 new ones last, with obviously the Animal Crossing one being the big finale. I could be mistaken, but I think at least in these first 12 cups, the Crossing Cup, number 1, is one of the most popular, and number 2, it's one of the hardest to get 3 stars on. I don't remember if it was hard in 150cc, but I know that I've heard a lot of people complain about getting 200cc 3 stars. Come to think of it, I remember saying in one of my previous segments that I had 3-starred the tracks on Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, but I'm actually not sure if I did it for the DLC courses. Maybe when I get some downtime, I'll actually give this a shot and just do one full video talking about how hard it is to get the 3 stars on everything. But that'll be a long time from now, because I have no idea when I'm going to have time to get 3 stars on everything. But to recenter our focus back on the actual analysis, the Crossing Cup consists of the GameCube's Baby Park, the Game Boy Advance's Cheese Land, a brand new course called Wild Woods, and a brand new course called Animal Crossing, based off of Animal Crossing. I alluded to this back when I was discussing the Excitebike Stadium, but Baby Park is probably the most love it or hate it track in this game, I think. I can't think of anything else that would be S tier and F tier equally across the board. The difference between this one and something like Excitebike is, number one, obviously everything is super flat. Number two, it's a much smaller track, so much so that they actually increased the lap count to 7. And number three, as you actually play this one, you're probably going to be lapping the people that are in last place. I think whether or not you love this track ultimately comes down to a couple of things. First one, obviously, being how much you like just having a simple track with a couple turns that you're just drifting over and over again. And the other angle of it is how much you enjoy the mayhem. Keep in mind the GameCube version of this had something like 8 vehicles that you can race again, whereas over here it's 12 total. So it takes a track that was already pretty crazy and makes it crazier. So for me, Excitebike Arena was a 3-pointer. The reason for that was I felt the longer stretches and the ramps that you fly off of added an exciting element to the race. It felt like it could be fun and chaotic, but at the same time competitive. The problem is, I don't think Baby Park is that competitive. I think it can be a lot of fun, but it's like Mario Party 1 type of fun, where everyone's just screaming and crying and in pain because of how the game is just being terrible to them. It just feels like everything that happens in the course affects everybody. A bomb dropped in the road, a blue shell hits first place and somehow 7th place is getting hit as well. There are scenarios where I can see myself enjoying this track, and in the past, I did enjoy this track, but that's no longer the case. And there's a chance that it might be because Excitebike is in the game, so I feel like that's just Baby Park but done better. But not only do I not enjoy this track, I actively go out of my way to avoid it. Unlike some of the previous tracks where I felt they were kind of lame, I don't think this one is lame, it's just not for me. And like I said, I think this is the most love it or hate it track in the game, so I imagine half of you will agree with me and half of you will say that I'm being crazy and harsh on it. But the reality is, if I was actually ranking all of these tracks based off of the amount of time I have played each one, this might be dead last. Because anytime I want to play this one, I'm just like, well, I might as well just go do Excitebike Arena. Okay, let's move on. Next, we have Cheeseland from the Game Boy Advance. This is one of those retro tracks that they took and gave it a complete overhaul, so it almost no longer resembles the old one. It's funny because this is a cheese level, but really it's a desert. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the third desert track that I covered, the first two being Bone Dry Dunes and Dry Dry Desert. Something cool about the map of this track, and I've actually noticed this in quite a few tracks, but I haven't brought it up, but in many of the retro tracks, they find a way to include a little 8 in there somewhere. And I think that 8 segment generally tends to get some kind of anti-gravity too. I also like how they play with the cheese theme. They add little holes in the ground so you can trick off of them. The track is pretty dynamic, it changes quite a bit as you go through it. There are random obstacles like chain chomps along your route sometimes. And I know I was kind of trying to push the discussion into thinking of this one as a desert course, but they do a really good job with the theming to make the cheese look kind of real. If I was to compare this to Bone Dry Dunes and Dry Dry Desert, the two tracks which I believe I gave 1 point to, Bone Dry Dunes I gave 1 point because I felt it was a little bit too complicated and not as exciting to play through because of that. Whereas Dry Dry Desert, I felt the opposite. It was almost a little too boring. I'd say this one sits right in the middle and it actually hits the sweet spot for me. I think it's a really good balance between fun and exciting and skill focused. Not that those things are mutually exclusive, but sometimes one ends up getting sacrificed for the other, like Baby Park. The funny thing is, I don't think I've actually played this track that much. It wasn't until I was playing it for this video and then going through the analysis after that I realized that this is actually a very good track. And I'm kind of glad that I figured that out because I have a very big feeling I will be picking this one a lot more going forward. So if we consider this one a desert track, currently this is the best desert track for me, as compared to what I've covered so far. Wild Woods is a little bit of a surprise. First off, random trivia, it's the only track that starts you off in anti-gravity, but isn't a full-on anti-gravity track. Secondly, they managed to kind of give you this Mario-themed course, but it also fits in with the Animal Crossing vibe. And third, the track evolves so much as you're going through it that it almost feels like it's just bits of pieces of different types of races thrown together. Like you're driving on a bridge across all these houses that are kind of canopies of some sort, and then you're going down a water slide that takes place inside of a tree. A fun little segment of speed bursting off of leaves off the ground. I feel like this one kind of got ignored because it's not based off of any character specifically, but this is a very underrated track in my opinion. Like whether you're basing it off of the aesthetic, the fun factor, how competitive it could be, I just think there's a lot going on here. It's very unique. I think this is another 3-pointer. Also, this might be a little bit of a reach, but it kind of reminds me of a modern day rendition of what the Woods levels in Super Mario World were. Part of me thinks that if they called this one Wiggler's Wild Woods or something and threw a Wiggler in there, it would be more memorable as a result. But yeah, this is a 3-pointer. And finally, we have Animal Crossing. And I think it randomly picks a version every time you play it, but you can cheese it by holding L or R or something like that. I don't remember exactly. I like the spring one because of the cherry blossom trees, and that's the only one I have footage of for this video. Honestly, if it didn't say Animal Crossing at the starting line, you could probably just slap anybody's name on this one and assume it's a Mario course. Similar to the Hyrule track, there are certain homages to the series as you go through it. They kept the coins, only this time now the counter in the bottom left corner is a money bag. Really, my only complaint about this track is that I feel like it is very underwhelming to be a final track in the Grand Prix. Obviously, the 4 different themes of it is very cool, but you don't experience that as you're going through the race. I personally would have preferred it if they just changed seasons with every lap. But that being said, they also made slight alterations to each of the tracks, not just through the aesthetics, but through the actual gameplay, like little bumps and ramps throughout. The track does contain a little bit too many straight moments for me, but they do complement it with various obstacles and making sure the road is bumpy, which helps keeping it from being too mundane. I don't feel as strongly about this as I did in Hyrule Castle because I think this one is better than Hyrule Castle, but I think the novelty of this track itself is the fact that it's an homage to Animal Crossing. And I think the whole seasonal thing helps a lot with the diversity of the course, but unfortunately when you're actually playing it, I don't think it really helps it in my scoring. This is a solid 1 for me, but it's also one that I think is very dear to the series and I'm glad it was added. I wouldn't go out of my way to play it. I think the second and third tracks in this Grand Prix are much better. Let's quickly tally everything up. GameCube's Baby Park gets 0 points because I never want to play it. The Game Boy Advance's Cheese Land got 3 points. Wild Woods, I think, might be the best track in this Grand Prix and needs a lot more praise than it gets. Also gets 3 points. And Animal Crossing managed to get 1 point. I don't think I ever took this Grand Prix too seriously because I always immediately think about Baby Park and the Animal Crossing track, but for me at least, those second 2 are sleepers, and I'm going to be playing them both a lot more in the near future. Diversity-wise, I think they do a good job with the visuals, keeping everything separate. I'm glad all of the tracks have a lot of twists and turns because if they didn't, Baby Park would really bring down the average if there was a second one that was a simple loop. Animal Crossing got a little bit close to that, but no, they did just enough to make it so that the full Grand Prix gets 3 points. But I will not be awarding the point for the difficulty curve because I think that the Animal Crossing track should have been second just after Baby Park. Which means the Crossing Cup has earned itself 10 points. I think that's fitting because if I was to put the Triforce Cup and the Crossing Cup head to head before I even started doing all this, I probably would have said I like them both the same. So I'm glad to see they got the same score. But let's just keep moving forward. Next we'll be covering the Bell Cup. This is the Super Bell. The Super Bell is from Mario 3D World. This cup is called the Super Bell Cup. You might go into this one thinking you'll see a bunch of references to something related to Mario 3D World, maybe Mario 3D Land, maybe the new Super Mario Bros, maybe anything with Mario at all. But this Grand Prix as a whole, outside of Easter eggs, probably is the least Mario Grand Prix of the entire game so far. In fact, their big genius idea to make the emblem relevant to the actual tracks, they called the subway level the Super Bell Subway. Now, while train stations do have bells, need I remind you that the Super Bell transforms Mario into a cat. I have quite frankly never been so insulted by Nintendo in my life. Okay, that last bit is a dramatic joke, but seriously, look at the tracks here. A Bowser track that takes place in a city, not a castle. A race in some kid's toy room, the aforementioned subway station, and a track based off of a whole other racing franchise. I understand that you might have stuff like a Toad level taking place on a highway, and if I was to put every one of these Grand Prix under the same scrutiny, I'm sure I would find one, maybe 2 of them that have a similar level of irrelevance. And I'm not even talking about the booster pass, I'm talking about from the first 12. The difference is if you take the Bell Cup and you put it next to all of the other tracks that were released for the DLC, this is the only one that has zero relevance compared to the tracks that you're racing. Hyrule and Animal Crossing were obvious, but even the Egg Cup had the decency to bring back a Yoshi-shaped track. Time for conspiracy. Alright, so I'm assuming at some point before they finished the base game of Mario Kart 8, they had already decided that they were going to do some DLC later. Whether that's because the 4 Grand Prix were not ready yet, or because they wanted to milk us for more cash, I'll let you decide. If you remove Excite Bike, Mute City, Big Blue, Hyrule Circuit, and the Animal Crossing track, 5 tracks that I'm assuming were pre-planned because they were from 4 different franchises, what you have left are Dragon Driftway, Ice Ice Outpost, Super Bell Subway, and Wild Woods. The one thing all of these tracks have in common is that they have nothing in common with the Mario series. They slapped a few Easter eggs in here or there, pretended Ice Ice Outpost was based off of the yellow and green Toad. Dragon Driftway gets the closest, and even that one is not that close. I'm of the opinion that this was meant to be released on the base game, either as an unlockable Grand Prix, or maybe this was going to be the only DLC. I feel like these 4 tracks would have been the 4 new Nitro Track Cup, and then there would have been 4 for a Retro Track Cup. It might have not been these 4 tracks specifically, and something from the base game could have been pushed back to the DLC, but I feel like they had designed these 4 tracks and just put them on a back burner, and figured they'd throw in a character to make it relevant to the Mario franchise later. So basically, they sold us scraps as DLC. It is my opinion that these were just generic placeholder tracks and they were added to the DLC alongside all of the iconic stuff like Zelda and Animal Crossing and Mute City and the retro stuff. So yeah, I hope you're all happy. We paid for leftover tracks. And they didn't even get creative with the emblem and go back to the retro stuff. They just slapped the most recent one that was most popular for the console that this game was releasing on. Anyway, here's my scoring system. Here's the scores. Pause the screen if you need it. I'm going through every single Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The 12th Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and final DLC Grand Prix consists of the Nintendo 3DS's Neon Bowser Circuit, the Game Boy Advance's Ribbon Road, the brand new Super Bell Subway, and the brand new Big Blue inspired by the F-Zero franchise. So Neo Bowser City is actually pretty cool for a couple reasons. Number 1, I love the sinister nighttime rain aesthetic that's going on here. Number 2, it's a city track where you're driving through roads without any actual trucks in the way, or cars, which I think is the only track in the game to have that. And beyond that, it's a Bowser stage that's not a castle, which I also think is the only track in the game to have that. And that actually might be for the whole franchise. Not sure. And this is just something that sticks out to me personally that I appreciate, but this reminds me of Neon Heights from Mario Party 7. The whole theme is some kind of futuristic city in the sky. I know this was made for 3DS, but I feel like they made the city course first and then decided to slap the Bowser stuff on there because I feel like it has nothing to do with Bowser. There are a whole lot of turns on here. This is an intense track, but I think it's a good track. Actually, I think it's a really good track. Lots of turns, lots of drifting, dynamic track elements as you advance through the race. I mean, look at this map. This is awesome. This is my kind of track. Straight up, 3 points. I can't imagine giving anything less. Next up is the Game Boy Advance's Ribbon Road, but they have done so much here to make it not look like the Game Boy Advance's Ribbon Road. Alright, so the visuals here are an A++. The whole setting where you feel like you're shrunk down to a toy inside a kid's bedroom is just phenomenal. The backgrounds have so many great Easter eggs that it's unfortunate that you miss them because you're racing through the game. But this is a fun track to just jump in on 50cc and look around and see what you missed. Something I really appreciate is that this track initially tricks you into this false sense of feeling like it's a simple race course. And there are segments of it that do feel simple. But the moments with the wavy ribbon in the sky and the random areas without any walls where you can easily jump off adds so much to this race that it makes me feel bad for any kid that jumped into this one thinking they were going to have a good time. I think the bumpiness of the road does a great job. The random moments of shortcuts spread throughout make it more exciting. Even the flying section where you gotta dodge those clown cars. I mean, if you're just looking at these first 2 tracks of this Grand Prix, it's phenomenal. Put them side by side and you realize there's even an uptick in difficulty, even though the first one looks like it should be way harder than the second one. And they're both equally unique and very dynamic. And I love that about these races. Plus, Mecha Koopas. Clearly another 3 points for me. Next up is the Super Bell Subway. This is aesthetically another great track. I think anybody that's traveled throughout the world and has gone to different train stations will appreciate this one. I like that the track finds different ways to keep you engaged, whether it's trying to lure you to take a different route along your path, or forcing you to have to dodge a train. I like that the map is another one that is very unique and not something that you see quite often. Initially, my one criticism was going to be that I felt like this was easier than the previous track, but then I realized that both tracks were actually pretty simple as you go through most of it, with the difficult moments being the floating ribbon in the previous one without the walls, and in this one it's the tight maneuvering to dodge the trains. I don't always fall off the ribbon. I feel like that might be hard the first time, but eventually get the hang of it. So I think the difficulty curve point is still up for grabs, even if it is a close one. And finally, let's take a look at the Big Blue track from F-Zero. It seems to me the general discourse is that this is the better track of the F-Zero pair. I'm personally just happy we got 2 F-Zero tracks in this game at all. And I would not be upset at all if we ended up getting even more F-Zero tracks in the next game. The first big difference between Big Blue and Mute City is that Big Blue is not a 3-lap circuit. Instead, you get one of those linear tracks where it has 3 different segments that change pretty drastically as you move forward. It also has one of those fun little Easter eggs where there's an 8 kind of thrown into the map if you squint just right. And similar to Mute City, I feel like this is a lot more enjoyable if you're playing it on 200cc, because I feel like the track was designed around that. The first segment of the race actually feels very similar to Mute City, with the big change here being the 2 different conveyor belts, one that speeds you up and one that slows you down. So now not only are you going as top speed as you can, but you also got to do your best to stay on the right half of the track. The opening third finishes, and you end up on a water slide. This is a lot of fun, and if you're able to pick up speed and momentum without bumping into the wall too much or falling off, you can really get down there quickly. And then finally, the third segment just feels like a pure race down to the end with opportunities to drift, and a few different obstacles and stage gimmicks to keep you on your toes. By all accounts, this is an exhilarating race. I don't know if I would necessarily rank it above Mute City. I feel like I'd really have to play them back to back quite a few times to figure that out. But at minimum, I think this one is worth 3 points the same way that one was worth 3 points. The track is so dynamic and very unique. It's a lot of fun to run through. The visuals, the surroundings all around are just a blast. And I like that at the end of it, there's even an S-curve just to make sure there's one final obstacle before you finish. If I was looking at the difficulty of this entire game, this might actually be the most difficult Grand Prix, in my opinion. I think when Neo Bowser City is the simplest track, you know it's just going to get ridiculous. Something about that difficulty really appeals to me, because I think part of what makes difficult stages so fun is how unique and dynamic they are. It's probably obvious to you all by now, but I'm building this up to be another 16-pointer. I think having such dynamic and difficult courses has made it so that it's clear that they're going to get 3 points for the diversity. And add on to that just how fun the visuals of all these tracks are. There's only one other Grand Prix that I gave 16 points to, and I think there are a lot of parallels between the two. The Lightning Cup had started off with Tick Tock Clock, and I think I remember specifically saying that Tick Tock Clock in any other Grand Prix would have been the final track, which is the same way I feel about Neo Bowser City. Piranha Plant Slide and Grumble Volcano both were exhilarating enough to play through that I actually had to really think about which one was considered more difficult, which is the same way I feel about Ribbon Road and Subway Underground. And Rainbow Road, I mean, I think the parallels there are pretty obvious. And finally, the Lightning Cup was the last cup of the base game. The Bell Cup was the last cup of the DLC. Maybe they have a knack to save the best for last. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a coincidence that these are the 2 Grand Prix that I found flawless in every angle. Although it is a little funny because when I look at these 4 tracks in the Bell Cup, they look like 4 tracks that could make my top 10 or maybe top 5. I would really have to think about it to figure that out. But I think they'd at least be in the running. I didn't necessarily feel that for the Lightning Cup. I felt like they were great tracks, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't sure if they would be in my top 10 or top 5. I'm not sure if that means I like this one more. Again, I wasn't really looking at this from the angle of putting them head to head. But it's definitely something I'm going to have to think about eventually, because after I get through all of the booster cups, I gotta figure out which Grand Prix I think is the best one. And we currently have 2 front runners with a perfect score. With the completion of the base game of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, we are now finally in the second half of this. Next up will be the Golden Dash Cup. I'll admit I have very little knowledge of how Mario Kart Tour works, but based off of my brief searching, I don't think any of these emblems were actually used in that game as specific Grand Prix. I can't even find evidence that game had Grand Prix. It seems like they had tours, but I don't know if that was the same thing. And for some reason they have emblems of characters in there, and they're named after the cities they're based off of. So I gotta ask you, why the Golden Dash? Well, All I can say is it seems like for the first wave of this DLC, they wanted to choose one power-up and one item. We can talk about the power-up in the next video. In the same vein that the leaf became the emblem for one of the retro cups, once you start going through the process of elimination here, you run out of things to choose. They've set a precedent that they don't want to make one called a red shell cup, and they don't want to use triples, so that eliminates those. Ba-Bomb, Bullet Bill, Blooper, and Boo, and the Piranha Plant, those are out of the question, those are actual enemies. If you're being a bit flexible and accepting, your choices are really the Feather, the Super Horn, the Boomerang, the Spiny, that's about it. The Super Horn never made the cut. Maybe you could have done a Horn Cup or something, but I think that would have been a little dumb. And even if I was going to add the Super Horn, I wouldn't make it the first one in the booster pass. The Spiny Shell, aka Blue Shell, did make it eventually, as did the Feather and the Boomerang. I feel like the right one to start with here would have been the Feather, but I have been a proponent for the Feather for a very long time. Maybe by this point in the franchise they felt the Golden Mushroom would make a little bit more sense because it is more iconic and has actually been relevant in the past 30 years. Plus you can kind of look at the symmetry. The Mushroom Cup is the first one in the base game, so the Golden Mushroom should be the first one in the booster pass. So while it might initially seem like they just chose the Golden Mushroom because it was the Golden Mushroom, well, that is why, but it also makes sense based off the pool they're pulling from. Anyway, outside of the usual emblem talk, if we're not already, one day we're going to look back at Mario Kart 8 and realize how insane it actually was. An 8th game in the franchise, that's known to come out as one game per console, gets released and lasts 3 years on a console that completely flops. During that time, for the first time in the franchise's history, they decide to add DLC. Not only is it the first time in the franchise's history, but Nintendo in general wasn't doing that much DLC leading up to that point. They were very much late to the party. The entire game and the DLC gets ported over as a launch title for the next console. Makes sense, it's one of the most popular games on the previous console. In fact, it was the best-selling one on the previous console. I remember in the initial trailers, people were actually debating whether this was going to be a port or a sequel. But no, it was basically the base game with the DLC and a better battle mode. The problem is, all of the legacy fans were not going to buy the game again. But when your console fails, the legacy fans make up a very small percentage. So who cares? And guess what? When everybody started buying a Switch, even the legacy fans went and bought Mario Kart 8 because of course they did. Now, over time, it becomes the best-selling game on the best-selling console. And then starting from March 2022 until November 2023, we end up getting 6 waves of new tracks. Sure, some of them were ported over from Tour, a lot of them are retro tracks, but that doesn't matter. They could literally port over every single old track from the old games without doing as much as a facelift and people would eat that up. And as far as the Tour stuff goes, I genuinely don't know how much the user base overlaps. I tried Tour one time when it first came out, decided it wasn't for me, and have not revisited it since. As far as I was concerned, everything from Tour was a new track. Anyway, this booster pass comes out 8 years after the game releases, which is basically double the amount of time that we usually get between all of the previous releases. And I think it was a complete success. It repumped so much hype into a game that was already hyped up. A game that basically didn't die down. Genuinely, I don't know if we'll ever see something like this again as far as Nintendo is concerned. I mean, even in the greater industry, you can talk about how long it's taken something like Grand Theft Auto to get a sequel, but that's a giant open world. This is a kart racer. I guess it's underselling it. This is the kart racer. And the best part is when we finally got a glimpse of the successor to the Nintendo console. The trailer they showed was most likely going to be the next Mario Kart game. And all anyone could talk about was Donkey Kong's face. Look at this. I wish I was wearing pearls so I can clutch them. Okay, I don't know how mainstream this is, but if you're in the Donkey Kong community, I'm sure you laughed at that. Or you were offended by it. Either way, I'm sorry. Or not. Anyway, long story short, he says after going on this for way too long, the booster pass is awesome. It doubled the size of the game, and I have enjoyed it so much. I never think of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as one of my favorite games, and I think that's such an injustice because of how much time I spent playing it. And look, by no means, I don't consider myself good at this game. Many of you have seen my footage. But I think that's part of the beauty of this title. Okay, what'd you guys click on this video for? Am I supposed to talk about some tracks or something? Let me stop wasting your time. Here's the score sheet. Here's the current scores. Let's get started with the Golden Dash Cup. This is made up of Paris Promenade from Mario Kart Tour, Toad Circuit from the 3DS, Choco Mountain from the Nintendo 64, and Coconut Mall from the Nintendo Wii. 3 retro tracks and a tour track. The booster pass follows the same conventions as the DLC. The retro stuff is always before the new stuff, but it adds on to it. The tour track is always first, with the only exception to these rules being the Rainbow Road 3DS track being the final track in the Moon Cup, one race after the new Merry Mountain. But we'll get to that when we get to the Moon Cup. Paris Promenade has a lot of pressure on its back being the first track in the booster pass. It's a 3-lap course. The course changes which way you can go on different laps. There's a lot of roads and sidewalks and an Eiffel Tower. That was my impression of every single person I've ever seen discuss these tracks. They normally always shrug them off, but I actually don't think they're that bad. The big thing that sticks out with Paris Tour is the moment with the piranha plant, I think. And on the 3rd lap, you get to use your glider to look down at the city, and that's kind of fun. This is as 1 point can get for me. I like it. It's fine, whatever. I'm not thrilled to play it, but I also won't roll my eyes because these tracks do offer a lot of challenge in them, and I think that's enjoyable. Even if they do take a few attempts to get used to focusing so you don't make the wrong turn. But I'd say this one is okay. Up next is Toad Circuit. Okay, so I am clearly not crazy into the Mario Kart community online. I've watched videos here and there, but I don't think I know what the meta opinions are with the more devoted fan base. Many of you have probably noticed that by now through watching my videos and hearing my opinions and seeing my gameplay. But if there's one thing, and only one thing I had to pick that this whole experience has taught me, it's that y'all hate anything that has to do with Toad. The amount of comments I've seen where people discuss Toad and how bad his tracks are is insane. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think all of his tracks are good. This one is as tame as it gets for me. But why is it hated more than something like Moo Moo Farms, for example? Does the bumpy road and the cows offer that much more than floating toad balloons do? This is basically a figure 8, but it gives you one spot where you can get a shortcut. And I realize that sounds bad, but this is the first track in the whole new booster pass. They needed something simple. And I've seen simpler courses get a lot more love than this one. I mean, even on the 3DS, this was the first track in the game. It was the first race in the Mushroom Cup. What more could you ask for? Mushroom, Toad. Simple figure 8 circuit. Did it need to get returned? No. But does that make it a bad track? Well, maybe, I guess, depends who you ask. I think I appreciate this one a little bit more because it's a figure 8 and not just a simple circuit. The flying sections offer a little bit of variety. That's about all I got. I'm not trying to claim that this is a great course by any means. I won't go out of my way to play it, but I also won't groan at having to play it. Maybe it's because I like the toads in the sky. Let's move on. Nintendo 64's Chocolate Mountain is up next. I was very excited for this one to come back, but I don't think I enjoyed it nearly as much as I thought I would. Thinking back to it, I don't know if I actually enjoyed it on Nintendo 64 either, or if I just have nostalgia for it because it was on Mario Kart 64. I appreciate more for how iconic it is, rather than how the track actually plays out. I do like how complicated it is and how the map looks, especially after playing Toad Circuit prior to this one. But I'm not sure, something about this feels off. I'm pretty sure I even like the DS version over this one. The main change here is the flying section, and I think the cave didn't exist in the previous versions either. Aesthetically, I think they just changed too much where it lost a lot of that value. Now, I'm not going to dock any points because it changed too much from the original, and I do actually think it's probably more fun to play this one than the other two. But I don't know, in my mind, I feel like Choco Mountain should be a 3-point track, but for some reason, this is a 1-point track at best. I don't nearly play it as much as I thought I would. And finally, rounding things up, we have the Coconut Mall from Wii. Hey, doesn't this track look like the mall from Mario Party? Sorry, all anybody could talk about when Jamboree came out was how much it reminded them of Coconut Mall. But they don't even look the same. They're just malls. I'm not saying they're not cool for being malls. I like the board and I like the track, but now that I'm thinking about it, they don't have much in common aside from the fact that they're malls. I need to go revisit my Jamboree video and make sure I didn't make the comparison. I probably did. Can I just cut to the chase with this one? It's only 1 point. I loved it on the Wii, and I was super excited to have it come to this game. But similar to Choco Mountain, it just kind of feels like it under-delivers. Like it's one of those things that was best left in my memory. The novelty of it being a mall has kind of worn off on me. Like, you dodge the spinning cars, and you have the escalators that one of them goes up and the other one goes down, and then you can either take the top floor in the mall or the bottom floor. And that's about it, but there isn't too much that changes depending on how you play the game out.
I think it's a good track. I just don't think it's as good as all of the hype generated around it is. I don't know how much of that is chalked down to nostalgia or if people know something about this track that I don't, but I feel like this one gets the hype from being a Wii game. And I totally understand that there are a lot of Wii tracks that I have hyped up because they are from the Wii, and there are many coming up that I guarantee you I will be giving 3 points to. But for some reason, this mall just doesn't do much for me anymore. I know it's not exactly the same thing, but if you compare it to something like Sunshine Airport where you're driving in and out of a terminal, this one kind of feels a little bit more plain. Which is funny because it has less planes. I know I'm sounding like I'm negative, I don't actually hate this course, but I think when I was discussing the Toad track, I had to sound a little bit more positive because it's expected to be a 0. Whereas when I'm discussing this one, and Choco Mountain before it, I probably sound more negative because I thought they were going to be 3s. Sorry folks, I really did just give Coconut Mall and Toad Circuit the same score. Please don't stop watching my videos. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first Grand Prix where there isn't a single track that I think earned 3 points. We're 1s all across, so we're currently at 4. You can throw the difficulty curve point out the window because Toad Circuit is the second track, and that should be the first track of the game, let alone of that Grand Prix. Admittedly, if by the end of all of this I discovered that every single one of the Booster Passes courses have suffered because the Tour one comes first, then maybe if we need a tiebreaker because one of these does really well, but the Tour track being first is the only thing that brings it down, I might reassess. Thankfully, the diversity in the visuals and the map layouts save this one from being the absolute worst. A city track, a circuit track, a mountain, and a mall are pretty diverse. But yeah, the Golden Dash Cup, the first cup in the Booster Pass, gets 1 point for Paris Promenade, 1 point for Toad Circuit, 1 point for Choco Mountain, 1 point for Coconut Mall, and 3 points for the diversity, and 0 points for the difficulty curve. We're at 7, tied for last place. Let's hope the Lucky Cat Cup fares better. I think this is going to be a much more positive cup than the last one. Right off the bat, I'm actually okay with the Lucky Cat Bell emblem. I may have not agreed that the Super Bell was the one that was used in the last game, but if they're continuing, this is the next one. At first I thought they were kind of taking the easy way out and they should have gone back to the retro stuff, but then I thought about it again and remembered that 3D World plus Bowser's Fury came out a year before this wave did. So it checks off the relevancy box, it checks off the power-up box, because the Golden Dash had already checked off the item box, which apparently they were trying to check both boxes off for this first wave. If this was an emblem chosen after the Lightning Cup, I probably would have more to complain about. But seeing as how this is the 6th Grand Prix since the Lightning Cup, and the rules have seemingly all changed, I at least can reward this one for being relevant, both in the games that are coming out around it, as well as what the previous power-up was used, that being the Super Bell. But let's move on from the emblem talk. While I gave a bit of an introduction to the booster course stuff in the previous segment, I think I skipped over something important that I had forgot to mention. A lot of the tracks that were brought over here were from Tour, and that's not just the Tour tracks. Many of the retro stuff, and even some of the ones that they claim are new, were actually from Tour originally. They just weren't your typical city tour. So if you notice a notable drop in quality when you're playing some of the Booster Pass stuff, that's why. Granted, a few of them do just fine and they look good too. And realistically speaking, I'm saying this but you all already know it. But I do think it's necessary to address in case one of you viewers out there did not know this. So if you didn't know, and you were wondering why a lot of these Booster Pass courses just don't look nearly as good as the main game, that's why. That's probably why a lot of them feel more bland than they should. That might even be why Coconut Mall wasn't as appealing to me as I thought it would be. But I will say that there are a lot of tracks that started from Tour that I do enjoy. I don't intend on researching to check exactly which one came from Tour and which one was built from the ground up. I'm fairly confident it'll be obvious depending on how the track looks. But at the end of the day, I don't take visuals that seriously, it's mostly about the gameplay and the design. With that in mind, I'm going to throw up the scorecard on the screen. The Lucky Cat Cup is made up of Tokyo Blur from Tour, Shroom Ridge from the Nintendo DS, Sky Garden from the Game Boy Advance, and Ninja Hideaway, a new track. Tokyo Blur does a lot better job conveying what a city looks like than Paris did. It has many of the same concepts as the other stage, however, where the track splits off at different laps and there are some difficult turns to make where you might go the wrong way. But all things considered, it's fairly simple to get through this one. In Paris, there was a piranha plant as an obstacle, and this one there's a thwomp as an obstacle. I think this track might actually be easier than the Paris one, and I think it makes for a good start to a Grand Prix. I don't hate it, I won't go out of my way to play it, it gets 1 point. And in case at this point you guys are starting to think that I'm going to give every single city track 1 point, don't worry, that won't be the case. I just think these first two are pretty basic. They're not getting 1 because they're city courses, they're getting 1 because that's just how I feel about them. Coming up, we have Shroom Ridge from the Nintendo DS. This is not a Toad track, but it's a Shroom track, so I think it gets the same amount of hate as Toad does. Especially considering you're driving through a road and there's a bunch of cars on the way. I don't really hate this one, although I admit that I do feel like it's simple in its design. I kind of like that I'm always on my toes because I never know when I'm going to go around the corner and have to dodge a vehicle. A part of me thinks this might be a little bit too similar to the Tokyo one, but a lot of this road takes place on the side of the mountain, and Tokyo didn't have any vehicles as obstacles. So while both tracks are sunny and on a road, and if there was a third track that was like that, that could be an issue, they still feel different enough to me where I would say they're both diverse. And in addition to that, I feel like the difficulty point is still at play, which is good because I was initially worried that having the tour tracks going first was going to remove the difficulty point from every one of these Grand Prix, but we at least have one out of the way. Shroom Ridge gets a point, nothing exciting, but I don't hate it. I'll have fun when I play it, but I won't go out of my way to play it. And next up is Sky Garden from the Game Boy Advance. So first things first, this is obviously not true to the original design of the Game Boy Advance version. This is a much more modernized version of the Game Boy Advance track. And the layout was also slightly altered to make it a little bit more manageable to get through. Here's my hot take. I like this one more than Cloud Top Cruise. Something about how you drift and the way the turns are lined up and the shortcuts available just make this one a little bit more exhilarating for me. And I feel like they fit the general Mario in the Sky visuals better than Cloud Top Cruise does. Cloud Top Cruise, if you remember, was a 1-pointer for me. This one's a 3-pointer. I do go out of my way to play this one a lot more than I do for Cloud Top Cruise. And oftentimes when I do play Cloud Top Cruise, I'm like, oh, let's go do Sky Garden next. This just feels like one of those lean forward and focus type of races, and I'm all for it. Let's continue on to Ninja Hideaway. The second Japanese-inspired course in this Grand Prix, actually. I think this one gets a lot of love for its uniqueness. It takes place in, around, and on top of a dojo. Spread throughout, there are upper and lower segments where you're often rewarded for taking the more difficult route. And to balance that out, it is more difficult to remain on that difficult route. The theming here is just on point. Almost every room you enter or exit, you'll see something that just kind of sticks out to you if you're looking for it. There's even a Wario reference with the garlic on the walls. I kind of wish they would have just altered this one a little bit to make it themed based off of the Bowser Castle in Mario Odyssey. But regardless, this one is working for me. It's also pretty difficult. And actually, every one of these courses has been more difficult than the previous one. When you give the map the eye test, it doesn't look that complicated, but there are so many obstacles and so many things you can catch onto that it's almost hard to predict what's going to pop up in front of you next. This is another 3-point track for me. I have a lot of fun revisiting it, and I remember just being wowed by it the first time I played it. I think when the first wave came out for this booster pass, I wasn't really that into the city tracks, and I was actually very concerned about what was to come of the city tracks. Thankfully, when a few more came out, I started to enjoy them. Toad Circuit just felt like a regular race. It is what it is. And likewise with Shroom Ridge. The remaining 4 tracks is what I was all about. Choco Mountain, Coconut Mall, Ninja Hideaway, and Sky Garden. And a lot of it was for that nostalgic appeal. The problem is the 2 courses that I was nostalgic for were both in the same cup. Those being Choco Mountain and Coconut Mall. Sky Garden, even on the Game Boy Advance I didn't play it that much, so that felt like a brand new track to me. And Ninja Hideaway felt like nothing I had ever played before in Mario Kart. I don't know at what point exactly I stopped picking the Golden Dash Cup when we'd play, but now that I'm actually analyzing it, it makes full sense to me. Once the nostalgia wears off, what's left? 2 mediocre tracks in my opinion. But Ninja Hideaway and Sky Garden were not tracks that I was playing for the nostalgia. They were tracks that I felt I was getting very competitive in and really enjoying playing them and revisiting them. I just never really thought about it all until right now. Anytime we play online, I almost never select anything from the Golden Dash Mushroom. But the 2 courses I love in the Lucky Cat Cup, I'm definitely selecting those ones. And then even when you look at the Grand Prix as a whole, it follows a proper difficulty curve and you have the 4 courses that are diverse. The first wave of the booster course pass might have seemed underwhelming in hindsight, but I don't think it's necessarily as bad as everyone makes it out to be. I don't know if it's just my arbitrary circles, but it seems like everybody's always just going on about how great Coconut Mall is and maybe Sky Garden and nothing else. Ninja Hideaway was hyped up at one point, but it seems like that hype has worn off for a lot of people. but it hasn't for me. But anyway, let's officially tally this one up. The second cup of the first wave of the Booster Course Pass of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Lucky Cat Cup's Tokyo Blur, earned a single point. The second course, Shroom Ridge, earned a single point. The third course, Sky Garden from the Game Boy Advance, earned 3 points because I loved it. And finally, Ninja Hideaway also earned 3 points because I loved it. All 4 tracks are unique in their design and unique in their map layouts, so they earn another 3 points. And the difficulty curve is consistent going from 1 to 4. So there's another point there. Believe it or not, this cup is the first one to earn 12 points, which is actually not bad at all. 4 points shy of a perfect score because it has 2 tracks that I like instead of love. I'm not really trying to grade all of the different waves, but I say this is a good start. Which is funny because I remember when it first came out, the hype was crazy for it. But now looking back, it just seems so underwhelming compared to everything else that's about to come. But really, that's primarily because of the Golden Dash. I think the Lucky Bell did good enough, and I think the upcoming Turnip Cup is going to do just fine. We'll discuss that on the next segment.
Well, I guess if there was one thing to grab from Super Mario Bros. 2, it would be this. It seems like after the first wave of the Booster Course Pass, they decided to turn back time and fill in the blanks for any game that they skipped. Although it does kind of annoy me that in this wave they decided to go with the Turnip and the Propeller. Once again ignoring the best power-up in the entire series, the Feather. I guess the Turnip has made a few more appearances throughout the years. Pretty sure it was in the Luncheon Kingdom in Mario Odyssey. But then they just went straight to the new Super Mario Bros. Series, and after that it was like Galaxy and Odyssey and whatnot. You could argue that maybe they were saving the Feather to be one of the big finales, but after the Feather came the Cherry. So I doubt that. I don't know who at Mario Kart hates the Feather. Even when they bought into this game, it's a multiplayer exclusive item. But the more I go on about this, the more it angers me. But to be a little bit more positive, I'm glad they brought the Turnip in. I wonder if back when they brought in the Super Leaf, they were actually debating to bring in the Turnip. Maybe when they figured they ran out of items from the first Super Mario Bros. Game, they thought about Super Mario Bros. 2, but didn't have enough confidence in their decision to going with the Turnip, and that's why they went to the Super Leaf. Which makes sense, to be honest. But still, when you have 12 new Grand Prix to fill up, every emblem becomes good all of a sudden. It's like when you're hungry and you open the fridge but nothing looks appealing. But then 1 hour later, when you're 1 hour hungrier, all of a sudden your standards are not quite as high. And at that point, you eat the turnips. This is probably more information than you guys need, but I had to actually edit this thing. Most of the emblems that I've used for the thumbnails and in these videos were very easy to find high quality versions of, primarily because most of them exist in this game to some extent. There were a handful of them where I had to grab from something else and maybe rotate it or upscale it a little bit so it fits in better with the rest of them. Like I had to use the Wii's Crown Cup emblem, for example. The Fruit, the Super Bell, the Lucky Cat. For the most part, I just had to either smoothen out the outside or make the border look a little bit better before I added the black borders. The problem I had with the Turnip is that there is no 3D model of the Turnip that faces forward. And this is probably something that you guys have all already noticed, but my brain tends to catch onto things that are not all that important for no reason. So I wanted the emblem for Mario Kart 8's Turnip Cup to match what I used as a PNG. So for the Turnip, I actually had to remove the eyes and bring in the eyes from the Flower Cup so that it could be facing forward. The area on the top, which I'm going to refer to as the hair of the Turnip, I just accepted that it was going to be as it is. Figured nobody would notice. So it's probably counterintuitive that I'm even telling you guys all this. But yeah, if anybody ever wants a file of a Turnip facing forward, shoot me a message and I'll email it to you. Here's my courtesy reminder that I'm going through every single Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I've wasted enough of your time. It's time to discuss the Booster Course Pass's Turnip Cup. The first track is a tour track, New York Minute. The second track is from the Super Nintendo, Mario Circuit 3. The third track is from the Nintendo 64, Calamari Desert. And the fourth track is the famous Waluigi Pinball. So here's a random tidbit. New York is one of my favorite cities in the world. First time I even went was in my mid to late 20s. But now I find myself going back there almost every year. I am by no means a New Yorker. When I go there, I probably stick out like a sore thumb. Especially considering that when I go there I spend way too much money at the Nintendo store.
And while I think they did an excellent job picking some of the best cities around the world for Mario Kart Tour, I was pretty hyped for New York Minute before I even got to play it. The assets have a lot of that plasticky feel that some of the earlier tracks did, but I still love the way that this looks. The track starts you off in Times Square with a giant Donkey Kong tower right in front of you. Feels like you're in New Donk City, which is also based off New York. As soon as you start, you make your way straight into Central Park, which I think the nighttime setting makes it look more unique than it would if it was daytime. Once you make it back to the starting line, this time you're going to go left. Back through Central Park, dodge a few bursting sewer manholes and taxicabs, and as you wrap up the third lap, you might notice things like the Empire State Building, the Rockefeller Center, and even Broadway. As simplistic as this is, and as much as I feel like they could have done so much more with it, I still love this one. It's a 3-pointer for me. I also don't find it to be too hard or too complicated, and while I think many of the other tour tracks can get samey at times, this one does a good job keeping its own personality, and I'm not gonna lie, it's mostly because of the night theme. I might have a bias for this one because of my affinity for New York, but what can I say? It's a track I love to play, and that's what gets you 3 points. Next up, we have Mario Circuit 3. I don't know if there's a better skill check in the game. Everything's flat, it's all one path with a lot of weaving. Speed bursts will be your best friend here because that's the only way to take shortcuts. I do think that this track against CPUs is really boring, but I have a lot of fun playing this one online because I feel like it's a huge skill test. One of those locked in and lean forward type of tracks. I'm guessing if you remember my opinion of the other SNES tracks, as well as some of the simpler GBA ones, then you could probably guess I was going to give this one a 3. Some tracks I love because they have a lot going on, others can get a lot of love for their pure simplicity. But when they're simple and can still be competitive and difficult, that's one of those sweet spots. After that, we get to go to the famous train of the famous desert of Calamari. I don't know if this was just me, but back on the Nintendo 64, I used to intentionally slow down because I wanted to have to stop and wait for the train to pass. I just felt like it was such a cool concept to get stuck behind the train and have to wait for it to move forward to continue your race. Now I think it's kind of ridiculous, but I have a whole lot of love for Calamari Desert just for the memories and for the way that they've improved it in this game. I know there are a lot of people that disagree with that sentiment, but I think there are also a lot of people that agree with it. I'm guessing the biggest reason this one might get hate is because it's not exactly like the original version. And I can understand that, but I like the changes in this one. I think it offers more than, for example, adding a cave in Choco Mountain. Also, for some reason, I feel like people don't consider this one a desert track. I think because it has more of that old western vibe type of desert, rather than the vast and empty yellow vibe that most of the other ones have. Anyway, what's cool about Calamari Desert is that the first lap kind of feels similar to what you would expect. You're more or less going through a similar type of track from the original, with a whole lot of shortcut ramps available if you have power-ups. The first lap is pretty basic, it's just to get your bearings in order. But around halfway through the second lap, a ramp forces you to jump onto the tracks and drive straight towards the train. This is really cool for a few reasons. Number one, on a first time playthrough, if you have nostalgia for this game, it'll completely catch you off guard. This is nothing like what happened in Mario 64. But the other reason it's really cool is because a lot of us in Mario 64 used to like to just screw around. We would get off course and we would go around the tracks, just to have fun. And I think when they were making this course, they knew that we were all doing that. It's pretty well discussed in the community, so of course they did. So I think when they did this in the second lap, that was a very smart move to appeal to us. I mean, it worked on me like a charm. Plus you have very little space to maneuver around the train, making it way more of an obstacle here than it was on the first lap. You'll even get to go through the cave and then end up back on the main road and head towards the finish line. Not only do I think this is a good retro track, I think this is one of the best ways they implemented the retro feel in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I equate this with something like Royal Raceway. Imagine in that track, instead of taking away the opportunity to drive through the castle, they instead alter the course so that you would actually drive right up to the castle and go around it. It's basically the same idea here, and I think the nod to the nostalgia of this whole scenario makes for a more dynamic track and better race in general. 3 points. Clearly 3 points. Up next is Waluigi Pinball. Instead of wasting your time gushing over a track that's probably the best one in the franchise, let's just agree that this is a 3-pointer and I'm going to talk about Waluigi instead. Mario Tennis on the Nintendo 64 was one of my favorite games growing up. I have hated Waluigi since the first time I saw him. I don't think it's because of his looks. I've always been a fan of Wario, so much so that he was the inspiration for my avatar. And by inspiration, I mean I literally took a Wario and edited it. Maybe it's because I was a short and chubby kid, and Waluigi was tall and lanky, but something about him just didn't sit right with me. Personally, the more he gets relegated into a spin-off character, the happier I am. When everybody was freaking out because he wasn't included in Smash, the only thing that was annoying me was how popular he was becoming, even though he was nothing more than a meme. And the more popular he was becoming, the less popular Wario was becoming. That just made me even more angry. And while I dislike the fact that Wario has been seen as a buffoon because of certain Mario Party content creators, turning him into a loser, the one positive of said content creators is that Wario is regaining his popularity, and his brother is once again being shoved to the back. May he forever remain a spin-off character, and may he never get his own official game. Hey, but his pinball track is dope. Triple S tier for me. Aesthetics, set pieces, uniqueness, difficulty, how dynamic it is, everything. Easiest 3 points I've ever given. Let's tally this all up. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's Turnip Cup's first track, New York Minute, gets 3 points because I loved it. The second track's Mario Circuit 3 from Super Nintendo also gets 3 points because I loved it. The third track's Calamari Desert from the Nintendo 64 also gets 3 points because I loved it. And Waluigi Stadium gets 3 points because it's phenomenal. The four tracks, I would say, are perfectly diverse. And while I momentarily debated whether New York Minute or Mario Circuit 3 were more difficult, after replaying it, I think it's obvious that Mario Circuit 3 is more difficult than New York Minute. I believe New York Minute was the first track in Mario Kart Tour, so that makes sense. They kept it simple, they kept it easy. And I think that's part of the reason it's so fun. That's 16 points and a perfect score. I'm guessing this is going to be pretty controversial for a lot of you. The Tour track and the SNES track are obviously going to be controversial. Those are love it or hate it by nature. But surprisingly, I've seen a lot of distaste towards Calamari Desert and Waluigi Pinball as well. And likewise, I've also seen a lot of love. Although I'm pretty sure they're mostly loved. But what can I say? Not only is this a 16-pointer, but it's a 16-pointer that I was pretty confident about before I even started. So I guess we can shift our focus towards the Propeller Cup. That'll do, Turnip. That'll do. As the 16th Grand Prix in this game, the Propeller power-up makes perfect sense. Up until this point, every single 2D mainline Mario game has gotten some form of representation. This is of course assuming that you view the Yoshi Egg as part of Super Mario World. But basically, with the Turnip Cup being added in the last one, Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, 3, and World are taken care of. Naturally, the next pick would be the new Super Mario Bros. Series. It'd be easy enough for me to say that the Propeller is the most obvious one to choose, but I don't like taking the easy way out on these things. Plus, as much as I enjoy theorizing about this stuff, sometimes things just line up and it makes more sense to me than I thought it would. And this is one of those moments. The new Super Mario Bros. Franchise is made up of 4 games. While there are a lot of power-ups over these 4 games, if you remove the derivatives like the different types of mushrooms or the ice flower, you end up only really having a few choices remaining. For obvious reasons, they skipped the blue shell, which means there is nothing from New Super Mario Bros. DS to pick. The only 2 things that might make the cut in the Wii version would be the Propeller Mushroom or the Penguin Suit. I just don't see Penguin Suit or Penguin Cup as being the right choice. And neither did Nintendo, seemingly. New Super Mario Bros. 2 doesn't really have anything to offer either, so you can skip right past that one. And finally, when you get to New Super U, the Super Acorn is the only logical choice, unless you wanted to do the Super Crown as well. But I'm not fairly confident about the Crown being a good choice, and again, seemingly neither was Nintendo. The Propeller Mushroom does show up again in Super Mario Bros. U, and the Propeller Mushroom is more iconic than the Super Acorn. Then it makes full sense to me that they decided to go with that first and leave the Super Acorn for later. My point being is that somebody clearly put in a lot of thought about which power-ups to take from the new Super Mario Bros. Series, and that's why we're going over the Propeller Cup today. I think the Propeller Cup is unique because it was the first one to have a new course that was made for it specifically, rather than being brought over from Tour. Although I think it released on both games at the same time, or maybe it was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe slightly before Tour. Also, we've been so Tour and retro heavy that even if there was an asterisk by this one, I'd say it's a good thing. Here's a quick reminder of what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Propeller Cup. The first track is Sydney's Sprint Scene from Tour. The second track is the Game Boy Advance's Snowland. The third track is Mushroom Gorge from the Nintendo Wii. And the final track is the brand new Sky High Sundae. Sydney's Sprint, I think, is a prime example of what's wrong with having all of these Tour tracks. I don't really have an affinity towards Sydney like I do some of the other city courses in this game, But playing through the Sydney track feels very different than playing through all of the other courses before it. And that's because this one does not feel like the typical tour track for me. And I think that's problematic because if this was not labeled as a tour track, I think it would be a lot more appreciated. Which for me is more of an issue with the tour tracks than the tour tracks themselves. People shrug these things off because they don't know which one's which, but some of them have a lot of thought and care put into them. It's kind of sad because I make the same mistake all the time. I don't know which one's which. Obviously I know the landmarks, but if I wasn't sitting down and heavily analyzing these, and someone asked me which one my favorite tour track was, I'd probably say something along the lines of, oh, the one with the soccer field, or the one with the womps. But that being said, I know which ones I love when I play them, and this is one that I love. Sydney gets itself 3 points. Next up is the Game Boy Advance's Snowland. This one tends to get a lot of hate, and at first I was thinking it was just typical hate that all of these Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo courses get, but then I realized that this is kind of boring. It's not so boring that I would go out of my way to give it 0 points, but it's like Toad Circuit boring. I know it's from the Super Nintendo, but I gave Mario Circuit 1 in the previous Grand Prix 3 points, but when I played that track, it feels competitive. The way this one is designed doesn't. I'm not saying you can't have any fun on it, I just think that it's overall very simple. It's also a lot simpler than the Sydney track, so we can take away the difficulty point for this Grand Prix as well. When I gave Wii Coconut Mall a single point, I told you guys there would be some Wii tracks that I will undoubtedly be giving 3 points to, largely because of nostalgia. This is one of them. So it's actually not entirely because of nostalgia. The track in general is pretty simple, but I think the segments where you're bouncing on mushrooms are unique and fun enough to go through that alone makes it worth 3 points. Everything else in the track is pretty simple. Although my hot take is that I think 200cc Mushroom Gorge is the funnest way to play Mushroom Gorge. And that's because you have to actually carefully time how fast you're going on the mushrooms. Because otherwise the bouncing gimmick will be nothing more than a spectacle. But let's give it the 3 points and move on. It may not seem like it on the surface, but Sky High Sundae is somewhat of a variation or evolution of Baby Park in the same way Excite Bike was. I'm guessing most people didn't realize how simple the map on this one was until way later, because when you play through it, it doesn't feel that simple. Now obviously this track is going to get bonus points for me because I love the Sweets theme, even if this is the second track in the game like that, but I feel like many people are way too harsh on this one. I don't think that was always the case. When it first dropped, many liked it. But it seems like on more and more rankings and reviews, people just point out the map layout on this one. But for me, that whole idea doesn't really make sense because there is almost no straight segment on this. None of these lines are actually lines. You're either making a jump off of one ramp to another, being forced on the fly to choose which path you want to take with a quick fork up ahead. Even on the drifts, there's no railing and you can quickly fall off. I've heard people say this one is too easy. I don't think I can agree with that. Don't get me wrong, I do think this is an easy track, but too easy? That's kind of pushing it. This is actually one of the most dynamic courses in the booster pass so far, with seldom a moment where you can just drive comfortably forward knowing you'd be safe. And it's not only a track that I like, it's a track that I love. I enjoy this one. I enjoy going out of my way to pick it. And even if it was as simple as many people claim it was, this takes the whole idea of what makes Baby Park and Excite Bike fun and just adds onto it in my opinion. The difference is that Baby Park is probably way too simple, but Sky High Sundae and Excite Bike are two very enjoyable tracks that I think are wrongly judged because of their map layout. Of course, at the end of the day, this is all subjective. I don't think there's a right or wrong opinion. I just know that, in my opinion, it's 3 points. That being said, I will say that I think this Grand Prix might be one of the easiest Grand Prix in the entire game. For all intents and purposes, Sydney Sprint might actually be the most difficult track here. Or you might have a 3-way tie between Sydney Sprint, Mushroom Gorge, and Sky High Sundae. None of these tracks are too easy in my opinion, except for the Snowland level. But overall, I think all of these would make good opening or second courses in any Grand Prix. Which is why I think the Propeller Cup is one of the easiest Grand Prix in the game, and might be the easiest one I've covered so far. Easiness doesn't make it bad, easiness doesn't even make it not good. But it's just an observation that's worth pointing out. And it's not lost upon me that the first cup that is represented by the new Super Mario Bros. Series is the Grand Prix that I'm saying is potentially the easiest one in the game. Actually, I think that's kind of hilarious and very fitting. I wonder if the Propeller Cup is even liked by many. It might get a little bit of a bump because of Mushroom Gorge, but I don't know if the rest of the tracks are necessarily anybody's top 20 or 50 even. And when you wrap those up and tie them in with Sky High Sundae, I can see people avoiding this one because they don't like Sky High Sundae. And this is purely speculation on my part, but I think a lot of people don't like it because it was built from the ground up for Mario Kart 8, or so we thought. But when you play it, it does not feel like a Mario Kart 8 course, it feels like a Mario Kart Tour track. And I'm imagining most people would prefer just having a retro track than having a tour track brought in. Especially when you try to compare the track side by side with some of the base game stuff, which undoubtedly got more love and more attention put into it when it was being made. So I wonder if somebody that might have otherwise seen Sky High Sundae as a 7 out of 10 track was so bothered by all of this that they made it a 4 or 5 out of 10. Not sure, and like I said, this is all speculation, but I genuinely don't think Sky High Sundae is all that bad. And I mean, that should be obvious because I gave it 3 points. I really enjoy this one, and I pick it often when we're playing online. But let's quickly tally this up. The first track in the Propeller Cup, Sydney Sprint Scene from Mario Kart Tour, earned itself the full 3 points. Snowman Land from the Game Boy Advance got itself 1 point. The Nintendo Wii's Mushroom Gorge earns the full 3 points. Admittedly, some of that might be because of nostalgia, but that's besides the point. And finally, for me at least, Sky High Sundae is a very good track, and I think it earns 3 points as well. As far as the diversity, I think the aesthetics do a good job differentiating themselves from one another, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to mix up any of the 2 tracks in this. But I will say that 3 of the tracks on here give that simple loop feel, where there aren't many segments that cross over and you're just going in a giant loop effectively, forcing players to rely more on the stage gimmicks rather than the actual layouts. That's not a bad thing, but because it's in multiple tracks, I feel like that I have to give this one 2 points instead of 3. Which means the Propeller Cup is going to be topped off at 12 points. It's actually a lot better than I expected it would do, and I think that's because I didn't realize how good Sydney Sprint was until I started analyzing it. Which goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. All of these different city tracks' biggest flaw is the fact that they're known as city tracks, and hard to remember which one is which. I'm guessing the average person is not writing down which one is their favorite. I know I wasn't, and I didn't know which one I liked and which one I hated until I would start the race. But hopefully, after this is all said and done, that will no longer be an issue for me. We'll see in the next segment. That one contains London Loop. We'll be analyzing the entirety of the Rock Cup. I've decided I will only be making a single Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson joke in this entire segment. With many of the games in the franchise getting all of their representation, it was now time to grab something from the Galaxy games. I guess they didn't have to technically choose a single power-up from both Galaxy games, but they did set a precedent by choosing only 2 power-ups from all of the new Super Mario Bros. Games. Galaxy 1 actually had a decent amount of power-ups to choose from. The issue is many of them felt like a derivative even if they were pretty cool in and of themselves. Or some of them just feel like they wouldn't fit. For example, the Bee Mushroom would have been really cool to use, but having a Bee Mushroom Cup just doesn't feel right. Likewise with the Boo Mushroom. I would not have minded the Spring Mushroom, I feel like that could have worked, but it seems like they decided to go with the Rock Mushroom from Mario Galaxy 2 instead. Which works for me, I feel like the Rock Mushroom was pretty iconic, although I think I would have preferred the Cloud Flower, but it's entirely possible they felt a Cloud Cup would be a little bit too vague. But honestly, my biggest surprise here is that they didn't pick the Spring, and that's specifically because Mario Galaxy 2 was never on the Switch, whereas the first game was. So I feel like they would prefer to grab something from there. But that's fine, it's not a big deal. Also, speaking of 3D Mario, I think it was a little harsh that Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine specifically were shafted. I understand they had no power-ups, but I feel like there are enough assets in those games where something else could have been chosen. Mario Sunshine would have been an obvious, you could have had the Shine Sprite Cup, and you could have easily gotten rid of the Fruit Cup for it. Mario 64, well, you can't really do the Wing Cap or the Invisibility Cap or any of that stuff. The Star Cup already exists, and that feels like it would be the only thing you can choose. Honestly, for Mario 64, I'm at a little bit of a loss of ideas. Even the Shell Cup is already there. If you guys think of something, let me know. I got nothing. Anyway, I'm not surprised this is so difficult because there are no power-ups in either Mario 64 or Sunshine. Replacing the Fruit Cup with the Shine Sprite Cup would have been enough for me, but I also really don't like the fact that they have a Fruit Cup, but I'll get more into that when I cover the Fruit Cup. This is the 17th cup in the game out of 24. These are the scores for the first 16 cups. This is the scorecard to determine how I'm grading everything. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's Rock Cup has a first track of London Loop from Mario Kart Tour, Boo Lake from the Game Boy Advance, Rock Mountain from the Nintendo 3DS, and Maple Treeway from the Nintendo Wii. Similar to New York, London is one of my favorite cities in the world. I've gone there a handful of times and I've enjoyed it pretty much every time I've gone. This one was released on Mario Kart Tour a little bit later than New York, so it does have a little bit more polish than New York does. But I also think it's a little bit more confusing than New York's is to get around. And that's because in London they drive on the other side of the road. In all seriousness, this is one of those tracks where I find myself making the wrong turn every so often. But if there's one thing I have to praise is that I think they get a lot of the best highlights of London on this track. And I like that not only do the laps vary quite a bit, but they're also pretty good about keeping them different yet equally enticing. In some of the other tracks, it felt like only a single one was the star standout of the race. But in this case, it feels like all 3 laps are pretty well balanced. That being said, while I do like this track a lot, I don't really go out of my way to play it. I feel like the simpler city tracks are done better in the simpler ones, and the more complex city tracks are done better in the more complex ones, if any of that makes sense. Basically, if we're strictly talking about the ones I covered prior, this one feels the most like Paris and Tokyo, and those were 1-pointers for me. Even if this one is a little bit better than those two, it doesn't quite reach the heights of Sydney, which I would consider a 3-point course. And it doesn't have the cool night vibes that New York had, which I think rounded it up to 3. So while I do think this is a fun one to play when you do land on it, I wouldn't go out of my way to play it, and this is definitely one of the tour courses that do feel samey. So we're going to have to settle on 1 point. Next up is Boo Lake from the Game Boy Advance. If I'm not mistaken, this is only the second haunted theme in this entire game. The first one was a Twisted Mansion way back in the Flower Cup. I haven't played Nintendo 64's Banshee Boardwalk in a long time, and I know it was brought over to DS and I liked it on there too. But I feel like this Game Boy Advance remake of Boo Lake kind of takes a little bit of everything. Wraps it all up on a Game Boy Advance track and then throws it into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is a very simple track, much like many from the Game Boy Advance. It can get pretty competitive, but it's also a lot on the simpler end. I think this track would have done much better if it didn't have any walls. The random anti-gravity sections and the underwater make me like it more than something like Snowman Land, for example. But I think if the turns were just a little bit more complex, I would have enjoyed this one a lot more. So while I absolutely love the theming, it doesn't do enough to earn that 3 points, and I'll have to settle on 1. Up next is the 3DS's Rock Mountain. Oh, that's why they chose the Rock Mushroom. Or maybe this track was chosen because of the Rock Mushroom. It's another Yoshi or Egg situation. I think for all intents and purposes, this track should have been the final one of the Grand Prix, but they knew that Maple Treeway would be the epic finale for anybody, so they didn't dare put this one after it. I'm not sure about anybody else, but this is always the track that I associate most with the Nintendo 3DS, Mario Kart. Like when I think back to playing Mario Kart on the 3DS, it's always on this track. I don't know why, I think this one might have been on the marketing material, I can't remember, but it's always the first one that sticks out to me. So the coolest thing about this track was the glider. The glider obviously was introduced in Mario Kart 7, and this track was a chance for players to mess around with that. The problem is in Mario Kart 8 that is no longer interesting, and despite them trying to add some things around the track to make it a little bit more enticing, I don't think they were able to succeed at that, and this track remains extremely simple and a bit bare bones. It's not a track that I necessarily hate or will go out of my way to avoid, but it is so boring that I would consider it a low 1-pointer. I'll be honest, up until covering this one, I didn't even know what its name was. I said what its name was. Oh, come on. Okay, its name is...
It doesn't matter what your name is!
Maple Treeway is awesome. This one's similar enough to Waluigi Pinball where I feel like I don't even need to explain why it's awesome. Whether it's the layout, the stage obstacles, the turns, the aesthetics, the nostalgia. Oh, the nostalgia. There were quite a few tracks that when their return was announced, I was extremely hyped for, but this one sat easily on the top of the list, or at least pretty close to it. It's weirdly a very difficult track for a very simple route. Part of that might be because you're going downhill, so it just feels a bit more exhilarating. But I don't know, I always felt like this one was a lot more difficult than it should be. Which isn't bad by any means, I actually think that makes it a lot more enjoyable. But at the end of the day, I know that I love this on a Nintendo Wii, and I know that I love it now on the Nintendo Switch. It is a 3-pointer, and it is in the ranking for one of the best courses in the game. And I think it might even be in the ranking for one of the most popular courses in the entire franchise. Because the fanbase absolutely loves this one. Which, of course they do, it came from the Wii. But it not only came from the Wii, it was really good. But what's unfortunate for the Rock Cup is that it's largely being carried by Maple Treeway. There are no other tracks in this Grand Prix that would really stick out. London, Boo Lake, and Rock Mountain are just kind of there. On the plus side, however, I would say everything is pretty diverse. Daytime in London, nighttime in Boo Lake, Rock Mountain just looks like an area of the Mushroom Kingdom, and Maple Treeway looks like a dream I never want to wake up from. An easy 3 points. The hard one that I gotta think about is the difficulty curve. I don't think Maple Treeway is the hardest course in the game, but it's definitely the hardest one in this Grand Prix. So that one is in the right spot. I think if London Loop was placed elsewhere, it might have still worked as being the easiest track in a Grand Prix, but when you have Boo Lake and Rock Mountain, I'm not sure I can make that claim. I'm not even sure if I can make the claim that Boo Lake is easier than Rock Mountain. So I know this one is wrong for sure, I just don't know which order would be best. Maybe it would be Rock Mountain, and then Boo Lake, and then London? I feel like if it was like that, I would have gotten the point. Which is a bit reassuring for me because now I don't feel like it's because of the tour track being first that costed the point. Because track 3 is better than track 2 anyway. So let's make this one official. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's Rock Cup gets a single point for London Loop because I liked it, a single point for Boo Lake because I liked it, a single point for Rock Mountain because I liked it, and 3 points for Maple Treeway because I loved it, and an additional 3 points for everything being uniquely diverse, 0 points for the difficulty curve, which lands them at 9 points. Man, this cup is very lucky it got Maple Treeway. It's funny, a lot of times prior to really scrutinizing these things, I like to look at the 4 tracks on the surface before I even get into it. I can kind of get a feel for something that I'm really going to like or something that I'm going to find boring. And even on the rare occasion find something that I actively avoid. When I looked at this one, the first 3 didn't really stick out to me, but Maple Treeway definitely did. And then when I started really getting into it, I confirmed what I thought. Every now and then I'll think that it's going to be phenomenal, and then when I actually start looking through the track, I'm like, this is kind of boring. But this was definitely not one of those times. Speaking of which, there are a few tracks that many of you think should be zeros, and sometimes even when I'm going through them, I'm debating between a 0 and a 1. Being this deep into the retrospective, however, I realize that zeros are a lot harder for me to justify. I've been saying all along, as long as I don't actively avoid playing the course, that means it's good enough for me. So I've kind of realized that the main reason that I avoid playing specific courses is usually because there's one that's similar but better. With so many rainbow roads in the game, it's no wonder that the one that I like the least ended up getting a 0. With Baby Park feeling like an inferior version of Excitebike, I never feel the need to go to that one. But then you have something like Moo Moo Meadows, which is a little bit different. It's better than a few of the tracks that I've given 1 point to. I can admit that. But I don't actively avoid certain tracks like Toad Circuit or Snowman Land for the Game Boy Advance, or even potentially Boo Lake and Rock Mountain, which I would say are on par, maybe. And I think it's because something like Moo Moo Meadows is nestled safely into my memory. Whether it's because of the fan base or because of my own experiences. Basically, Moo Moo Meadows ends up getting a 0 because I know it too well. Otherwise it would be a 1. Which I realize sounds absurd, but at the end of the day, I actively go out of my way to avoid playing that track. And that's really the only criteria I have. I felt like going into that because I'm starting to realize what I do consider a 0 and what I don't. And it just seems like there's very little that I consider a 0. So I thought it was worth the discussion. But on that note, I think it's time to move on to the Moon Cup. I personally think Mario Odyssey is one of the best games ever made, and I wonder if the moon emblem will give this cup a good fortune. If I'm not mistaken, I think the moon is the only emblem based off a collectible in this game. The Fruit Cup and the Turnip Cup might come close to that, but not quite. You obviously have the Star Cup, but that has nothing to do with the stars that you collect in these titles. That being said, Mario Odyssey was on the Nintendo Switch. It wasn't a launch title, but it was close enough. A lot of people played it, and a lot of people loved it. So I think naturally choosing the moon as its representation is the perfect fit. Plus it's yellow, and that seems to be the most important thing. But the Shine Sprite was also yellow or gold or whatever, and now I'm just angry again. I hate the Fruit Cup. But anyway, the Moon Cup marks the second half of this Booster Pass half of the game. This is the scorecard that I'm using to grade every one of these Grand Prix. Let's not tiptoe too much here. It makes perfect sense that the moon was picked, because after Galaxy they needed something from Odyssey, and the moon was really the most logical thing to pick. So we can take a look at the tracks in the Moon Cup. Starting us off, we have the Berlin Byways from Mario Kart Tour, followed by Peach Gardens from Mario Kart DS, and then we have the Merry Mountain, which is a brand new track. And rounding things off, the Nintendo 3DS's Rainbow Road. There are rules of how things are done around here, and apparently anybody can just decide to break them whenever they want to. Rule number 1 is that Rainbow Road will always be the finale of a Grand Prix. This of course does not matter if the Grand Prix is the Triforce Cup and Hyrule Circuit has to be the finale, which creates another rule. The Retro Cup always goes before the new cup, unless of course the retro track is a Rainbow Road and the other track is not from another franchise. So my big come away from this is that the most important rule to follow is that if you're from another franchise, you get to go last. Unless of course you're Excitebike, in which case you don't even get to be third, despite the fact that Dragon Driftway is a new course, but so was Ice Ice Outpost, so why was Excitebike disrespected like this? What's the point of setting all these standards and making all these rules if you're not going to follow a single one? Whatever happened to Nintendo being the company of quality control? Well, I guess Joy-Cons happened. Okay, so let me just walk through this real quick. I think there's actually a very clear set of rules here. First off, base game Nitro Cups have to have new courses. Base game Retro Cups have to have retro courses. If a cup contains a tour track, it must start the cup with that tour track. If a cup contains 2 tour tracks, the second tour track is the finale. If a cup contains something from a different franchise, that gets to be the finale. If it's Excitebike, it automatically goes second. And if Rainbow Road is available, it automatically goes last, unless one of the previous rules are applied, in which case it becomes treated as a retro track. And retro tracks always go before new tracks. Which again, unless it's Rainbow Road and there's nothing from another franchise in the same cup. Somebody print that out and make a chart and hang it on the wall. Because now that they've set a standard, I expect all future Mario Kart games to follow this. I know I sound crazy, but they've had the same structure through every game prior to this. And they just threw it all out of the window because of a mobile game and some DLC. So really, who's the crazy one? Okay, who's ready to talk about Berlin Byways? So first off, the fact that they have Womps representing the Berlin Wall and they fall down is hilariously awesome. Second of all, I feel like this track is full of excitement. I don't know too much about landmarks in Berlin. I don't know when exactly Berlin Byways was released onto Mario Kart Tour, but it must have been one of the later ones. Because this really feels like it was made by a team that really knew what they were doing. Almost none of the track feels like I'm just simply going through the motions. And following the path is actually not at all that difficult. There are like 5 or 6 different changes in the type of terrain you're driving on and the different types of obstacles in your way. Both Womps and Thwomps making appearances, in addition to all of the usual Mario cast cheering you on from the sidelines. I remember the first time playing this, it was like mayhem. Driving over the Womps sent us all flying and we didn't realize that was going to happen. Plus I feel like the curve on this turn is perfectly placed and will help most people get around there, with them probably not even aiming for it. This is easily a 3-pointer for me, and it's one of my favorite city tracks in the game. I go out of my way to pick this one. Prior to this, there weren't many city tracks that I knew that I liked because I didn't know which one was which, but I knew this one, and I knew it by name, which really highlights just how much I enjoyed it. After that is Peach's Gardens. Or I guess technically it's just called Peach Gardens. Remember how way back on the Nintendo 64 when you would drive up to the castle walls and explore the castle? Well, I like to imagine that the reason they don't let you do it in this game's Royal Raceway is because Peach Gardens exists, so you can do it in that track. This track is a highlight for me. It's another one that I absolutely loved and adored on the DS, and loved it even more when they brought it here. I think all of the changes they made to it actually made it a lot more enjoyable too. And I'm not saying that if they had just ported over the original one, I would have not absolutely eaten it up and given it 3 points as well. But I definitely appreciate when they get creative and the creativity pays off. The first track of the race doesn't even feel all that different. It feels more or less like a faithful remake, and all around looks gorgeous in my opinion. I love how big all of the usual Mario enemies look here too. The second lap is once again identical. But on the third lap, they throw in a surprise. Maybe you noticed the segment on the bottom left corner of the map that hasn't been used yet. On your third lap, those red arrows that were blocking the entrance to that path are now opened. And now you get to go through the entire track in reverse. Which is already pretty cool, but when you get to the part where you get to fly over the bushes with the chain chomps bouncing around, for me, that's when it hit the spot. The glider deserves way more credit than it gets, honestly. I love when it provides a different angle to a playing field and it just lets you look around and enjoy it. Beyond that, you just continue retracing your steps back towards the start line, and when you make it there, the race is done. This track gets 3 points, and the diversity point is still up for grabs because it is very different than the city track before it, which I am noting because the next one is a snow theme. Merry Mountain has some ridiculously good holiday visuals. But outside of that, it is a fairly simple track. I wouldn't go as far to say it's boring. There's a lot of fun to be had here, whether you're moving up or flying down. And the visuals are just a great bonus. But I do think almost all of the other snow levels in the game were more exciting than this one, barring maybe Game Boy Advance's Snowman Land. It's funny because prior to getting to this track, I was thinking this actually might end up being a 16-pointer. Or I guess a 15-pointer because I'm not sure the tour track would be the easiest. But looking at this one here, not only is it easier than both of the tracks before it, it's also not enough to make me give it 3 points. I'm going to be flat out honest about this. I don't think I've played this one all that much. As a matter of fact, when I started gathering footage and I got to this one, I was kind of surprised. I know I definitely played it because I played every single track, but I must have just played it when it first came out and then never again. But this track does make me think of Sky High Sunday, or rather the general perception that I see of Sky High Sunday. I often hear a dialogue that Sky High Sunday is super simple, and that's mostly because of the map layout. But if you look at this one, they're not really that much different. But I guarantee you if you're playing Sky High Sunday and then jumping to this one, Sky High Sunday feels like there is so much more going on. I don't know if Merry Mountain gets a whole ton of praise, but I am fairly confident it doesn't get as much hate as Sky High Sunday. Maybe I just like sweets more than you like Christmas, but I think this is injustice. And for that injustice, I almost want to give this one 0 points, but I will not let my emotions get the best of me here. Because honestly, I view this one the same way I view some of the Game Boy Advance tracks or even Toad Circuit. It's very simple, nothing too crazy going on, but it would make for a fun and competitive race if you're playing with the right crowd. In any case, we'll give this one 1 point and move on to the Nintendo 3DS's Rainbow Road. This is a good Rainbow Road. It's technically just a single lap divided into 3 sections, and those sections do differ quite a bit. The first segment of it actually feels like a true Rainbow Road. This is my favorite area. After that, you get to the whole space theme part where you're driving on the planet's ring, and it's okay, but it starts to go downhill when you get to the big planet down below. I feel like that portion just kind of takes away all the life from the track for a moment. Which sucks because the segment with the planet's ring before it was onto something. The final segment I'm pretty hit or miss on. The first half of it just feels like kind of a spectacle, and the second half goes back to that traditional Rainbow Road feel. I think this track has some very high highs, but the lows are too low to ignore. It's not going to get the 3 points from me, but it's also not going to get a 0. I'm pretty sure the reason I don't like the Mario Kart 8 version of Rainbow Road is because whenever I play that one, this is the one I actually want to be playing. The problem is I don't even like this one that much because I feel like it takes away from the thrill of Rainbow Road too much. So if this one is a 1, then obviously Mario Kart 8 is going to be a 0. And the reason this one is a 1 and not a 0 is because I think it changes a lot, but it doesn't change too much. Like it still gives you a lot of that Rainbow Road feel, even if it falls a little bit short. Which I can't say the same for the Mario Kart 8 version. Thankfully, the diversity point is still up for grabs because nothing is like Rainbow Road except for the other Rainbow Roads. So let's tally this one up. The Moon Cup in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe receives 3 points for Berlin Byways because I love it, 3 points for Peach Gardens because I also love it, 1 point for Merry Mountain because I like it, and 1 point for Rainbow Road 3DS because I like it. An additional 3 points is earned because I think this is totally diverse, and 0 points for the difficulty curve. Which means that the 18th cup in this game earns itself 11 points. We are now in the final 6, and just quickly glancing over them, I know there's going to be a lot of tracks that I love here. It'll be interesting to see if that's reflected in the score along with the rest of the Grand Prix. But for now, we get to talk about my least favorite emblem in the entire game, the Fruit Cup. Why? Seriously. Why? Who decided this? And why are they still employed? Don't get me wrong, I understand the actual reason. Yoshi's Island is the new track in this cup. And I understand that Yoshi eats these things. But unless I am severely overlooking something, the one Yoshi game where this does not exist in is Yoshi's Island. And of all the fruits, you chose the apple, but didn't call it the Apple Cup. Nor the Berried Cup. You stuck with the Fruit Cup. The Fruit Cup.
the Fruit Cup. This is hands down, without a doubt, the worst emblem and cup name in the entire game, both in the reasons it was chosen and for what it actually is. At least the double cherry is an actual power-up, and the turnip can be used to throw at enemies. And I'm aware that eating a bunch of these fruits will eventually lead to something in the games they appear in, but that is not enough. At least if you chose the pepper that Yoshi eats in Mario Galaxy 2, we can consider that a power-up because it made Yoshi run really fast. I'd have taken a wing cup for the flying Yoshi, a wool cup as a reference to Woolly World, the umbrella from Yoshi's Story. I would have even accepted the Poochie cup, but instead, they gave us the Fruit Cup. The Shine Sprite died for this. The moon is a collectible, but it's the main part of Mario Odyssey. I can forgive it. The turnip is an object you can grab and throw at an enemy. It's pretty much the closest thing you can get to a power-up in Mario Bros. 2. We can ignore the Triforce and the Crossing Cup because those are added for obvious reasons. But outside of that, with everything remaining, all of the emblems are either power-ups in the Mario franchise or items from Mario Kart. Except for the Special Cup, which is a Legacy Cup, and the Fruit Cup. So dumb. But hey, the tracks here are pretty awesome. Let's go through them. These are the current scores. This is the reminder of how I'm scoring everything. Let's talk about the tracks represented by the fruit. The first track comes from Mario Kart Tour, Amsterdam Rift. The second track comes from the Game Boy Advance, Riverside Park. The third track comes from the Wii, DK Summit. And the fourth track is Yoshi's Island, a brand new track based off of the sequel to Super Mario World. Amsterdam Drift is an interesting one. The first two laps are very different and it's almost unrecognizable that they are even in the same race. The third lap feels like kind of a mishmash of the first two, but it has some pretty nice moments like the spot where you're driving through all the roses. I also think this race finishes off very strong and it gets very competitive towards the end as a result. I'll be honest, when I clicked on Amsterdam Drift I was expecting a different race, and now I'm not sure which one that one was. But I suppose I'll get to that eventually. But this one was a nice surprise. The fact that the race opens up in a segment that is very similar to Moo Moo Farms actually, and the second lap takes you completely underwater, really makes the track feel dynamic, and that dynamic makes it pretty unique. Part of the fun of this whole experience is I've been creating a list of tracks that I don't play nearly as much that I should play a lot more. They're basically 3-point tracks that I didn't realize were going to be 3-point tracks ahead of time. Mostly because I either didn't know what they were called, and then for whatever reason when I click random they don't pop up as much. Regardless, these tracks that I'm adding to this list are all 3-point tracks. They're just tracks that I did not know were 3 points until I played them. Amsterdam Drift is a 3-point track. I didn't know it was going to be a 3-point track, but yeah. Beyond that, we move on to the Riverside Park from the Game Boy Advance. This one is a lot of fun. Once again, I did not know what this track was called. I don't even think I knew it was from the Game Boy Advance. Mostly because we tend to just run randoms when we're playing online. And I guess I really don't pay enough attention to the names of the tracks. But I know that whenever I play this one, it's always a blast. And it's just another one of those phenomenal Game Boy Advance facelift tracks. There are a few of them throughout, some not quite as exciting as others. But this one appeals to me with the track layout, it appeals to me with the obstacles on the course, and the aesthetic is very appealing to me. I think this is a pretty competitive course to play on, but it has that sweet spot where it's pretty difficult too. Not too difficult, but just the right amount of difficult where you can still test your skills without trying to compete against the track itself. It's simple yet sophisticated, and I am all for that. 3 points. And up next is DK Summit from the Nintendo Wii. If you remember, I said Mount Wario was a 3-pointer, and that was because it reminded me of DK Summit. So obviously, I've always loved DK Summit. It was great back on the Wii, and now it's on Switch. The question is, how does it feel to play in a game where Mount Wario exists in? And does having both tracks in the game feel redundant? If you remember, Mount Wario was a single lap race down a mountain. The downhill drive was broken up into 3 different sections, where each of the 3 sections had very different types of obstacles along your path. In this case, it's a loop. You drive down, you make it to the bottom, a cannon blasts you back up to the top, and you drive down again. It's also a pure snowboarding mountain, basically. There aren't any crazy gimmicks, you don't go indoors or outdoors, you don't gotta dodge any trees. They brought back the half pipes and they let you go down and race to your heart's content. I will say that I like Mount Wario more than this one, but I will say that they're also both 3 points. Anytime I play one, I want to play the other. I never feel like it has to be an either or, it's more like I want to do both. They're altered enough where it feels like 2 completely different experiences, and I'm all for them both. Something I really appreciate about DK Summit is that although you're simply going down the mountain, it does provide some sharp turns that require you to be really good at drifting, avoiding thick mounds of snow, and being able to traverse so that you don't fall off the mountain. I usually still fall off the mountain though, but I have a lot of fun on it. This one is just filled with memorable moments for me, whether it was on the Wii or on this version, and I think it's one of the more loved tracks in the game. Pick up the 3 points, and let's head over to Yoshi's Island. No matter what I say after this, I just want to point out that I absolutely love the fact that they created a track from the ground up specifically for Yoshi's Island. I know they technically have references here for the entire Yoshi series, but they definitely put a lot of focus on the actual Yoshi's Island game itself. The way the track evolves as you run through it is a treat. Every new segment makes me excited to look around and see if I can discover something new. The track tends to avoid having too many mundane, straight moments. The settings change from underwater to a cave to being blasted off over a volcano to landing up on top of a cloud. It's a pretty exhilarating track, there's a lot of fun to be had. I do have to analyze whether or not it's the most difficult track, but for now, I think this does everything very well. And I don't think it was overhyped at all. If you grew up on Yoshi's Island or even Yoshi's Story, this track probably really made you happy the first time you played it. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points, and 3 points. By all accounts, these are 4 tracks that I love. But this is where it gets a little bit interesting. So I think the difficulty curve is lost on this one. I was leaning towards saying Riverside Park and Amsterdam Drift were fairly equal, so I was going to give it to Riverside Park being more difficult. But then when I got to DK Summit, I also kind of felt like maybe I was leaning a little bit towards being nice and saying DK Summit is more difficult than Riverside Park. But then I felt like Yoshi's Island might be more difficult than DK Summit, and somehow it's easier than Riverside Park. I actually think Riverside Park might be the most difficult track in this Grand Prix. I was going to cut DK Summit some slack because it was a little bit harder on the moments where you might fall off the mountain, but as a whole, I think Riverside Park is harder to maneuver around, and I feel like it's harder to move around than Yoshi's Island as well. I don't think I know exactly which order I would have these 4 tracks in, and a lot of that is because they feel very similar to one another, in difficulty and in design. While I was trying to figure out whether or not I would get the point for the difficulty curve, which by the way it's not going to get, I realized that I might have to give the diversity a second look, because on the surface, I was just going to say 3 points and move on. Amsterdam Drift is a dirt road segment where you're driving with green grass around you. That segment looks pretty similar to the whole of Riverside Park, but that's minor, you might be able to shrug it off. Amsterdam also has some random moments where you're driving underwater, which also occurs in Yoshi's Island. And weirdly enough, the floor in that part also looks like some of the road in Amsterdam, but we can ignore these things, they're small things. In Yoshi's Island, you drive through a cave. In Riverside Park, you drive through a cave. When you exit the cave in Yoshi's Island, you drive up a mountain where there's snow on the side and a dirt road. If that was grass, that would look very similar to something else, but we can ignore that. And then you fly way up to the sky and work your way back down the track, just like you do in DK Summit. In addition to that, when you actually consider how the maps are laid out and the fact that none of them are all too complicated outside of the tour track, you realize they're just kind of doing the same thing over and over again with slight alterations. Now, someone could argue that all of Mario Kart is doing the same thing over and over again with slight alterations. But I think when I take all of these little things that I noticed and slam them all together, I'm starting to realize why I'm having a problem figuring out if there's a good difficulty curve in this Grand Prix or not. Because even in the difficulty of these tracks, there is no diversity. As a matter of fact, the only thing that's diverse here is the appearance, and that's not even fully diverse. I haven't given a single Grand Prix 0 points. I don't remember exactly what I said earlier on in the series, but I'm pretty sure I said if it has little to no diversity. I am very comfortable in the little diversity ballpark right now. I'm not even remotely on the fence here. I was convinced I was going to give this 16 points. I even tried to make exceptions for difficulty stuff, but even without that, it would have been 15 points. But no,
This Grand Prix ends up with 12 points, because it has 4 tracks of 3, and nothing else. No points for difficulty curve, and no points for diversity. Perhaps some may think I'm being harsh, but I don't think I'm being harsh enough because I didn't minus any points for the fact that it was the Fruit Cup. And look, maybe on the surface, when you look at this, 0 points for diversity seems crazy because objectively, how are these all the same kind of track? But in almost every other Grand Prix, when I minus 1 point because something pops up or another point because another thing pops up, usually it's only 1 or 2 things that pop up. There are a lot of things that pop up here, and when you add all those up, you end up with 0 points. Which means while the Grand Prix could have been a perfect cup, or at least close to it, it instead ends up getting the lowest score possible while still having 4 tracks that I love. And good thing too, because I was not looking forward to praising the Fruit Cup. Next, we'll look at the Boomerang Cup. I'm pretty sure they kept throwing this away, but it just kept coming back. Many of you will recognize the Boomerang Flower from Mario 3D Land and Mario 3D World. And obviously it's also an in-game power-up used in the Mario Kart franchise. Specifically here in Mario Kart 8 where it's made its debut. This is one of those special items that checks off multiple boxes. It's a power-up from a recent game, it's an in-game Mario Kart 8 item, and the Boomerang in general is something that's not exactly unrecognizable to the franchise. Originally debuting in Super Mario Bros. 3, the Boomerang was the primary tool used by the Boomerang Bro. He was similar to the Hammer Bro, but he threw a boomerang. Unlike their cousin, the Hammer Bros, they were only ever in Super Mario Bros. 3 in the classic era, and they didn't come back into the mainstream until New Super Mario Bros. Released on the Nintendo DS. After that, I'm pretty sure they've been in every mainline Mario game, including the 3D ones outside of Super Mario Galaxy 1 and maybe Mario Odyssey. Not to mention frequent appearances in spin-offs and in the RPG titles. It seems like it took a while, but at some point Mario figured he had enough of Boomerang Bros BS and then stomped on his head and stole his weapon. Now while the Boomerang Flower technically debuted in the 3D Land and 3D World games, so it is a relatively recent power-up and has actually yet to make a return, technically Boomerang Mario existed long before that. In 2003 we had the release of Super Mario Advanced 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. A game I recently covered in one long video along with the other classic Mario titles and their ports. What I didn't really get into in that video was the e-reader stuff for Super Mario Bros. 3. Basically physical DLC that you swipe in the e-reader and it gives you stuff in the game. Famously in Mario Bros. 3 it gives you a whole bunch of stages. These are actually all available on Nintendo Switch Online, so they're playable without collecting the cards if that's available to you. What was also nice about this is it would provide Mario a chance to use various different items from the series. So you could technically be playing a Mario Bros. 3 stage while having Cape Mario power up and picking up turnips. Long story short, if you were to swipe a Boomerang e-card, you'd get Boomerang Mario. And if I'm not mistaken, that is technically the first appearance of Boomerang Mario in the entire franchise. So as long as you consider this Game Boy Advance port to be a classic game, then this Boomerang also covers a power-up from the classic era. I know many people would have issues considering this a classic game because it came out almost 15 years after the original, but considering how far removed we are from 2003, I think at this point it's fair to say that this is a retro title. Heck, I think it's fair to say that the whole of the new Super Mario Bros. Series is a retro series, even if one of them was ported onto the Switch. In any case, I think the Boomerang Flower is an excellent choice, and the only downside is that it probably should have been selected sooner. But since it seems like they were making all of this up on the fly, I can accept it. At least they have their Mario 3D Land quota reached now. Here is your quick reminder that I am scoring the entirety of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Grand Prix. I think there could be a creative joke made about how the Boomerang starts off with Tour and then it comes back and ends with Tour again, but I don't know if I'm smart enough to make that joke. But anyway, the first track in this cup is Bangkok Rush from Mario Kart Tour. The second track in this cup is Mario Circuit from the Nintendo DS. The third track in this cup is Waluigi Stadium from the GameCube. And the fourth track in this cup is Singapore Speedway from Mario Kart Tour. I'm not sure if there's a reason why both tracks were based off of Southeast Asian locations, but I know that coming up are Vancouver and Los Angeles, which are both North American cities on the West Coast. I feel like it would have been cooler if instead of putting two tracks in the same region on both of these cups, to mix them up so that each one could have one and one. But that doesn't really matter to me too much as long as the courses remain diverse. Because the very last thing I want is for somebody to clip this up and say that I think that Singapore and Bangkok look the same. And with the track record of all the other tour tracks I've gone through, I have very little faith in that not being a thing. Starting off with Bangkok Rush, even the opening cinematic for this track is gorgeous. I think I like when these tour tracks have a night theme to them. They make it more distinguishable and memorable as a result. Something I appreciate about the way that they brought these tour tracks into this game is it seems like they started some of the plainer ones off first and then gave the more exciting ones as you moved along. Obviously I can't confirm this because I'm not going to go dig through when exactly all of these were in tour and then when they got ported over, but to me it feels like every time I play a tour track I'm like, whoa, this is way better than the last one. And if you throw this one side by side with some of the earlier ones, this is way better. It almost doesn't even look like a tour track. And I mean that as a compliment. It's such a treat to drive through this track, and no matter which lap you're on, it just feels like the next turn is going to lead to something exciting and new. I mean, even if you look at the map, while all the maps are pretty exotic for the tour tracks, this one's so dynamic it makes the rest of them look pretty tame. I'm definitely giving this one another 3 points, and if this trajectory of tour tracks continues, I can't wait to analyze some of the upcoming ones. The next track is probably going to give you whiplash though. I don't think Mario Circuit is bad, but it's nothing more than a 1-pointer for me. Credit to it, it is a little bit more complicated than most of the circuit courses, and even if the visuals have some of that plasticky feel that many of the tour tracks do, it's still fun to look at. Plus I'll never get sick of seeing Princess Peach's castle in any of these tracks. A big saving grace of this one is that there are a lot of turns. Actually, I think the track layout is very good, but I feel like if the road was a bit more narrow, maybe some locations where you can fall off, or some sharper turns with enemies and obstacles in the way, then this one could have been a lot more fun and felt more like the SNES or Game Boy Advance retro tracks that come back and are just purely focused on the race. But in its easy state, it just feels like a somewhat more exciting version of the boring circuit tracks. At least the map has the 8 on it. Still, 1 point. Next up is Waluigi Stadium. So I don't remember if I mentioned this when I was covering Waluigi Pinball, but I think if you exclude the Mario Kart arcade title, there are only 2 Waluigi tracks in this entire franchise. Which is bizarre for me to think about because I know there are a lot of Wario ones and we always say, oh, the Wario ones and the Waluigi ones, as if there's almost an equal split between the two of them. But I think Wario has something like 6, whereas Waluigi only has 2. Now granted, Waluigi Pinball is phenomenal, and it might be actually one of my favorite tracks, if not my favorite. I still hate Waluigi's existence though. Weird linky creep. Team Wario for life. Anyway, unlike Waluigi Pinball, Waluigi Stadium just feels like a Wario knockoff stage. If I'm not mistaken, on the Nintendo 64, it started off with Wario Stadium, and then when they got to GameCube, they had Waluigi Stadium, which was a spiritual successor. Wario's Coliseum also made it onto the GameCube, but was so intense and so difficult that it was never actually brought back. I'm pretty sure it's the only 2-lap race in the entire franchise. Actually, fun fact, in Double Dash, a single lap of Wario's Coliseum is actually longer than a single lap of Rainbow Road, which means if it were 3 laps, it would actually be longer than Rainbow Road. But yeah, the Wario Coliseum and the original Wario Stadium are the 2 Wario tracks that have never been remade. Waluigi Stadium grabbed the torch on GameCube and then passed it on to the new Wario Stadium that was made on the DS and brought back into this game in an earlier segment. Which means in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe we have both Waluigi Stadium and Wario Stadium, and they're both excellent. I appreciate the Waluigi Stadium is a bit darker, I appreciate that they added some half pipes to give it a little bit of its own personality. The fake piranha plants are such a fun gimmick, especially because this game has piranha plants, so it's not like it would be absurd to just include real ones in there. I don't know if I necessarily prefer this one over Wario Stadium. I feel like this one might be a little bit simpler, even though it gives up vibes of being a more difficult, if that makes any sense. Like at face value, it seems like this is a more difficult track, but even when you look at the map layout and see the obstacles that are in the way and how wide everything is, I think this one's a little bit easier to run through. But that doesn't make it bad by any means, it's still a 3-pointer and it's really fun to play in. And wrapping up the Boomerang Cup, we head to Singapore Speedway. So Singapore Speedway actually does a really good job distinguishing itself not only from Bangkok Rush, but from a lot of the other tour tracks. I think the most unique aspect of it is the amount of times you're flying off of a ramp and going somewhere further up into the sky, rather than staying low to the ground throughout the city. I'd actually argue that's the main gimmick of this track. A lot of the locales you drive through are really cool, the skyline with the night backdrop is really fun to look at, and the palm trees all around make me feel all warm and comfortable. I don't know what it is exactly about this one, but I don't feel like it's a 3-pointer. And I think it might be because it's too easy. It feels like there's a lot of just going through the motions. And that actually might be because of the flying sections. Like you blast off, land somewhere, go through a road, maybe do 1 or 2 turns, and then you blast off to the next segment. It's entirely possible that I'm having a difficult time enjoying it because there are 2 tour tracks in this cup, but it does feel like it's the worst one of the 2, and even the easier one of the 2. This one gets 1 point, and it also takes away the difficulty curve point. You could maybe argue that Mario Circuit was already more difficult than Bangkok Rush, but honestly, even Waluigi Stadium might be easier than Mario Circuit. The good thing is, since they didn't even get the tour tracks difficulty curve in order, I don't have to worry about the difficulty curve point being dropped because of the tour tracks specifically being first. So I can be pretty comfortable in giving it 0 points for the difficulty curve, and 1 point for being a track that I like, but not one that I love. Now, here's a little bit of an issue I have, and it's entirely possible that this is coming up because I am something like 20 cups into this. I think this cup gets 0 points for the diversity. It's bad enough there are 2 tour tracks in a single cup, but neither of them is a daytime theme either to distinguish itself. And I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of the Southeast Asian architecture overlaps. The palm trees overlap. Even the segments of the road with the little dividers in the middle overlap. You can tell which track is which because they're pretty unique from one another, but that's only in the way that they play. Aesthetically, these tracks look way too similar. On the other hand, you have Mario Circuit and Waluigi Stadium. First, when you put the maps side by side, they kind of look similar. Actually, if you rotate this and then mirror it, oh man, they look almost identical. And then when you actually play them, they feel the same. Wario Stadium has a few more jumps in it, some speed bursts and enemy placement to kind of slow you down. But since there are not many moments to fall off, and not many underwater sections, and nothing really of note to make it stand out so drastically to justify how similar the map layout is, these two mechanically are too similar. The only argument that could be made is that Waluigi Stadium has all of the extra bumps, and the flights and whatnot, and if that was the only issue in the entire Grand Prix, then maybe I would say that this is a 2-pointer. But the map layouts being similar, the aesthetics in the tour tracks being similar, it just starts to feel like there's not even remotely enough diversity in this Grand Prix to reward it even the minimal 2 points. Looking back at the Fruit Cup, I'm still pretty comfortable with my decision there, but I felt like it was a little bit more nuanced. So I still stand by giving that one 0 points for the diversity. But this one almost feels like it deserves negative points if that one's a 0, because this is way more on the nose. Lucky for the Boomerang Cup, however, it's not the lowest scoring Grand Prix. And that's because Bangkok Rush gets 3 points, Mario Circuit gets 1 point, Waluigi Stadium gets 3 points, and Singapore Speedway gets 1 point. And the Grand Prix as a whole gets 0 points, both for the difficulty curve and the diversity. If either Bangkok Rush or Waluigi Stadium didn't get that 3 points, this could have been the worst Grand Prix in the entire game. Thankfully, I value courses that I love more than anything else, and when a Grand Prix has 2 courses that I love, it deserves to not be in last place. But 8 points is on the lower end, and with how samey and repetitive everything feels in this Grand Prix, I think it deserves to be there. Let's hope the Feather Cup does better. Super Mario World is probably my favorite game of all time along with Mario 64, and the Feather is my favorite power-up in the entire franchise. Finally. Has there ever been a bigger injustice committed in the Mario franchise? The Cape Feather from Super Mario World has been shouldered for this long? Super Mario World? Like, okay, Sunshine didn't get any representation, and we don't have a Shine Sprite Cup, which I thought we would. But most people are having debates about whether or not Mario Sunshine is the worst 3D Mario title. In Super Mario World's case, most people are trying to argue about why it's the best 2D Mario game. And the most famous image from Super Mario World is Mario with a cape riding on a Yoshi. So someone needs to explain to me how basically the only appearance the Cape Feather has ever made was in Super Mario World. The 4th cup in Super Mario Kart should have been the Feather Cup. When Mario Kart came out, it was after Super Mario World. That was all of the hype at the time. Instead, they went for the Special Cup. When they started adding retro tracks, they decided to go for the Leaf from Super Mario Bros. 3. At the time, I'm pretty sure the Cape Feather was way more iconic than the Leaf. Keep in mind, the Leaf had not made a return until Mario 3D Land. The only thing I can think of is that a couple years before the DS came out, the Mario 3 Game Boy Advance port was released.
but I highly doubt they were basing it off of that. Rather, I just think they went to the next power-up in the chronological order of the Super Mario Bros. Series, which got you to the leaf. But personally, I think the feather would have made a lot more sense by that point. Especially because the feather had actually been in a Mario Kart game prior to that. And then we get nothing new until we get to the DLC of Mario Kart 8. All 4 emblems from Mario Kart 8 were based off of games that were coming out around that time. 2 or 3 of them were delayed, and the Super Bell was from Mario 3D World, which had come out just before Mario Kart 8. Fine. Clearly the feather was not a priority as much as I thought it was. But then you get to the Booster Course Pass, and somehow the feather is not important enough to be one of the first ones, nor is it important enough to be one of the last ones. It sits somewhere in the middle next to a boomerang, a cherry, and a fruit cup. Why? Do people not value Super Mario World as much as I thought they did? Do we not all agree that this was the greatest game ever made? Was the cape feather not the best addition to any title? You have a cape that allows you to break the game, but it takes a whole lot of practice to learn how to do it. It's not simply flight through managing to run fast and then jump, or shake your Wii remote to skyrocket upwards. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe people don't understand how great the cape feather actually is. And it's 100% Nintendo's fault for never bringing it back into the series. Instead, they decided to put wings on Mario's cap, like that made any sense. And then they gave him a rocket nozzle, a hat with propellers like he's from Sesame Street, and whatever those weird glowing red fists were in Galaxy. I guess I'm the one who's wrong here. The leaf got to be the emblem for a cup. The feather was relegated to an extra item to be used only in a multiplayer mode. A multiplayer mode that most people won't even play at that. I guess I always thought Super Mario World was the Mario 2D title, but I guess somewhere along the line Mario 3 became the iconic one. And that's why today I'll be going over the 21st cup of a 24 cup game. The Feather Cup from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. On the screen is the way I score this, below it is the actual scores. Let's see how I can make sure the Feather Cup gets 16 points. The Feather Cup is made up of Athens Dash, the tour track, Daisy Cruiser, a GameCube track, Moonview Highway, a Wii track, and Squeaky Clean Sprint, a new track. Athens Dash is one of the more unique tracks in the tour lineup, and that's because it feels not even remotely like a city track. You go through the ruins of the old coliseums and stages, traveling on and around ancient stadiums. I think it captures the vibe very well. They do a really good job with the art style too. It obviously has that Mario Kart Tour blandness to it that many of the tracks get, but I think regardless of that, they made this one look really good. I can only imagine how much better it would have looked if it was a Mario Kart 8 track, but then again, I feel that about most of the tracks in the second half of this game. This one is a 3-pointer to me, largely because it sticks out in my memory and because I enjoy the layouts. When I'm thinking about doing a tour track, I know exactly which one Athens Dash is, and I usually go towards it. Following Athens Dash, we get to another unique track, and that's Daisy's Cruiser, which takes place on a cruise ship. For some reason, I had convinced myself that this was a brand new track for this game, but looking at it now, I guess it was on the GameCube. One of the things I really appreciate about this track is how they managed to weave you in and out of the actual cruise ship. Also, I always crack up when I see the Goombas floating on their little donuts. I think the way you weave in and out throughout the map makes this one a lot more enjoyable. Like, it feels like it should be pretty easy to get around, but there is a bit of challenge trying to make sure you're staying on the track and going as fast as you can. And that's partially because of all the turns that happen, despite the fact that this is a very elongated track. This is one of those tracks where I'm not sure if I would give it a 1 or a 3, but in this case I'll be rounding it up because it's pretty unique. Also, we're in the Feather Cup, so I'm feeling generous. Moonview Highway would be one of those tracks considered to be a spiritual successor to the Toad track from the Nintendo 64. I feel like this one was a lot harder on the Wii version. I also think I liked it more on the Wii version. And that might be because by this point in the Mario Kart 8 game, there are a lot more tracks like this. This one is definitely not a 3-pointer. I actually think this might be 0 points. The problem I feel with this track is that it's just a giant loop that doesn't really provide anything. And the little that it does provide is better in other tracks. The difference between something like this and Moo Moo Meadows, for example, is that Moo Moo Meadows is more memorable to me. I know I don't like that one because it's such a popular course, and anytime I've ever played it, I felt underwhelmed. This one is
forgettable. I didn't even know I didn't like it until I started playing it. My big issue with it is that it doesn't have enough cars on the road. You can very easily get around this entire place without bumping into anything. There are other boring tracks like Toad Circuit, for example, or some of the SNES ones, that could theoretically feel as barren and pointless, but the difference is the map layout on this one is just awful. Outside of that little swivel on the top of the map, there's nothing going on. It's just 3 long, straight sections where you can go on speed bursts. Whereas Toad Circuit at least is a figure 8, so you gotta work on your drifting every now and then. This was partially the same reason I didn't like the map in Moo Moo Meadows either. When map layouts are this boring, you have to hope that the stage gimmick picks up the slack. If the stage gimmick is not exciting enough to make up for this boring map, then what's the point of playing this map? When I think about all the different tracks with cars that I've gone through, I always felt like people were being harsh on them. But when I look at this one, the cars are not even obstacles anymore at this point. So now anytime I even think about playing Moonview Highway, I'll be like, what's the point of playing this? I can do another one. Basically the same way I felt about Baby Park, or the same way that I felt about the Mario Kart 8 Rainbow Road. This actually might be the biggest surprise 0 point track to me, because going into this, I knew which tracks I hated. That's easy to remember what you hate when a game that you love so much. And then while going through the various tracks, when I find a track that I'm not really all that thrilled about, I'm like, you know what, it's a 1-pointer, because when I play it, I won't complain, I'll have some fun. But after going through this whole process, Moonview Highway is now a track that I'm actively going to go out of my way to avoid. Through most of this process, I've learned which tracks that I love that I didn't realize I loved, but I think this might be the first track that I didn't know I hated until this moment. I'm kind of impressed by that. Well done, Moonview Highway. I am glad this one does not have Toad or Mushroom by its name. The worst part is not only is this a 0 pointer, but this one also brings down the difficulty curve point to 0. It basically is going to single-handedly cost this cup 16 points, because obviously I'm going to give the toilet track 3 points. You could maybe argue that I could give it an honorary number 2 points, but I'm far too mature for that type of humor. And I gotta imagine that many people think this track is shit. Alright, that's the last one. So this track is not only good because it's based off of the bathroom. Part of that is kind of disgusting and a little bit hilarious. I'm more impressed by the way they implemented it. And I actually feel the same way about this one as I do about the Ribbon one. And in many ways, I feel like this one was done better. In Ribbon Road, you were a small toy driving around a track in a toy room. The setting outside of the track more than the actual track itself made you feel like you were this small thing in a playroom. Over here, instead of having a track in the middle of the bathroom, for example, you go through the bathroom. You're jumping in and out of toilets and sinks, you're going in pipes underneath it, being flushed. There's a fan, what I think is a bidet, the leaky faucet, the tub full of toys, and even a ring in the drain of the tub. If you actually slow down and look at all that you're passing through as you go through this track, it starts to appear even more genius than you thought it was. The amount of care given to the attention to detail in this one is impressive. When you mix all of that with the fact that it's memorable as heck because there is no other kart racer where you go through the toilet like this, then it makes it so uniquely memorable that naturally most people will gravitate towards picking it because it'll always be on their mind. And that's primarily because the Switch is handheld and you can play it wherever you go. Add on to that all the different type of mechanics and stage gimmicks implemented in this otherwise simple track, and you end up with something that's not only funny, it's a lot of fun and it can get pretty competitive. Like if you compare this to something like Hyrule Circuit, for example. Yes, I'm about to compare Hyrule Castle with a toilet. In Hyrule Circuit, they made a circuit and then just kind of added the Hyrule Castle in there somewhere with all these fun references, which made it awesome because you see it. That would be equivalent of having just a giant circular lap over here than, you know, a toilet you pass by. If in Hyrule Circuit they had you weave through a bunch of buildings and see some memorable settings as you travel throughout, with familiar faces and characters and set pieces, then not only would you get the homage, but you would also get the experience. And likewise in this track, if it was just a giant circle and then you pass by the toilet at the end, the novelty of having a toilet in a Mario Kart track would have worn off. Don't get me wrong, I'm still offended that they decided to put a toilet track in the Feather Cup, but at least it's a great toilet track. To quickly tally everything up, Athens Dash earns the 3 points, Daisy Cruiser also earns the 3 points, Moonview Highway gets a big fat 0, and Squeaky Clean Sprint earns itself 3 points. Moonview Highway kind of defeats the difficulty curve because that one should be first, let alone third. And I think the diversity on this one is 3 points, although I did debate knocking one off. There's a bit of overlap between Squeaky Clean Sprint and Daisy's Cruiser in regards to the water, and the track layouts on Moonview Highway and Squeaky Clean Sprint may somewhat overlap, but unlike in some of my previous Grand Prix where I felt like it was a lot more obvious, for this one I feel like I would be actively trying to point out something similar to knock off a point. These tracks don't feel remotely the same to go through. Not only in the aesthetic, but also in the map layout and the way that they actually play. So like I said earlier, Moonview Highway completely butchers this cup. It single-handedly ruins the difficulty curve point because I think the other 3 tracks are in the order they should be in. And on top of that, it doesn't even manage to pick up a single point. It takes the whole Grand Prix from 100% to a 75% by itself. Which means I'm just going to say this from now, since Moonview Highway is the sole reason my Feather Cup does not earn itself 16 points. Let's make it official from now. My least favorite track in the entirety of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is Moonview Highway. Well done. Let's move on to the Cherry Cup. I think the Double Cherry deserves this. Cherries have a weird history in gaming. They'll randomly appear as a collectible for points throughout video games, famously starting from Pac-Man on the arcade. But even in real-world slot machines, while the 7 became the representation for a jackpot, the cherry was always considered a small reward. I feel like in so many games throughout my life there's just a random cherry that you can collect and it doesn't really do anything, but it does make things better for some reason or another. And you never really think much of it, it's just kind of there. Would anybody notice if they were completely taken away? Probably not. But seeing how long they've managed to stick around is kinda nice. I don't recall if there were any cherries in the Donkey Kong arcade titles, but I do know as far back as Super Mario Bros. 2 you could collect 5 cherries to get a Starman, and of course they also appeared in the slots. Famously in the Game Boy Advance remake, when you pick up a cherry, your character would yell lucky. The cherries were actually such an integral part of Super Mario Bros. 2 that in Super Smash Bros. When you're fighting on the Mushroom Kingdom 2 stage, there are actually cherries in the background. They're always there, we just don't really think much of them. That is until apparently one of the staff members during the development of Mario 3D World accidentally created 2 Marios while they were using the placement tool. This led to a chain of discussions and thoughts in which they decided that would actually be a good stage gimmick power-up to implement. I'm not sure who came up with the idea of the double cherry itself representing that power, but I actually think it's a phenomenal idea. They're an item that's been around in the Mario franchise and gaming for a very long time, and that whole side-by-side twin thing kinda carries over. It's one of those things that makes so much sense you're surprised nobody really thought about it before, and it ends up being an emblem that's relevant for the retro appeal as well as the modern appeal, since 3D World was ported over to the Switch. It's also one of only 2 or 3 different emblems that are actually red, which is kind of funny because the first one, the Mushroom Cup, and Mario are red, so you'd think there'd be more of that. Either way, I'm glad this emblem was included, and I think it's placed in the right place. This is where something like the Double Cherry would belong. Something a bit more obscure that not many people have really thought about in a long time. Right there, nice and comfortable by the Fruit Cup and the Boomerang Cup and the Acorn Cup. Of course, the Feather Cup being right next to those is absolutely insulting, but we can skip that for now because I talked about it enough previously. This is the third last cup of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We are getting close to the end here. These are all of the previous scores that I've done so far. Cherry Cup is the second cup in this booster pass that has 2 tour tracks. It starts off with Los Angeles Laps. The second track is the Game Boy Advance's Sunset Wilds. The third track is Koopa Cape from the Nintendo Wii. And the fourth track is Vancouver Velocity from Tour. I'm repeating myself a little bit from a couple of segments ago, but I don't think it was a good idea to have 2 tour tracks from the same region. I'm not going to imply that these are going to be redundant just yet, but when this happened a few segments ago, it ended up being way too redundant. Let's see if the same thing happens here. The Grand Prix starts off with Los Angeles Laps, which I actually think is a very unique track in and of itself. It shares many of the same aesthetics as some of the more tropical courses throughout the game. I think it's really cool that you're driving on a beach and you can see the cityscape in the background. There are a few segments where you are driving on a road, but the road mostly feels like you're actually driving near the coast. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say a few sections, there's a large chunk of it that ends up being on the road. And while you do get to fly over Dodger Stadium and then make your way throughout some of the tighter streets and go through the manufacturing areas, I still feel like if they put more effort on the boardwalk and the beach theme, this track would have been a lot more enjoyable.
because as it stands right now, it feels like it's a track that starts off really fun and then kind of gets a little bit dull as you go on. Not dull enough where I would groan at playing it, but dull enough where I feel like I wouldn't give it 3 points. I think as far as aesthetics and attention to detail, it does a pretty good job, giving you the LA feel, but I think that's pretty basic across the tour tracks. This is a solid 1-pointer for me. I feel like if they stuck around the beach and designed everything the way that they had the opening with the boardwalks, would have been much more fun. Moving on from Los Angeles Laps, we end up at Sunset Wilds, a Game Boy Advance remake. I'm not sure what it is about this one, and it might just be fatigue from all of the tracks prior to it, making it feel a little bit too redundant, but I can't quite figure out how I want to score this. On one hand, I feel like it is a fun track to play. It's one of those competitive ones where you really gotta focus while you're actually playing it. The problem is the track is basically made up of 3, maybe 4 sharp turns, with a little bit of a stage gimmick in between it. You basically first have to dodge the little slippery spots, make a big turn, and then try to aim for the boost pads, and then make another big turn and have to dodge the obstacles like the Shy Guys on the track, and then your final big turn leads to 2 ramps. I think the issue I have with this is that after you make those sharp turns, the actual stage challenges are not all that enticing. Dodging the Shy Guys, okay, that's fine, but the speed boosts and the ramps, you're just basically going straight at that point. It ends up taking a map that what could have felt more competitive with maybe a few swivels along the road or bigger obstacles in the way, and turning it into something that I feel is just a little bit too simple. It's not a 0-pointer by any means, I still think it's fun to play through, but I think the simplicity here takes it from being a 3-pointer to a 1-pointer. And again, I won't rule out that this might just be fatigue. Perhaps if this was an earlier classic track, I might have given it a full score, but I didn't determine the order of which these Grand Prix would be released. That being said, this whole fatigue discussion is only speculation and theoretical. I'm still fairly confident in my opinion to give this 1 point, and I'm still fairly confident in the previous ones that I gave 3 points being deserving of those 3 points. But now, let's move on to the Nintendo Wii's Koopa Cape. If somebody doesn't absolutely love this track, I would genuinely question if they even like Mario Kart. There are tracks that I think are phenomenal that I would understand if somebody didn't like, but Koopa Cape is not one of them. This one isn't even like a top 10 or 15 track for me, but it's one that I will always play and always enjoy when I play. I think it's just so properly designed, there's a lot going on, and they got an underwater half pipe for goodness sake, and it helps that it's fun to look at too. The whole rush of driving on top of the water and then making your way down to the underwater segment was so memorable and fun, and even till now, on occasion it gets exhilarating. And I think there's a lot about this track that could have been considered redundant, but the implementation of the see-through floor that you're driving when you're underwater, letting you view all the details they put in below, was obviously more impressive on the Wii, but it's still fun to look at over here. Koopa Cape earns its 3 points, and we move on to Vancouver Velocity. Alright, straight up, this one's phenomenal. And I'm not just saying that because I was born in Canada. Unlike other tour tracks where I feel like it's unique for 1 or 2 laps, and has a 3rd lap which feels too similar to the other tour stuff, this one keeps it fresh all throughout, with really the only samey moments being right before and right after the finish line. First off, Vancouver Velocity ends up being a nighttime snow theme, both underutilized in all of the tour stuff. Second, a lot of the road consists of brick, so you don't always feel like you're driving on the same road in every track. You also get to drive over the narrow suspension bridge, which is one of the most iconic tour sites in Vancouver. The second lap takes you onto boardwalks and through the park, before letting you fly right into Mario Arena, but it's Rogers Arena. I feel like they got as close as possible without nearing copyright infringement. You get to skate through the rink and dodge Shy Guys, before heading down through the tunnel, dodging bats, getting out through another narrow segment of road, once again skating past the Shy Guys, and taking the snaky path to the finish line. What can I say? I felt like this one was unique enough that it deserved me to actually run through it. I didn't want to say that Vancouver Velocity and Los Angeles Laps are totally diverse without justifying it. Because let me tell you, most other tour tracks, even if there were 2 in the same Grand Prix, it would be hard for me to justify most of them. At minimum, the aesthetic would get repetitive. That being said, Vancouver Velocity does earn itself 3 points. The issue I'm having here is determining the difficulty curve. I know for a fact that Sunset Wilds is the easiest one, so already it's not going to gain that point. But they did place Koopa Cape after it, so when looking at the retro stuff, they got those 2 in the right order. The question is whether or not Los Angeles Laps and Vancouver Velocity are in the right order. I feel like Los Angeles Laps has a difficult first and third lap with a second lap that's laughably easy. Vancouver Velocity has a lot more twists and turns throughout, but I feel like the road itself does a good job keeping players on track. It feels like it's not really all that hard, if anything Koopa Cape might be harder, but I'm not sure if Los Angeles Laps would be considered harder than Vancouver Velocity.
At most, they'd be a tie. So while I'm still going to take the point away for the difficulty curve, because at the end of the day, Nintendo is not forced to have the tour track starting into the cup, and if they want to stick with that, they're not forced to have Sunset Wilds and Koopa Cape being the two tracks in between them. So while I am still going to take the point away, I do think it is a bit harsh because of the rules. I also don't feel as bad doing it because it's not like this is a 16-point course that's becoming 15 because of that rule. So it is what it is. But let's quickly recap and wrap this one up. Los Angeles Laps gets a single point. Sunset Wilds gets a single point. Koopa Cape gets 3 points. And Vancouver Velocity gets 3 points. 0 points for the difficulty curve. 3 points for the diversity. The Cherry Cup earns itself 11 points. Next up is the penultimate cup of the game, the Acorn Cup. I mean, I guess this is fine. Seems like at this point they just figured, what do we got left over? Alright, pick that one. Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe was on the Nintendo Switch after all, and the Super Acorn was the hot new item in that game. That's all I really got. There's nothing else that exciting about this. And I'm not even somebody that thinks that the new Super Mario Bros. Series was bad. I actually enjoyed them quite a bit. But I feel like this one would have fit in better with the vibe when they were throwing around propellers and rocks and moons and turnips. It's fine, it is what it is. There's nothing really nuts about this Acorn being included. Although I will say I have always liked the design of this one. Generally speaking, the mushroom-based power-ups always have a more smoothed out chin. They all look the exact same. This one's got that elongated, chiseled jawline, like it's the long-lost child of Henry Cavill. Although I might be onto something there because when you grab this you can somewhat fly. Not quite Superman levels, but close enough. I will be completely honest, through most of the emblem discussions prior to this one, I was just making things up. Not sure if you could tell. Even if it was true, it was something that was just based off my memory. For the most part, I didn't really need to do any research, because I didn't care if I was right or wrong. But for the Super Acorn, I have nothing to talk about. And apparently neither do any of the Super Mario wikis. I did learn that these flying squirrels are called waddle wings, but that's about it. I almost wish this was the last emblem used because then I could use the time that I usually allot to speaking about the emblem to actually finalizing the discussion on the courses and tracks and Grand Prix. But no, either I'm going to have an extra long segment with the finale, or I'm just going to add an extra segment at the end where I look at all the data. Speaking of which, here's the current score up on the screen. Alright, let's get right into it. The 23rd Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Acorn Cup, starts off with Rome Avanti from Tour. I'm sure I butchered that pronunciation. Followed by DK Mountain from the GameCube. Followed by Daisy Circuit from the Nintendo Wii. And closing off with Piranha Plant Cove, which is a new track, allegedly. So I actually think this is one of the more confusing tracks to get around. And that's primarily because there are a lot of sections of road where when you're heading through it, you'll see other racers going the opposite way. I like the nighttime setting and the theming all around. But this kind of feels like if you took what was in Athens and threw it into a city. Whereas in the Athens one, it felt like you were more in the ancient ruins. I think the track layout is pretty good, and I also like the appearance of Chain Chomp and those enemies with the crazy eyes and the big beard. But for the most part, this is a one-pointer for me, as I feel like it doesn't really do enough. Feels like there aren't really enough stage gimmicks or any obstacles in the way to make it exciting. Yeah, it's fun, I'll play it if it comes up, I won't actively go on my way to avoid it. But I don't think I'll actively go on my way to select it either. Up next is the GameCube's DK Mountain. So DK Mountain is basically DK Summit but without the snow. The aesthetics here actually appeal more to me as a result. It's got a few half pipes in there, but not quite as many as the Wii track, since that one is based more off of skiing down a mountain. This one does compensate for it by having a few more turns in there, but keep in mind the roads here are a lot more open than the ones in the Summit that were blocked off by deeper snow. So while it feels like this is basically the exact same track as that one, and you'd think maybe I gotta choose one or the other, no, I don't think that's the case for me. I think they're both fun, and I think the visual change and the slight alterations are enough to make me enjoy both of them. Is it kind of lame that we have two of the exact same track in the game? Yeah, but at least they're fun, and they look different enough where it freshens up the experience a little bit. It's still 3 points regardless of which one I'm picking. More importantly is the discussion about whether I think DK Mountain is better than DK Summit. In which case the answer is pretty clear. I choose Mount Wario. 3 points for the mountain, let's move on. Daisy's Circuit feels more like a tour track than most of the tour tracks themselves.
Weirdly enough, one of the most interesting things about this one that sticks out to me is when you can actually jump on the sidewalk and drive. I'm not sure why, I always thought that was kind of cool. Of course, you got the Luigi and Daisy statue, the fun sunset vibe of it all. But that's about it for me. I don't think too highly of this one, but I don't have much to say about it either. I mean, the visuals are nice, it's from the Wii, so that's good. But this is about as tame as it gets for me. It's a one-pointer, but nothing really exciting going on. And wrapping it all up, we have Piranha Plant Cove. This is one of the new tracks that, you know, they're made for Mario Kart Tour, but they claim they're new. I'm really stressing this because in the previous segments, I really wasn't mentioning it all that much. I was just saying new because that's what the game labels it as. But I guess at some point I do have to mention this is all a sham. Just doing the same thing over and over again. Speaking of which, Piranha Plant Cove feels like Piranha Plant Slide, but in the map of a tour track. Like an actual city tour track. Just one that happens to be designed underwater instead. All the popular elements are there. The red arrows, the different routes you take on every lap, all of the different twists and turns you can make to get around. I think it's well designed, and if you actually compare it to the other tour tracks, it's one of the better ones in my opinion. And I think it is the most difficult track to get through in the Grand Prix, even if it's not really all that difficult. I have heard that this is a phenomenal one to time trial in, and there are a ton of shortcuts that you can get through if you get really good at it. So more advanced Mario Karters might enjoy this one a lot more than I do. But I don't know. Something about this one just doesn't sit right with me. And it might be the generational Unagi eel trauma. This just feels like it's done better elsewhere, with the style of map being done better in some of the other city tours. And even the visuals, while good for the booster course tracks, not quite living up to some of my favorite underwater sections like in Dolphin Shoals, for example. This is yet again a one-pointer. Honestly, this is one of the most underwhelming Grand Prix in the game. And it just feels like every single thing here has been done and done better elsewhere. The Rome track looks like the Athens track, but the Athens track was more fun to look at. And the Rome track itself doesn't really offer too much to wow me. DK Mountain is a three-pointer, but this has been done. Daisy Circuit looks like it could be any of the tour tracks. Paris comes to mind. And it's pretty tame and simple. And Piranha Plant Cove, while, you know, being underwater is cool, but aside from that, it just feels like it's been done, either in the map layout or in the visuals. Both Rome Avanti and Piranha Plant Cove have that whole thing where you split off between laps and have different routes. And a lot of Daisy Circuit feels like it could have been in Rome Avanti if it was daytime. I just feel like not only is there not enough diversity between the tracks here, there's not enough diversity from this cup with the rest of the game. It's so underwhelming. I mean, I might have said Piranha Plant Cove is the most difficult track, but none of these are difficult. None of them are exciting. Do I give them a difficulty curve point and say that it upticks in difficulty, or do I give them no points because the difficulty curve is a straight horizontal line effectively? And the worst part is I don't even feel like it necessarily did anything bad. All of these tracks have a lot of fun to offer. I mean, they're Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tracks. Why wouldn't they be fun? Why wouldn't it be fun to do the same thing again if you enjoyed it the first 1, 2, 3, or 4 times? Why wouldn't it be fun to have tracks that are pretty easy to get used to, but fun to time trial and master and become the best at? Why is something looked down upon even though it might still be very good just because it was similar to something that came before it? And why is it that even though these objectively look good, they feel so bland? It just feels like this far along in the game, in the series, we expect more. I expected more. And I felt like I was just doing it again, doing the exact same thing again. And I can't tell you what it is exactly about it that makes me dislike it. But oh my god, I just realized why they called this one the Acorn Cup. This is the new Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe Grand Prix! I can't believe I couldn't see it before! Not enough to distinguish different parts of the game from others. Check. Not enough to distinguish it from the entire series. Check, 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 check. That's why they called it the Acorn Cup. Now I'm starting to understand the logic behind these geniuses. It took us 23 videos to get there, but I finally realized that somebody was actually a genius up there when they were matching the emblems with the tracks. And I take my hat off to them. This might be the most individual brilliant thing I have ever seen in video game history. This is that memorable, that iconic attention to detail that we all know and love Nintendo for. Wow.
I'm not gonna call this one the Acorn Cup anymore. This is the new Super Mario Bros. Cup, baby. Are they good? Nah. Are they unique? No. Will they be fun to play? Well, obviously. But will they stand out to your memory? Absolutely not. Romavante, 1 point. DK Mountain, 3 points. Daisy Circuit, 1 point. Piranha Plant Cove, 1 point. Difficulty curve, 0 points. Nothing in this is difficult. A curve requires it to get harder as you go through it. This one just stays horizontally easy the entire time. Diversity, I almost want to give it negative points because there is nothing diverse about this one, not in relation to the tracks in this Grand Prix, nor in relation to the entire game. But if you want the serious answer, it's getting a 0 because Daisy Circuit and Romavante and Piranha Plant Cove have way too much in common with one another. Primarily being the samey feel between Piranha Plant Cove and Romavante's map layouts, and the general aesthetics and feel of Daisy Circuit when compared to Romavante, just one of them being daytime and the other one being nighttime. DK Mountain alone cannot bring up the average, unfortunately, especially when you consider the fact that there's another track in the game that is almost the exact same thing as it. This one is getting 6 points. And quite frankly, it's lucky that I like DK Mountain as much as I did. If it was mimicking anything other than DK Summit, it would have gotten 0 points because I would have just said it's better to go play that one instead of this one. But for the most part, I would never click on the Acorn Cup to actually just play the cup itself. I might not even click on DK Mountain, even though it's a track that I love. Whenever these will get selected, I'll play them and I'll have fun playing them. I'm not going to throw a hissy fit about them. But that's about all I can say here. 6 points. The absolute worst Grand Prix in the game, unless the Spiny Cup turns out to be terrible. And I'm pretty confident in that decision too. This Grand Prix might be suffering because it comes so late in the Booster Course Pass. But I think it's more than just that. And for the record, I do love the new Super Mario Bros. Series. But even I'm not blind to how repetitive and mundane it can get. And you might believe me, you might not believe me, but when I was going through these tracks, I was not planning on making a whole comparison with these tracks in the new Super Mario Bros. Series. That just happily fell into my lap during production. And I'm glad it did too, because otherwise this would be so lame that I would not have enough to talk about. But I think that's enough of that. Next we'll be covering the final cup in the game, the Spiny Cup. In 1940, the first video game debuted. In 1972, Pong was released. In 1985, we saw the launch of the Nintendo Entertainment System. In 1992, Super Mario Kart was born. And then in 1996, well, that's when the trauma started. For 3 decades, or more if you're watching this in 10 years from now, the fan-dubbed Blue Shell has been destroying friendships, ruining perfect races, obliterating any chance of justice, punishing those that are able to get ahead even if they did nothing wrong, and rewarding those that fall behind even though they kinda stink. Can I just call this a Blue Shell? I'm sick of saying Spiny just for the sake of being correct for this series. We all know why they chose the Spiny to go last. I don't need to have a discussion on this. It's probably single-handedly the most iconic item in Mario Kart. The Blue Shell might be more famous than the actual game itself at this point. It has evolved a bit throughout the years, both in its appearance and its actual function. Back on the Nintendo 64, it was a darker shade of blue. But more importantly, at one point it got wings, and then it lost those wings again. Prior to getting those wings, the Blue Shell would shoot forward along the ground and it would strike anybody that gets in its way as it aims for its target, which is the first place driver. It also used to make a siren noise as it passed through you, so you'd hear it coming. This was similarly the case in Mario Kart Super Circuit. Once we got to Double Dash, that's when the Blue Shell started to fly, complete with wings. And it stuck with those wings for a while, but back in Mario Kart 7, the wings were removed, and Mario Kart 8 continued on basically what was in Mario Kart 7. It's made other appearances throughout the franchise, most famously as an item in the Super Smash Bros. Series. Basically doing the same thing, you pick it up and throw it, and it hovers over the first place player and then slams down onto them. The fact of the matter is, the Blue Shell is basically a cultural icon. It is quite literally a blast, and if you're going to end the game with a blast, you better have the tracks to back it up. The final Grand Prix of the base game got 16 points. The final Grand Prix of the DLC got 16 points. Let's see if the final Grand Prix of the Booster Course Pass, the Spiny Cup, is able to end this game with a blast. The 24th Grand Prix in this game, the Spiny Cup, starts off with Madrid Drive from Mario Kart Tour, Rosalina's Ice World from the Nintendo 3DS, Bowser Castle 3 from the Super Nintendo, and Rainbow Road from the Nintendo Wii. Can we call this one an honorary special cup? The last two tracks are Bowser Castle and Rainbow Road after all. Granted, they are retro, so you can't really be a special cup if you're retro, but you get the point. And I don't think it's coincidental at all that they decided to end the game with one of the most famous Bowser Castles and one of the most famous Rainbow Roads. But let's go through Madrid first. So I think the first lap of Madrid starts off a bit slow, but it gets a little bit more exciting as you move along. I like the parts in the big open concrete areas where you have a wiggler walking around. And in general, the twists and turns throughout the routes make for a nice and compelling competitive race. And I'll be honest, by the time this one came out, after seeing how they included a baseball diamond before and an ice rink, I knew they were going to include the Santiago Bernabeu. And my experience might vary from others, but the entire time I was driving through the Madrid track the first time, all I could think was, are they not going to include it? Like, I enjoyed the race, but I was looking for the soccer field. I was unintentionally building hype for myself as I was going through the track. So for me, it was really nice when I got to see the soccer field. Now, I'm not a Madrid fan by any means, but they are basically the most successful club of all time. So it was cool to see the Santiago Bernabeu make it onto the game. The only thing I will say is that this is not the best tour track, but it is a track that I love a lot. It is one that I do go out of my way to play, and it might be because it's so memorable to me because of the Bernabeu, and I have learned to enjoy this track a lot more than many of the other ones, which makes me enjoy it even more. I mean, the footage here was nice and peaceful because I actually know this track as compared to a lot of the other tour tracks which I haven't memorized. That being said, this game can get really boring when you're playing with CPUs. Because I know when I'm on this track and playing with human players, there's a lot more commotion going on and a lot more explosions. Either way, this one gets its 3 points, and it's actually not too difficult of a track either, so for the first track in a Grand Prix, it works. I will caveat that this is a borderline 3-pointer. It could easily have come out to 1 point, but I think that soccer field just slightly bumps it up, and the fact that I go out of my way to play it means it's a track that I love and enjoy a lot more than the other ones in the game. And following Madrid is Rosalina's Ice World. I don't know what the general consensus is here, but I think this is the best ice theme stage in the game. I use the phrase ice strategically because I think there are some snow themed stages that I prefer, primarily Mount Wario and DK Summit even, but I like this one more than Sherbert and some of the other ones that have popped up. Whether it's the half pipe and half a half pipe because it's cracked at some segments, or the moments where you're driving through the ice, the risk and reward of taking the speed bursts right by the cliffs. I just feel like there's a lot of fun to be had on this one, and the more chaotic it gets, the more enjoyable it gets. And I like that the track seemingly makes you think that it's simple, but then as you get through it, it just gets more difficult as you go along, with random icicles or penguins along your path. There's a serene vibe here, and it's kind of funny because this is Rosalina's track, and it kind of feels like Mario Galaxy to an extent. I guess this is the part where I remind you that the Mario Galaxy series is going to start immediately after this one's done. While I'm recording this, I have no idea when, but I'm sure there's an announcement on my channel by now. And I've probably mentioned it in the comments already too. So make sure you go back and watch my Mario 64 stuff, 64DS, and the Mario Sunshine stuff, just so that you can get a refresher for how I feel about all these things. But anyway, this is another 3-pointer for me. It's the best ice course in the game, and it was one of my favorite tracks from back on the 3DS. And it's also an uptick in difficulty from the last one. Our third track is Bowser Castle 3. So I basically feel the exact same way about this one as I did the Super Nintendo's Rainbow Road. This is a phenomenal recreation of the Bowser Castle 3. It's pure chaos, it's difficult to get through, the visuals are stunning. I mean, there are only 2 Bowser Castles in this game, one of them is the brand new one from the Special Cup, and this one is representing the retro stuff. But even if you throw in Neo Bowser City and Grumble Volcano, I think this one still stands up amongst them. I'm torn between the Mario Kart 8 version and this one as my favorite. This one actually might be more competitive to race in, but it doesn't have a giant Magma Bowser punching downwards. Honestly, I would have a hard time choosing between this one and the Super Nintendo's Rainbow Road as my favorite SNES track too. But I think regardless of how I spin it, this is clearly going to be a 3-pointer for me, and man, the Spiny Cup just keeps getting better and better. Because you know that these tracks are diverse, and you know that there's a good difficulty curve, and you know what the finale is. This is what a Rainbow Road
should play like, should look like, and should feel like. While I think Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road is true to the spirit of Rainbow Road, after all, it did earn its 3 points, I think this one being a longer challenge makes it more enjoyable as a result for me. There's definitely room for both, and I think they're both excellent courses, but this one just hits that spot a little better. And the SNES one, while it is great, similar to how I felt about the Bowser Castle before this, it's really competitive, it's fun to race in, but it just doesn't have that wow factor of some of these more fleshed out non-super courses do. I will admit that I am glad that they didn't include the Double Dash and the DS variants, because at some point things would start to get a little bit too repetitive. For what it's worth, I think the Nintendo 64, Double Dash, Wii, and DS all have great Rainbow Roads in their original games, and that's largely because I feel like they live up to what Rainbow Road is. I feel like Mario Kart 7, they tried to experiment a little bit too much there. It was still fine enough, and which is why I gave it 1 point, but by the time they got to Mario Kart 8, I felt like they completely threw the formula out the window. The formula for Rainbow Road is very simple. It's 2 words. Rainbow Road. You can have a few segments where you're blasting off or you gotta perform a trick or something, but the whole concept of this track is to just have a nice, long, and windy racetrack to get through. Now, obviously, in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, you have a lot of those, so maybe it's not as unique anymore, but still, when they released the base game, they needed an actual Rainbow Road, not a space station with a Rainbow Road sticking out of it. That being said, I don't think they could have found a better way to end this Grand Prix. Mario Kart Wii is Mario Kart Wii after all. Prior to Mario Kart 8, it was the most popular Mario Kart. Even till now, they have their own community where they're making new tracks and it's still pretty active. Don't tell Nintendo. It's an obvious 3-pointer for me. And quite frankly, this entire Grand Prix, I can't think of a better one to put the Spiny Cup on. And I understand this has nothing to do with soccer, but even when you consider the tour track, Real Madrid's won like 15 titles, with like 5 or 6 of those being in the last decade. So you take that, mixed with the fact that Madrid is one of the most popular cities in the world to visit, and all of a sudden you probably picked one of the best cities to choose for a Spiny Cup. Rosalina's Ice World is one of the best ice tracks, and one of the nicest tracks on the 3DS in my opinion. I think it was too overlooked on the 3DS, but bringing it into the Booster Course Pass gives it another chance. And I think if you actually compare it to some of the other ice tracks in the map, you'll start to notice how much nicer it looks, and how much more competitive and difficult it can be. So you end up going from a fairly easy enough city track in the daytime to a dark and mysterious nighttime track in Rosalina's Ice World with an uptick in difficulty. But then, after the ice, it takes you straight into the flame world of Bowser's Castle. And it just gets a lot more intense, a lot more competitive, a lot more difficult, a lot more thrilling. For all intents and purposes, Bowser's Castle is the climax of anything Mario related. You can't top it in spectacle, you can't top it in music, you can't top it in difficulty. It's the end of the game. And that is true in almost everything Mario related except for Mario Kart. And that's because in Mario Kart, they have Rainbow Road. It looks like nothing else in the game because there's nothing else in the game like it. Well, I mean, not including the other Rainbow Road tracks. It's harder, more thrilling, more of a test of your skill than anything else, and it's a pleasure to drive through. If there's anything, and I mean anything I can pick at, it's the fact that Rainbow Road kind of has the galaxy vibe and Rosalina's Ice World kind of has the same vibe too, but that would be the nittiest of picks. That's one of those things where if you added on to like 5 or 6 other things, then maybe you would lose a point. But in general, I mean, the Spiny Cup delivers, and man does it deliver. It's not the only 16-pointer that I've gone through so far. And on my next segment, I'll be running through all of the different 16-pointers, all of the worst tracks in the game, and having a little bit of discussion on some of the data that I've collected all throughout. I was thinking about throwing it here, but I wanted to give it a good amount of attention. But yeah, this isn't the only 16-pointer, but it is still a 16-pointer, easily. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to determine which 16-pointer is better than the other, but I will say I wouldn't be remotely surprised if this ends up being my favorite Grand Prix in the entire game. But I don't want to get ahead of myself, because that could completely be recency bias. Do I gotta do the tally? Madrid Drive 3 points, Rosalina's Ice World 3 points, Bowser Castle 3 points, Rainbow Road Wii 3 points, Fully Diverse 3 points, Perfect Difficulty Curve 3 points, the final Grand Prix of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Spiny Cup, the cup that closes off the Booster Course Pass,
the cup that ends the legacy of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, earns itself 16 points. In the next segment, we'll look over the data and reach some conclusions. Well, I guess it's time to think of a tiebreaker. And I'm going to use those scores to rank all of the Grand Prix from 1 to 24. But since there are a lot of draws, obviously I'm going to have to implement a tiebreaker system. The first tiebreaker will be the Grand Prix that has more tracks that I love. So if two cups have the same score, the one that has more 3-point tracks will be ranked higher. If they have the same number of 3-point tracks, I'm just going to pick the one that has the 4 tracks that appeal to me the most. I think that's the fairest way to do it because this far along, the difficulty curve and the diversity don't matter as much. The important thing is I end up with a nice list that I feel fairly confident in. And once again, this is a subjective opinion of a very casual Mario Kart fan. You guys might completely disagree with many of the things I'm about to say. And that's okay. That's part of the beauty of it all. But at the end of the day, this was one of the most fun projects that I've ever done, and I could totally see myself doing something similar in the future. We'll get to that when we get to that. But anyway, let's get started. Starting from the bottom of the list, we have the Acorn Cup that only got 6 points. This was by far my lowest scoring Grand Prix. It was made up of Rome Avanti, DK Mountain, Daisy Circuit, and Piranha Plant Cove. The only track that I really loved was DK Mountain, and the rest of them I found to be bang average. They got 6 points from the tracks and 0 points from the difficulty curve as well as the diversity. And as such, based off the metrics that I've applied, I think it is the worst Grand Prix in the game. Funnily enough, I don't even think it's that bad, and I would hardly whine if I had to play any of these tracks. But when a game is as fun as Mario Kart, something has to be in last place, and unfortunately, it's the Acorn Cup. Beyond that, we have tied at 7 points, the Special Cup and the Golden Dash Cup. The Golden Dash consisted of Paris Promenade, Toad Circuit, Choco Mountain, and Coconut Mall. All 4 tracks were given 1 point. In the Special Cup, I gave Rainbow Road 0 points, but I also gave Bowser's Castle 3 points. Which means the Special Cup wins the tiebreaker, which is good because even when I look at these side by side, I'm leaning towards the Special Cup regardless of what the data shows. Next up, tied for 8 points, is the Flower Cup, the Shell Cup, and the Boomerang Cup. The only to get the 3 points in the Shell Cup was Toad's Turnpike. In the Flower Cup was Twisted Mansion. Meanwhile, in the Boomerang Cup, I know that I gave Bangkok Rush and Waluigi Stadium 3 points, which means of the 3, I prefer the Boomerang Cup. And honestly, putting the Flower Cup and the Shell Cup side by side, it's very obvious to me that the Flower Cup is better. On a whole, I like these 4 tracks more than the 4 at the Shell Cup. Next up, we have sitting at 9 points, the Mushroom Cup and the Rock Cup. The only track to get 3 points in the Mushroom Cup was Sweet Sweet Canyon. And the only track to get 3 points in the Rock Cup was Maple Treeway. Looking at this side by side is a little bit more difficult. I think my top 2 tracks from the Rock Cup are Maple Treeway and Boo Lake. I like Maple Treeway more than Sweet Sweet Canyon, but I think I like all 4 tracks in the Mushroom Cup more than Boo Lake. Maybe Mario Kart Stadium might be just under Boo Lake. Actually, yeah, Mario Kart Stadium would definitely be behind Boo Lake. But I also think that London Loop and Rock Mountain are the weakest of the bunch. So while the Rock Cup may have the track that I love the most out of this pool of 8, as a whole I would enjoy playing the Mushroom Cup more. So that's how I'm going to rank it. Next up, we have the Triforce Cup and the Crossing Cup, with 10 points. The Triforce Cup gets 3 points for the Rainbow Road from the Super Nintendo, as well as 3 points from Wario's Gold Mine. The Crossing Cup gets 3 points for Cheese Land from the Game Boy Advance, as well as Wild Woods. Wow, this one's actually really tough. I'm having a hard time picking between Wild Woods and Rainbow Road as my favorite track. Well, at least as far as these 2 Grand Prix are concerned. So we'll say those 2 are tied. Cheese Land on the Game Boy Advance from Wario's Gold Mine, it's another similar feeling of a draw. And I think it gets a little bit weird because Animal Crossing would be my favorite of the remaining 4, but Baby Park would be my least favorite of the remaining 4. I think the fact that I never want to play Baby Park would make this one edge towards the Triforce Cup. So while this is a very tough decision to make and I could really go either way on it, I'm gonna say that the Triforce Cup goes ahead of the Crossing Cup. And next we have tied for 11 points, the Moon Cup and the Cherry Cup. The 3-point tracks in the Moon Cup are Berlin Byways and Peach Gardens from the Nintendo DS. The 3-point tracks in the Cherry Cup are Vancouver Velocity and Koopa Cape. I don't have to think much about this, the Moon Cup is clearly my favorite of the 2. I know I would rather play these 4 tracks than the ones in the Cherry Cup. Here's where it starts to get a little more interesting because there's so many different ways to earn points. Tied with 12 points is the Lucky Cat Cup, the Propeller Cup, the Fruit Cup, and the Feather Cup. The Fruit Cup obviously sits on the top of this list because all 4 of its tracks got 3 points. The Lucky Cat Cup had 2 tracks with 3 points, those being Sky Garden and Ninja Hideaway. The Propeller Cup fares better because Sydney Sprint, Mushroom Gorge, and Sky High Sundae all got 3 points. But the Feather Cup also has 3 tracks that got 3 points, those being Athens Dash, Daisy Cruiser, and Squeaky Clean Sprint, which means the Fruit sits at the top, the Lucky Cat sits at the bottom, and despite the fact that Moonview Highway is my least favorite track in the entire game, I like Squeaky Clean Sprint a lot more than I like Sky High Sundae, even though I like them both a lot. I like Athens Dash more than Sydney Sprint, and I probably feel roughly the same between Mushroom Gorge and Daisy Cruiser. And quite frankly, I don't feel like Snowland is such a good track that it'll make up the difference, which means it would be the Feather over the Propeller Cup for me. These next 2 are pretty easy. With 13 points, we have the Egg Cup alone. It's a solid Grand Prix. Dragon Driftway, Excite Bike Arena, Yoshi Circuit, and Mute City. These all look like a good time to me. And likewise do the tracks in the Banana Cup, which sits just above the Egg Cup at 14 points. It has the Nintendo 64's Royal Raceway, the Super Nintendo's Donut Plains 3, the GameCube's Dry Desert, and the 3DS's DK Jungle. Again, all around good times to be had. I'd say whatever's left over are the Elite Grand Prix. To quickly move past the ones with 15 points, we have the Star Cup and the Leaf Cup. This is so hard. These are 8 3-point tracks. The weakest links here are Dolphin Shoals and Sherbetland, and they're just about tied for me. I kind of feel bad for this because the Fruit Cup, while it had 4 tracks that I loved, when I look at that one compared to these ones, I know it's not as good as these 2, even though those tracks are awesome. So even though it lost the points due to the difficulty curve and the diversity, I don't feel as bad because just looking at them side by side, the tracks in the Fruit Cup are as fun as the one in the Star Cup nor the Leaf Cup. Meanwhile, when I look at the Star Cup and the Leaf Cup, either one of them could have 4 tracks that I love more than the ones in the 16-point category. I'd say the 3 top tier tracks in this list are Mount Wario, Electrodrome, and Music Park. Meanwhile, second tier would just be Wario Stadium. And rounding it up, I think I would prefer Sunshine Airport over Yoshi Valley, obviously with Sherbetland and Dolphin Shoals being a draw. Which means on average, I prefer the Star Cup to the Leaf Cup, and that's largely because it has 2 out of the top 3. Sorry Leaf, you should have been a Feather. Oh man, this is going to be even harder now. Okay, first let's look at the Spiny versus the Turnip. The best track here, hands down, is Waluigi Pinball. Following that, I think the next 2 that I like would be Bowser Castle and Rainbow Road for the Wii. I could go either way between Calamari Desert and Rosalina's Ice World, and I think Madrid Drive is better than New York Minute, and it might also be better than Mario Circuit 3, although Mario Circuit 3 and Madrid Drive are pretty close. So I think that this is one of those situations where, despite the fact that the Turnip Cup does contain what might be my favorite track in the game, that being Waluigi Pinball, I think I'd rather play through the 4 tracks in the Spiny Cup versus the 4 in the Turnip Cup. And with a quick glance of the Turnip Cup and the Lightning Cup, I feel the same way. The Turnip Cup would be the worst out of these 2. And likewise with the Bell Cup. Which means the 4th place Grand Prix in this list is the Turnip Cup. We are in the final 3. And just a reminder that the Lightning Cup was the last Grand Prix in the base game on the Wii U. The Bell Cup was the last Grand Prix of the DLC. And the Spiny was the last Grand Prix of the Booster Course Pass. I don't know if they intentionally saved the best for last for all these Grand Prix, or if that's just how it coincidentally turned out. These are very difficult to choose between, so I think I'm just going to have to do a 1 through 12 ranking, and just score them between which one has the best showings. And to make it a bit more interesting, I'll use the scoring system from the actual Grand Prix in Mario Kart. If I had to choose one track to get rid of, it would be between Madrid Drive and Piranha Plant Slide. And I think I'm going to give it to the tour track on this one. If I had to choose the next ones to get rid of, it would either be Super Bell Subway or Rosalina's Ice World. And I think I like the Ice World just a little bit more than the Subway. After that, I think it's between Tick-Tock Clock and Neo Bowser City. This is really tough, but I think I gotta give it to Neo Bowser City. I love Tick-Tock Clock, but at this point, the margins are so minor. I think I'm pretty confident as to which 3 are my top 3 of the remaining 6, which means the bottom 3 are Ribbon Road, Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road, and the Wii's Grumble Volcano. Genuinely, I don't think I can choose between the Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road or Grumble Volcano, but I know that Ribbon Road scores higher than those two. So since both Wii's Grumble Volcano and Nintendo 64's Rainbow Road are scores for the Lightning Cup, I'll just stick to my Nintendo 64 nostalgia and let that one get above the Volcano. Either order wouldn't matter for the scoring. Which means we're left with Bowser Castle 3 from the Super Nintendo, the Nintendo Wii's Rainbow Road, and Big Blue from the DLC. I'm pretty confident about my choice for first place. As hard as it is to say this, I think Rainbow Road for the Wii comes in third. Before I say which one gets first place, let me quickly tally all of this up to see how close it actually is. So the Lightning Cup is clearly in third place, and this final order will actually determine which one's the winner. And despite how much I love Big Blue, Bowser Castle 3 takes it for me, which means the Spiny Cup is, in my opinion, the best Grand Prix in the game. And it only wins by 1 point. It's so close. Funnily enough, if I don't do Mario Kart scoring and I just do regular scoring, then the Bell Cup would have won by 1 point. And that's all because the jump from third place to second place is 2 points, and the jump from second place to first place is 3 points. This is unintentionally a good example of why weighted scores matter so much. And that's part of the reason why I had things weighted the way I did going through this entire experience. I didn't plan on going full circle and ending it like this, but it's nice that it worked out that way. That being said, here is a final reminder of how I rank these 24 Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I didn't think the Spiny Cup would do as well as it did until I actually ran through all of the Grand Prix. But even just glancing on this list now, I feel pretty comfortable in where everything turned out. And more importantly, I'm very happy I got to do this. This was a lot of fun, and it was even more fun having you all join along with me. Keep enjoying what I'm posting. Keep giving me feedback. Either way, I'm still having a lot of fun doing this, and I'm so appreciative of the positive feedback and constructive criticism that you all have given me.